Gigi, I'm counting on you. After the mid-autumn holiday, whether your friend can survive depends on you. Under the thin night sky, Shun walked along the tree-lined path, stepping on fallen leaves. Listening to her friend's sad and pitiful tone on the phone, she held back a laugh and asked, "So, it's just a USB drive that was left at Sheng Ye?" "Yes, yes, yes." The voice on the other end nodded eagerly and quickly added, "A white USB drive, on the 8th floor, room 8A02 at Sheng Ye." Shun glanced at the brightly lit entrance of Huai University nearby. The usually bustling south gate of the campus was unusually quiet today. The few people around were hurriedly pulling their suitcases, rushing to reunite with their families for the Mid-Autumn Festival. No one lingered near the gate. Pulling her gaze away from the eager students, Shun told her friend Gu Qinghe on the other end of the line, "I'll head over soon. Wait for my message." After hanging up, she looked at the dim sky and was about to open a ride-hailing app to get a taxi to Sheng Ye to pick up the USB drive for her friend. Just as her finger touched the screen, she heard a familiar voice behind her. "Nanji." Shun paused and turned around. Qizheng, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, was walking towards her with a backpack in hand. As he approached, Shun politely greeted him, "Senior." Meeting her clear, bright eyes, Qizheng felt a slight blush on his ears. He unconsciously tightened his grip on his backpack and asked her, "I heard you're staying in Huaihai City for the mid-autumn holiday? The students from our research group who aren't going home are planning to have a meal together tomorrow. Do you have time to join us?" As they neared the school gate, the sound of traffic and honking cars filled the air. Shun smiled slightly and, without much hesitation, declined. "I have some things to do tomorrow, so I might not be able to make it." Qizheng looked a bit disappointed, but he didn't show it. "Then let's get together when you're free." He walked alongside Shun as they headed outside the school. When they reached the roadside, watching the flow of traffic under the neon lights, Qizheng slowed his pace and asked hopefully, "It's getting late. How about I give you a ride home?" Shun was about to refuse, but before she could speak, a black limited edition Maybach pulled up. The window rolled down, revealing a man with a cool and distant expression, his dark eyes reflecting the dim light. He looked at Shun and Qizheng, who were standing close together. The voice from the exit sounded cold and distant. "Nanji." Shun stiffened and instinctively turned around. Rejecting Qizheng's words, she was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Jinnian in the familiar yet strange driver's seat of the Maybach, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother?" Qizheng also noticed Jiang Jinnian. He had never met Jiang Jinnian, but he recognized his face. As a frequent figure in financial news and reports, anyone who pays attention to the business world would know Jiang Jinnian, the eldest son of the prestigious Jiang family, who holds a significant position in both domestic and international markets. Shun usually kept a low profile at school, and Qizheng had no idea she had this connection to the top Jiang family. Jiang Jinnian didn't look at Qizheng. Instead, he lightly tapped the steering wheel with his pale fingers, his gaze fixed on Shun whose surprise was still evident. "Get in, let's go home." Shun tightened her grip on her phone. She quickly said goodbye to Qizheng and walked briskly toward the Maybach, but didn't open the door. Instead, she leaned into the lowered window and said to Jiang Jinnian, "I need to go to Sheng Ye first, so I won't trouble you, brother." "Not a trouble." Before she could finish, Jiang Jinnian interrupted her. His voice was calm but firm. "Get in, I'll take you." Shun hesitated. Under his dark gaze, she didn't dare to refuse again. She glanced at the back door of the car, fought the urge to step back, and finally opened the passenger door. The black car quickly merged into the brightly lit road, and the grand entrance of Huai University gradually shrank to a small, in the rearview mirror. Shun had lived in the Jiang family since she was very young, but she had not met Jiang Jinnian many times. First, he spent most of his time abroad and rarely returned home. Second, his personality was reserved and distant, which made Shun keep her distance from him. Even when he occasionally returned, she usually avoided running into him. This time, Jiang Jinnian's sudden return and personal visit to Huai University caught her off guard. Shun was not good at interacting with Jiang Jinnian, and he was not easy to get along with either. Once in the car, she quietly lowered her presence, sitting quietly and obediently in the passenger seat. Even her hands were neatly placed in front of her. Jiang Jinnian glanced at her, one hand on the steering wheel, casually tapping his fingers on it. In the silence, he suddenly asked her, "Who was that person just now?" Sun Nanji was a bit distracted. When she heard Jiang Jinnian's words, she instinctively replied, "A senior." He didn't seem satisfied with that answer, and asked, "What kind of senior?" Shun Nanji glanced at Jiang Jinnian and, without hiding anything, answered honestly, like a sister responding to her brother's inquiry, "A senior from the department's research group." "Do you see each other often?" Shun Nanji shook her head. "I only see him a few times." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinnian stopped asking questions. The car fell silent again. As they moved with the traffic and waited for the red light, Shun Nanji decided to break the silence and asked about the sudden meeting with Jiang Jinnian today. "When did you come back, big brother?" Jiang Jinnian leaned back in his seat, half of his face hidden in the dim light. Perhaps due to the night, the sense of distance around him lessened slightly. "Today," he replied, "I landed at 5 in the afternoon." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Shun Nanji. Shun Nanji was still lost in thought. When Jiang Jinnian turned, their eyes met directly. His gaze was intense, and Shun Nanji instinctively wanted to look away, but heard him ask first, "I heard you haven't been home for almost half a year?" The green light turned on, and the cars in front began to move. Jiang Jinnian shifted his gaze forward and pressed the gas pedal. He didn't ask Shun Nanji why she hadn't returned to her family in half a year, as if his previous statement was just a casual remark, then continued to explain his own situation. "There are some matters at headquarters that require my presence. Huai University is very close to the company, and, with the Mid-Autumn Festival coming up tomorrow, I thought I would take you home." Shun Nanji politely thanked him. Huai is a city that never sleeps, becoming even more vibrant at night. Sheng Ye is the largest entertainment venue in Huai City, and as the night deepens, this prosperity reaches its peak. Amidst the dazzling neon lights, a Maybach drove into the Sheng Ye parking lot. Shun Nanji unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to tell Jiang Jinnian that she would go in to grab something and come right back. Before she could speak, she saw Jiang Jinnian unbuckling his seatbelt and getting out of the car. Shun Nanji hurriedly called out, "Brother, I'm just helping a friend get something. I can go by myself." Jiang Jinnian didn't stop his steps and took her inside, saying, "Sheng Ye can be chaotic at night. I'm not comfortable letting you go alone." Once they entered through the revolving door, Jiang Jinnian led Shun Nanji straight to the VIP passage. The elevator doors slowly closed. He looked at the girl beside him, dressed in a way that didn't fit the glamorous atmosphere of Sheng Ye, and asked before pressing the floor button which floor. Shun Nanji glanced at the floor buttons in front of him. She decided not to press the button herself and obediently replied, "8th floor." As the elevator reached the 3rd floor, a sudden ringing broke the silence in the enclosed space. Shun Nanji stayed still, but her clear eyes instinctively glanced at Jiang Jinnian's phone. An English name flashed on the screen. Jiang Jinnian looked down, glanced at the screen, but did not answer the call. He also didn't hang up. The elevator in the VIP area of Sheng Ye was fast. The ringing only lasted a few moments before the elevator doors opened with a ding. Shun Nanji stepped out of the elevator ahead of Jiang Jinnian and said, "Brother, you go ahead. I'll grab something from the booth." Jiang Jinnian replied with a soft HM, swiping the screen to answer the call, but his gaze remained focused on the girl ahead, searching for the booth. He didn't wait near the elevator, but followed Shun Nanji at a leisurely pace while listening to the report on the other end of the line. At the end of the corridor, they found booth 8A02. Shun Nanji pushed the door open and walked around the booth a couple of times before finally finding the USB drive that Gu Qinghe had dropped in the gap of the soft sofa. Holding the item, Shun Nanji quickly walked out. As she exited the booth, she saw Jiang Jinnian leaning against the wall opposite, waiting for her. When he saw her come out, he turned off his phone and looked at her. His calm gaze swept over the white USB drive in her hand. "Did you find it?" Shun Nanji nodded. He straightened up and led her back, saying, "Then let's go home." The corridor of Sheng Ye was designed in a half-arc shape, and booth 8A02 was at the end, making the return trip longer. It was closer to walk back from the other side of the arc. Shun Nanji followed Jiang Jinnian in silence. As they reached the middle of the corridor and passed a half-open booth door, a familiar voice came from inside. "Nanji? You're very obedient." The voice had a light sneer, carrying a hint of indifference that was hard to distinguish as mockery or coldness. But being too obedient makes it hard to feel any interest. Having grown up together, Shun Nanji immediately recognized the voice. However, her expression remained unchanged. After a brief pause, she continued walking forward as if she hadn't heard anything. Inside the booth, the air was filled with smoke and laughter, and drinks covered the table. On the sofa across from him, Fang Zieling furrowed his brows after hearing the latter part of Jiang Tingxu's words and reminded him, "Tingxu, that's a bit too much. Ji grew up with us, and for so many years, she has always been closest to you and liked being by your side. Besides, the Jiang and Shun families have a marriage agreement." Jiang Tingxu scoffed softly. His half-closed eyelids hid the sarcasm in his eyes, but couldn't conceal the slight smirk on his lips. Close? She was close to him because he was born into the Jiang family, because he bore the Jiang surname and was chosen to marry her. If it weren't for his fortunate birth, that closeness would never have been his. In the parking lot, after getting into the car and starting the engine, Jiang Jinnian glanced at the girl in the passenger seat and asked as the car began to move, "Did you argue with Tingxu?" Shun Nanji held her phone, lowered her eyelids, and shook her head.
"No."
Over 20 years ago, the Shun family, like the Jiang family today, was one of the top families in Huaihai City. With the close ties between the Jiang and Shun families, a marriage alliance was arranged right after her birth. However, this good fortune did not last long. When she was 10, a sudden accident claimed both her parents' lives, and the Shun family's company began to falter. The Jiang family stepped in promptly, using their influence to protect the Shun company, and took her in, raising her as one of their own. The Jiang family had 2 sons. Jiang Jinnian was 7 years older than her, and by the time Shun Nanji arrived at the Jiang family, he was already studying abroad. The one she lived with in the Jiang family's old house and grew up with year after year was Jiang Tingxu, who was 2 years older than her. Before reaching adulthood, perhaps due to living together, her relationship with Jiang Tingxu was actually quite good. Not just good, but surprisingly so. At school, Jiang Tingxu protected her. In the Jiang family's old house, he took care of her. Even when Jiang's parents occasionally left Huaihai City and were not at home, during every thunderstorm, Jiang Tingxu was always by her side. But this harmonious relationship abruptly ended 2 years ago. The marriage agreement between the Jiang and Shun families was never a secret. Compared to Jiang Jinnian, she and Jiang Tingxu were not only of similar age, but had also grown up together, so everyone tacitly accepted that the marriage agreement would fall on her and Jiang Tingxu. Shun Nanji once believed this too. 2 years ago, her relationship with Jiang Tingxu suddenly grew distant without any warning. At first, she couldn't understand why their long-standing friendship changed so abruptly. Later, she realized it was because Jiang Tingxu opposed the arranged marriage. He resisted living a life planned by others, like a robot following a set program. Naturally, she, as his already arranged fiancée, was also rejected by him. Before she learned that Jiang Tingxu looked down on their engagement, Shun Nanji had never considered breaking it off. Since childhood, everyone had told her that she and Jiang Tingxu were betrothed at birth, and his parents treated her like their own daughter, showering her with love. In Shun Nanji's mind, the marriage between their families had become an accepted norm as she grew up. So when she found out Jiang Tingxu opposed the marriage, she was taken aback. After her initial shock, the first thing she did was move out of the old family home, using the excuse that the villa was far from Huaihai University. She wanted to avoid awkward encounters with Jiang Tingxu. During the recent Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, Shun hadn't planned to return to the Jiang family. She had been busy with her research group for weeks and just wanted to relax in her apartment. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jinnian, who hadn't returned to the country in 2 years, suddenly came back. However, she thought it might be a good opportunity to clarify the unclear situation regarding their family's engagement and possibly end it respectfully. The Jiang family is well established, and their villa area is in a prime location in Huaihai City. As they drove into the villa area, the roads became quiet. Shun looked out at the familiar villas until Jiang Jinnian parked in front of one. The villa was very quiet. Upon entering, they only saw the servants and no sign of Jiang's parents. When she glanced inside the hall, Jiang Jinnian took off his coat and explained to her, "My parents' flight was delayed, so they won't be back tonight. They'll arrive tomorrow morning." Shun responded softly. As the voice faded, Jiang Jinnian looked at the girls standing in the hall, who had grown up in this home but seemed a bit shy at that moment. He slightly moved his wrist, and for a brief moment, he wanted to comfort her like Jiang Tingxu used to do, telling her not to feel awkward or nervous, because this would always be her home. But before he could act, he held himself back. She had never been close to him. He was not Jiang Tingxu, and did not share the same bond of growing up together. Such a familiar gesture felt inappropriate now. "You were quiet on the way here. Are you tired?" Jiang Jinnian's gaze lingered on her face. "What would you like to eat? I can have Uncle Li arrange something." Shun lips curved slightly. At first glance, she seemed obedient, but that was only if one ignored her instinctive head shake and her attempt to avoid him. "I already had dinner at school, so you don't need to trouble Uncle Li. I saw your brother's phone ringing constantly on the way here. It must be urgent. I'll head to my room and not disturb him." Jiang Jinnian stood still, watching her rush up the spiral staircase without looking back. Butler Li, who had been in the old house for decades, approached Jiang Jinnian. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Jinnian asked first, "In the past 2 years, has Nanji gone straight to her room whenever she comes back?" In Jiang Jinnian's memory, Shun was cheerful and lively as a child. She didn't like being alone in her room and preferred company, often sitting on the sofa in the hall chatting with Uncle Li and Aunt, even when she was home alone. But Jiang Jinnian's question left Butler Li momentarily stunned, and he carefully replied, "Miss Nanji has returned very rarely in the past couple of years. Each time she comes back, she talks for a bit with Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang before heading to her room." Jiang Jinnian did not respond further. After a while, he lowered his eyelids, unbuttoned his shirt cuffs, and rolled them up. Jiang Jinnian was cold and hard to read, and having spent many years abroad, even someone like Butler Li, who had been with the Jiang family for most of his life, found it difficult to understand Jiang Jinnian's temperament. Just as he was thinking about arranging dinner, Jiang Jinnian's phone rang. Butler Li immediately fell silent. Jiang Jinnian glanced at the screen and answered the call. Zhoulin's voice came through the speaker. "Mr. Jiang, the international online meeting starts in half an hour. Should we proceed as planned, or cancel it?" Jiang Jinnian glanced at the time on his watch and said to the other side, "Inform the board to proceed as normal." After hanging up, he instructed Butler Li before heading to the study. "No need to prepare dinner, but please get Nanji a late-night snack later." In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Shun called her friend Gu Qinghe to tell her about getting the USB drive. "When will you give it to me?" Shun asked, holding the phone with one hand and resting her chin on the other while lying on the bed. "Tomorrow? Or after we return to school?" Gu Qinghe sighed heavily, sounding defeated. "I really upset my dad this time, and with my brother adding fuel to the fire, I've been talking nonstop today, but they still won't let me go out. Tomorrow is out of the question. I probably won't be able to sneak out during this Mid-Autumn festival. I guess I'll only see you after the festival when school starts." Shun smiled helplessly, playing with the corner of her phone strap while looking at the swaying USB drive, trying to comfort her friend. Gu Qinghe's mood changed quickly, and soon she brought up another topic. "I heard my brother say Jiang Jinnian is back?" Shun relaxed her elbow and rested her chin on her arm, lazily responding with a coming from a wealthy family. Gu Qinghe was aware of the relationship between her brother and Jiang Jinnian, as well as the engagement between the Jiang and Shun families. Shun Nanji thought she was just casually asking about Jiang Jinnian, but after a brief pause, Gu Qinghe suddenly said, "Nanji, I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" Shun Nanji asked, curious about the rustling sounds on the other end. Before she could inquire further, her mischievous friend said, "The Jiang family isn't just Jiang Tingxu. Since he doesn't want to accept the engagement between the Jiang and Shin families, why not try with Jiang Jinnian?" Shun Nanji felt a loud buzz in her head. She stared at her phone screen and gritted her teeth, forcing out a few words. "Gu Qinghe, has your dad made you lose your mind? What a ridiculous idea." Her relationship with Jiang Jinnian was as distant as that of strangers. Over the past 10 years, their shared memories were few and far between. Moreover, Jiang Jinnian's cold and distant personality made him hard to approach. She felt awkward just being around him. What was there to try? On the other end of the phone, there was a reasonable voice. "Gigi, don't rush to argue. Just think about it calmly. Isn't Jiang Jinnian better than?" Shun Nanji quickly interrupted. "Don't come up with silly ideas, miss. You should keep listening to your dad. I have things to do, so I'll hang up now." She ended the call and rubbed her temples, which were racing from Gu Qinghe's words. Just as she started to feel better, there was a gentle knock at the door. Shun Nanji put down her phone and went to open the door. Uncle Li was standing outside with a late-night snack. Seeing her, he smiled kindly. "Miss Gigi, Mr. Jiang is worried you might be hungry, so he had the kitchen prepare some snacks and fruit. Do you think these snacks are to my taste?" Looking at the fruit platter Uncle Li was holding, Shun Nanji paused for a moment, then stepped aside to let him in and said softly, "Thank you, Uncle Li. Please also thank my brother for me." Uncle Li placed the items down and smiled as he headed out. Before he left, Shun Nanji remembered something and added, "My brother just returned from abroad and probably hasn't had dinner yet. Uncle Li, could you please ask the kitchen to prepare a meal for him?" The housekeeper replied, "Dinner is already prepared, but Mr. Jiang is in a meeting. I'll have someone take it to him later. Miss Gigi, you should rest. If you need anything, just call for me." The old villa was large, and most of the staff were in the servant quarters at the back. With only her and Jiang Jinnian in the entire house, it felt especially quiet. Although she was quite tired, it was only a little past 8. Shun Nanji lay in bed for a while but couldn't fall asleep. She got up and took her notebook to the sofa. Logging into her account, she began to wrap up the project she had been working on. Time passed slowly. By the time Shun Nanji finished, she glanced at the time in the lower right corner of her notebook and saw it was already past 10. Fatigue and sleepiness hit her all at once as she typed the last word. Shun Nanji tossed her computer aside, grabbed her phone, and unlocked it to check the message Gu Qinghe had sent her earlier. After staring at the computer screen for over 2 hours, her eyes felt strained and her mouth dry. As she scrolled through her messages, she walked out to get a glass of water. It was 10:18. It was getting late. Although Jiang Jinnian's room was far from hers, it was still on the 3rd floor. Not wanting to disturb his rest, Shun Nanji didn't turn on the main light in the hallway. Instead, she followed the dim light from the wall lamps, recalling the way to the stairs. After she finished her tasks, Gu Qinghe, who was bored at home, started bombarding the chat with messages, sending a mix of emojis and audio clips. Shun Nanji ignored her annoying rabbit emojis, occasionally glancing at the pictures she sent, and then replied in the message box. When people are tired and sleepy, their reactions are much slower than usual. Not to mention that most of Shun Nanji's attention was on her phone. As she typed on the screen, she didn't notice Jiang Jinnian coming up from the 1st floor. Just as she stepped down, she accidentally bumped into him. Her phone slipped from her grasp and fell. Suddenly, Shun Nanji's tired mind became clear. She stepped back to create distance from Jiang Jinnian while trying to catch her phone. There were steps behind her, and stepping back carelessly could easily lead to a fall. Jiang Jinnian noticed her movement and, before she stumbled on the steps, placed his hand on her lower back to steady her. Her light white phone hit the railing of the spiral staircase with a clang, but was just caught by Shun before it fell to the second floor. Shun palms were sweaty, and her breathing was a bit uneven. She awkwardly stepped back from Jiang Jinnian, trying to calm her trembling eyelashes, and quickly took 2 steps back, thanking him as he looked at her. "Thank you, big brother." Jiang Jinnian withdrew his hand, his expression unchanged. "Try not to look at your phone while going downstairs. Be careful not to fall." After bumping into him, the cool scent of his cologne lingered in her nose, making her feel like she could still smell him, cold and crisp. She held her breath, not arguing, and simply nodded. To break the awkwardness, Shun swallowed and asked, "Did you just finish your work, big brother?" "Yeah," he replied. "I had a meeting that took longer than expected." "Why aren't you asleep yet?" he asked her. Shun replied, "I was about to sleep, just going to get a glass of water." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinnian didn't go upstairs. Instead, he led her downstairs. The crystal lights at the staircase and in the hall were turned on one by one. The bright light chased away the darkness. At the bar, Jiang Jinnian personally poured water into a cup, as if taking care of a child. Shun gaze fell on his hands. The sleeves of his shirt were casually rolled up, revealing a section of his pale wrist. His muscles were well-defined, and a slight grip would show his strength. After pouring the water, Jiang Jinnian turned and handed it to Shun who was following behind him. "It's warm, just right for drinking." Shun took the cup and said, "Thank you, brother." Jiang Jinnian leaned against the bar behind her, not in a hurry to leave, watching her drink the water sip by sip. "Do you want more?" Shun shook her head. Jiang Jinnian took the cup back, his movements casual and ordinary. "Go to sleep. Call me if you need anything." "You should sleep early too, brother." Jiang Jinnian's throat moved slightly as he responded softly, watching her quickly go upstairs step by step. The next morning, Jiang father and Jiang mother returned from the airport. However, their expressions were not good, especially Jiang mother, whose face showed anger. Jiang father tried to comfort her with kind words, but no matter how he tried, it couldn't compare to Jiang Tingxu going missing since last night and not answering calls. "This is all your fault," Jiang mother said angrily, walking quickly toward the hall and directing her frustration at Jiang father. "That rebellious boy has been out of control for 2 years. It's one thing to ignore the family business, but now he even dares to mess with the marriage agreement." Jiang father felt frustrated, but didn't dare to speak up. Seeing his wife genuinely upset, he could only try to calm her down. "Getting angry is not good for your health, dear. Please try to relax." "What good is that?" Jiang mother became more upset as she thought about it, finding Jiang father increasingly unsatisfactory. "That boy just leaves without a word, leaving us with this mess. How do we explain this to Nanji?" And then there was the marriage agreement. Jiang mother was not only angry but also worried that the marriage agreement between the two families would be ruined. Deep down, she disagreed with canceling the engagement. First, she had watched Shun grow up, treating her like a daughter and a future daughter-in-law. Since the children were young, she had paved the way for their future, so how could she bear to send the girl she raised to another family? Second, the marriage agreement between the Jiang and Shun families had been established for nearly 20 years. Not to mention the deep ties between the two families, if the engagement were to be cancelled just because of Jiang Tingxu's rebellion, the Jiang family would not be able to explain it to the Shun family, nor to Nanji's parents. As Jiang Jinnian came down from upstairs, Jiang father and Jiang mother happened to step into the hall. Seeing them, Jiang Jinnian first called out, "Mom, Dad." Jiang father, worried about how to calm his wife, felt relieved to see his son. He gave Jiang Jinnian a look, asking him to say a few comforting words. Jiang mother's anger subsided a bit as she sat on the sofa, glancing upstairs. Her voice lowered significantly as she asked Jiang Jinnian, "Has Nanji woken up yet?" Jiang Jinnian sat on a single sofa across from them, picked up 2 teacups, and poured water for them. "She should still be asleep." Mother Jiang sighed as she took the teacup from her son and looked at her eldest son, who had always been calm and responsible, never causing her much worry. Jinnian, have you heard about Nanji and Tingxu? Jiang Jinnian glanced at his father sitting next to his mother. I just got back last night and asked about Nanji, but she wouldn't say anything. Mother Jiang sighed again. Ji is considerate and doesn't want to embarrass either family. She moved out of the old house last year and now lives alone in an apartment near the school. Jiang Jinnian rubbed the teacup, his eyelids half closed. Without asking anything else, he inquired, "What do you and Dad think about the marriage agreement between the two families?" Mother Jiang's frustration rose again. The marriage agreement cannot be changed, but that boy Jiang Tingxu has gone completely off the grid, no messages, no calls, acting like he's disappeared. Jiang Jinnian listened as his parents talked about what had happened during the 2 years he was away. Half an hour later, Zhoulin came in with a document from Corporation. Jiang Jinnian took Zhoulin to the study on the 3rd floor. After signing the document and handing it back to Zhoulin, he asked about Jiang Tingxu. "Where is Tingxu? Have you found him?" Zhoulin took the document and quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Jiang. We found him. The second young master took an 8 p.m. flight to Nan City last night and is currently at the Hurried Hotel." Jiang Jinnian didn't ask anything else and gave Zhoulin a couple of instructions about the company before letting him leave. After Zhoulin left, Jiang Jinnian sat still in his office chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his dark gaze fixed on his phone screen, which was off. After a moment, he picked up his phone, unlocked it, and opened his contacts. He scrolled down to find Jiang Tingxu's backup number and dialed it. The phone rang several times. Just as it was about to hang up automatically, someone answered. "Brother." Jiang Jinnian raised his eyelids slightly, resting his wrist casually on the table. His tone was not accusatory. He simply asked, "Why didn't you reply to Mom and Dad's messages?" On the other end, Jiang Tingxu paused for a moment before saying, "My phone died yesterday, so I didn't see them." "Brother, are you back in Huaihai City?" "I came back yesterday." Jiang Jinnian asked him, "Are you coming back for the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Jiang Tingxu hesitated slightly before answering, "I'm handling some matters in Nan City, so I probably won't return." Jiang Jinnian didn't push him further and said, "Nanji is at home. Do you know?" This time, Jiang Tingxu sounded a bit indifferent, as if he didn't care much. "That's where she grew up. It's not surprising she's back." Jiang Jinnian decided to be straightforward and got to the point. "The engagement has been brought up 3 or 4 times this past year. Tingxu, I will ask you one last time. Do you want the engagement between the Jiang and Shin families or not?" This time, there was a long silence on the line. Only the faint sound of the wind could be heard. In the luxurious suite of the Hurried Hotel in Nan City, Jiang Tingxu leaned against the balcony railing, unconsciously tightening his grip on the phone. He lowered his gaze, his mind racing with images of Shin Nanji, who remained calm and emotionless in the presence of any other man. She accepted him as her fiancé and drew closer to him. Yet, she also accepted his reluctance to fulfill the engagement and slowly distanced herself from him. Jiang Tingxu's other hand, hanging by his side, tightened into a fist. In his indifferent eyes, he heard himself say, "I don't want it." Perhaps it was the recent obsession with his research. Last night, he was surrounded by endless data in his dreams. Shen Nanji lay in bed, opening her eyes, but unwilling to get up. Her head felt heavy, and she lingered in bed for a long time before slowly getting up to wash up. After getting ready and leaving her room, she reached the staircase and saw Zhang's mother on the sofa in the hall, looking displeased while scolding someone on the phone. Without needing to guess, Shun Nanji knew who was on the other end. Over the past 2 years, this situation had happened many times. She had rushed to move out and rarely returned to Zhang's house except on important occasions to avoid such encounters. After Zhang's mother finished her call and a few minutes passed, Shen Nanji finally went downstairs. From the 3rd floor, she could only see Zhang's mother on the outer sofa and heard Zhang's father was also present. She was surprised to see Jiang Jinnian still at home, even though it was already past 9. As she came down, Zhang's father, mother, and Jiang Jinnian, who was sitting alone on a single sofa, all looked over at her. Acting as if she hadn't heard anything, she smiled sweetly and greeted them one by one. Upon seeing Shen Nanji, Jiang's mother's anger, stirred by Jiang Tingxu, faded significantly. She smiled at Shen Nanji and waved her over, just like she had done for many years. "Nanji, you're awake? Come over here, dear." Shen Nanji smiled and walked over, sitting beside Jiang's mother, just like when she was younger. Jiang's mother genuinely liked Shen Nanji. As she would say, who wouldn't love their own child? She raised the child by herself, treating her like her own daughter, and their bond is unbreakable. In the past 2 years, Shen Nanji and Jiang Tingxu have grown further apart, causing Jiang's mother to feel both anxious and heartbroken. She worries that Shen Nanji cannot reach Jiang Tingxu, who is a difficult young man. She feels sad that Shen Nanji hasn't come home much in the last 2 years. In the past 6 months, she has called her many times, but each time, the girl says she is too busy with her studies to come home. Jiang's mother holds Shen Nanji's hand and looks at her closely. After a few seconds, she pats her hand and sighs, "You've lost weight again." Jiang's mother is filled with concern. "Gigi, no matter how busy you are with school, you should come home more often. You live alone in an apartment and no one is taking care of you. How can I not worry?" Shen Nanji smiles slightly and responds to Jiang's mother's words. After chatting about everyday things, Shen Nanji senses the atmosphere and softly brings up the topic of the engagement between their families. "Uncle and aunt, today is a good opportunity to discuss the engagement. I want to." As soon as she mentions engagement, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the hall feels suddenly tense. Jiang's mother frowns slightly and grips Shen Nanji's hand a bit tighter. She has already guessed what Shen Nanji wants to say. Although Shen Nanji hasn't come home in the past 6 months, she has hinted several times during their phone calls about wanting to break the engagement, but Jiang's mother has always postponed the discussion, saying they should wait until everyone is together to talk about it. This morning, when she returned from the airport and couldn't reach Jiang Tingxu by phone, her frustration grew because she anticipated that without his cooperation, the engagement would be hard to maintain. Shen Nanji understands Jiang's mother's intentions and knows she wants her to stay. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced, especially when it comes to a lifelong marriage. The Jiang and Shun families have been close for decades, especially the deep friendship between her parents and the Jiang family. After her parents passed away, the Jiang family treated her like their own daughter. To ruin decades of friendship for a forced marriage is not worth it. Marriage cannot be forced. "I think the engagement between our families should be." Jiang Jinnian, who had been silent, suddenly looks at Shen Nanji and interrupts her. For 20 years, the Jiang and Shun families have been inseparable. Abruptly breaking the engagement would be significant to both families. Shen Nanji pauses, instinctively looking across at him. She had considered that Jiang's parents might object, but she never thought Jiang Jinnian would also intervene. And also, facing her gaze, Jiang Jinnian remained still, silently rubbing the teacup with his fingers, and added, "The engagement was agreed upon by both families. If the marriage is truly cancelled, the Jiang family won't be able to explain it to Uncle Shun and Aunt Shun." Jiang's parents were somewhat surprised. Jiang Jinnian had been abroad for a long time and rarely returned, showing little interest in Jiang Tingxu and Shen Nanji's matters. They did not expect him to intervene at this moment. However, regardless of the reason, the outcome was the same. Their intention was to keep the engagement. Jiang's mother, not thinking too much, followed Jiang Jinnian's words and said to Shen Nanji, "Yes, Gigi, there's no rush. We'll wait for Tingxu to come back, and I'll have a good talk with him, Mom." Jiang Jinnian shifted his gaze from Shen Nanji to his mother. "I have a suggestion. Tingxu resists the family marriage, and pushing him won't help. How about I marry Nanji instead?" Although Jiang Jinnian spoke slowly, those 2 sentences hit Jiang's parents like a sudden thunderclap, leaving them stunned for a while. The entire hall fell into a heavy silence. Shen Nanji, seemingly in disbelief, looked at Jiang Jinnian across from her, but he maintained his usual calm demeanor, meeting her gaze as if what he just said was the most ordinary conversation. Shin Nanji was so shocked by Jiang Jinnian's words that she took a long time to regain her composure. She stayed in her room until around 1 or 2 in the afternoon before finally opening the door. She intended to leave the Jiang house for some fresh air. However, as soon as she stepped into the hall, she spotted a tall figure by the four-season begonia in the courtyard. Seeing her, Jiang Jinnian turned slightly. His long fingers extinguished a cigarette. His gaze swept over her and in a calm voice, he asked, "Are you going out?" Shun Nanji paused, standing still, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her phone. "It's a rare holiday, and I wanted to go out for a bit."
Well.
She deliberately avoided Jiang Jinnian's intense gaze, but his suggestion about their marriage kept echoing in her mind. Shun Nanji's eyelashes fluttered, and her grip on the phone turned slightly white. "About the engagement, brother." "I'm not your brother," he suddenly interjected. Shun Nanji froze and looked at him. Hearing him speak in a calm and steady tone, he said, "Nanji, your last name is Shen and mine is Jiang. I have never been your brother. When you called me big brother, it was because of Tingxu's identity. Now that the marriage agreement between our families falls on us, you no longer need to call me that because of him." The words are clear, and the reasoning is correct. Jiang Jinnian is Jiang Tingxu's older brother. Since she was young, she called Jiang Jinnian brother, out of respect for living in the Jiang family and because of Jiang Tingxu's identity. Now that she has severed ties with Jiang Tingxu, she naturally does not need to call him brother anymore. However, when Jiang Jinnian says this, it carries an unspoken authority. The pressure from someone who has long held a position of power is palpable, even if Jiang Jinnian tries to tone it down in front of her. For Shun Nanji, who is still under 20, it feels overwhelming. The gap between her and Jiang Jinnian is more than just 7 years in age. Just like now, she has not yet officially left school, while he has already become a feared and respected decision-maker in the ruthless business world.
Nanji.
Shun Nanji's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Jiang Jinnian's voice. "I know it's hard for you to accept this right now, but I want to tell you one thing. The marriage agreement between the Jiang and Shun families is a family agreement, not just between two individuals." Shun Nanji understood what Jiang Jinnian meant. Family marriages have always been about the families involved, not specifically about two people who cannot be changed. Just like the marriage agreement between the Jiang and Shun families, according to the customs of high society, this arrangement made at birth would prioritize her and Jiang Jinnian. However, Jiang Jinnian has been abroad for many years, and she and Jiang Jinnian have had little interaction. The age difference does not favor her as it does with Jiang Tingxu, and since she grew up with Jiang Tingxu, people naturally assumed the marriage agreement would be between her and Jiang Tingxu. At the glass window of the study on the second floor, Jiang's father and mother watched the two below without speaking. It wasn't until Shun Nanji walked past the seasonal begonia and left the villa under Jiang Jinnian's gaze that Jiang's father finally asked, "Madam, what do you think about the marriage Jiang Yan mentioned?" Jiang's mother frowned and was momentarily silent. Jiang's father patted her shoulder and said, "I'll go talk to our son for a bit." Jiang's mother nodded. In the past 3 years, Jiang Jinnian has built the YAR Group abroad by himself. With his return to the country, the headquarters of YAR Group will also move to the domestic market and merge with the Tian Sheng Group headquarters. Jiang's father is someone who eagerly awaits retirement. Ever since Jiang Jinnian joined the company, he stepped back early and only holds a nominal title on the board. He no longer worries about the company's affairs, whether at the headquarters of Tiancheng Group or its branches. As for Jiang Tingxu, he hasn't even entered the company building, acting as if there were ghosts inside that would bring misfortune. The workload at both domestic and international headquarters is already heavy, and with the recent changes at our group's headquarters, Jiang Jinnian's phone has been ringing nonstop day and night. He didn't stay long downstairs. After receiving a call from Zhou Lin, he quickly went to the study on the 3rd floor. Just as he opened his emails and was about to reply, his father knocked on the door. "Jinnian, are you busy?"
"Not busy."
He closed the email. "Dad, please come in." Jiang Feng entered, holding a bottle of wine, clearly ready for a long chat. Jiang Jinnian understood and walked over, asking first, Are you here to ask about my engagement? Jiang Feng cheerfully poured the wine. I intended to ask, but since we haven't seen each other for 2 years since you went abroad, I thought I'd take this chance to have a drink with you. As he spoke, he handed over a glass of wine. Jiang Jinnian took it and sat across from Jiang Feng. The first question was about how long he would be staying. How many days can you stay this time? Jiang Jinnian casually swirled the wine in his glass, the light reflecting off the edges, highlighting his long fingers. The eat at our headquarters has moved to Huaihai City. If nothing unexpected happens, I won't be leaving again. Jiang Feng was pleased to hear this. The Jiang family's influence is already unshakable, and during Jiang Jinnian's years abroad, he had developed a strong market overseas. Jiang Feng and his wife both hope for their son to return to Huaihai so the family can be together. After asking a few questions about the recent developments at our group and Tiancheng headquarters, Jiang Feng shifted the topic to the engagement. Are you serious about marrying Zexy? Serious. Jiang Jinnian's brow furrowed slightly, his eyelids half closed as if he were staring into the glass of clear liquid, pondering. It wasn't until Jiang Feng asked the next question that he lifted his gaze to meet his father's. With his lips slightly parted, he countered, "But what do you and Mom think? Are you opposed?" Jiang Feng had been in Jiang Jinnian's study for a long time. By the time he came out, it was almost dusk. Shun was unaware of what had happened at the Jiang family home that afternoon. When she returned, it was already dark. The butler and others were no longer in the hall. Shun quickly walked to the staircase, not turning on the lights, and made her way upstairs in the dark. Just as she reached the 3rd floor, before she could step onto the last stair, she saw Jiang Jinnian standing by the window with a glass in hand. He noticed her before she saw him. When she looked over, he had already turned his head to her. Just got back? The 3rd floor hallway split into 2 sides at the staircase. Jiang Jinnian's bedroom was the 3rd room on the left, while hers was at the far end on the right. However, Jiang Jinnian was currently standing in the right side of the hallway, which was the path to her bedroom. Shun stepped up the stairs and walked a few steps forward before stopping. Years of being cautious around Jiang Jinnian made her instinctively answer his question. There were a lot of fireworks at the Liangjiang Bridge, so I watched for a while. Jiang Jinnian didn't drink from the glass in his hand. But the night breeze blew in through the window behind him, and as it brushed past Shun she caught a faint scent of alcohol. His gaze remained fixed on her. Have you eaten? Shun nodded, looking just as obedient as she had the day before, yet still distant.
Eve eaten.
After she spoke, the atmosphere fell into silence. Shun didn't know how to handle their engagement or how to interact with Jiang Jinnian. She instinctively wanted to avoid him like before. She bit her lip, searching for an excuse to return to her room. I'm a bit tired, so I'll head back to my room. As she said this, she took a few steps forward. But just as she was about to pass by Jiang Jinnian, he suddenly grasped her wrist. Shun stiffened. His grip on her wrist wasn't tight, but it was just enough to prevent her from pulling away. Are you avoiding me? Shun instinctively denied it. I'm not. Jiang Jinnian never pressured her about her matters, but today felt different. Her thoughts were as transparent to him as paper. As soon as she denied it, he asked, Really? You weren't planning to leave tomorrow? Jiang Jinnian thought that if it weren't for the countless research results still at the old house, she probably wouldn't have returned tonight. She was like an ostrich, clearly trying to escape, and it showed on her face. Shun tightened her fingers and instinctively struggled a bit, but she couldn't break free from his grip. She stopped moving and decided not to try anymore. After thinking for a moment, she said, I'm not hiding. There's something at school tomorrow, so I need to go back early. Jiang Jinnian didn't let go of her. His dark gaze fixed on her. With a slight smile, he spoke slowly. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. You're going back early? Shun felt a bit guilty under his gaze. She quietly looked away and nodded. I'm taking a double major, so I have more classes than others. Jiang Jinnian looked at her for a few moments. He didn't push her further, loosening his grip and allowing her delicate wrist to pull away quickly. The next morning, before 7, Shun quietly left the Jiang family villa with her laptop. Jiang Jinnian stood at the top of the stairs, watching her leave without looking back. Zhou Lin, the assistant, came to confirm the online meeting for the day. However, as soon as he arrived at the villa, he saw this scene before he could say anything. He discreetly glanced at his boss's expression, hiding his embarrassment, and cleared his throat softly. He quietly asked Jiang Jinnian, "Do you want me to stop, Miss Shun?" Jiang Jinnian remained silent at the staircase until her figure completely disappeared from view. "No need," he said, retracting his gaze and turning to head to his study. "Let's start the meeting." To avoid an arranged marriage, Jiang Tingxu stayed in Nanshi for 3 whole days. On the last day of the mid-autumn holiday, a few close friends came to visit. Seeing the scattered bottles on the coffee table and the strong smell of alcohol in the room, Feng Zilin and the others frowned. "What's going on?" "It's the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family gatherings, and you're here drinking alone?" Feng Zilin glanced at Jiang Tingxu, who was silent on the sofa. He nudged the closest person, Feng Zimo, signaling him to open the curtains and windows to air out the room. Then, Feng Zilin called the hotel's internal line to have some tea sent over. Jiang Tingxu wasn't drunk. He just had a bit too much to drink and felt a throbbing in his temples. He pressed on his forehead, set down his glass, and looked at his friends who had come all the way from Huaihai City. "What brings you here?" Feng Zilin, sitting comfortably on the leather sofa with his legs crossed, scrutinized Jiang Tingxu, who seemed to have changed drastically in the past 6 months. "Your mother called me," I said. "Jiang Tingxu, are you serious this time?" "Serious about what?" Jiang Tingxu's voice was as laid back as ever. Feng Zilin clicked his tongue. "What else could it be?" "It's a marriage contract. I just want to ask you, are you really going to refuse the marriage with the Shun family?" Jiang Tingxu smirked slightly, his expression a mix of amusement and indifference. "There's no feelings involved, so why can't I refuse?" Feng Zilin didn't believe it. Growing up together doesn't count as feelings? Jiang Tingxu crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa. "Just because we grew up together, does that mean it has to be romantic? I've heard her call me brother for so many years. Does that mean I really see her as a sister?" Feng Zilin was momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, Feng Zimo, who had been silent, chimed in. "Tingxu, don't say I didn't warn you. The Jiang family doesn't have just one option for marriage. Everyone knows about the Jiang and Shun family contract. It's a union between 2 families, and it was never specifically assigned to anyone. It's just that you and Nanji are of similar ages, so everyone assumes you two are the best match. But if you insist on rejecting the marriage if your brother decides to marry Nanji, that wouldn't be surprising. Just don't regret it later." Jiang Tingxu's expression momentarily turned serious. But soon, he shrugged it off with a smile. "What's there to regret? If my brother is willing to accept this marriage, wouldn't that be a happy outcome for everyone? The union between the 2 families could proceed normally, and he could finally escape his mother's constant pressure for marriage." However, his brother rarely returned home and had a distant relationship with Nanji. Moreover, his brother was cold by nature and never showed interest in women. Over the past few years, he had turned down all the marriage arrangements made by the family, let alone this one between the Jiang and Shun families. Feng Zimo, however, had a different perspective. As the youngest in his family, he usually spent most of his time socializing with other young elites. He knew very little about the true head of the Jiang family, who spent most of his time abroad and only appeared occasionally in financial magazines. But his brother Feng Lin had taken over the family business years ago and had close cooperation with Jiang Jinnian's Group and Tiancheng headquarters. Yesterday, he heard from his brother that Group was relocating back to the country. If the headquarters of Group was moving back, it was likely that Jiang Jinnian wouldn't be going abroad as often. If Jiang Tingxu remained adamant about rejecting the marriage with the Shun family, then given Jiang Jinnian's disciplined nature, he might still agree to the marriage for the greater good. After leaving the Jiang family's old house, Shun stayed in her small apartment like a quail for 2 whole days. During this time, even Jiang's mother worried that she wasn't taking care of herself and called Butler Lee to bring her some things, but Shun refused, saying she was busy with school. Lying in her apartment and turning her schedule upside down for 2 days and nights, on the first day back to school after the holiday, Shenanji took Gu Qinghe's USB drive and left for Huaihai University right on time. Affected by the sudden change in her engagement, Shenanji was somewhat distracted throughout the entire class. Fortunately, during the summer vacation, to keep herself busy and avoid going back to the Jiang family, she had already completed all the coursework for this class in advance. So, even if she didn't pay attention now, it didn't matter much. Sitting next to her was Gu Qinghe, who had been cooped up at home for 3 days and was unaware of what had happened during the Mid-Autumn Festival. She thought Shenanji was distracted because of Jiang Tingxu. During a short break, Gu Qinghe leaned over to Shenanji and patted her chest, saying boldly, "Gigi, if you're feeling down, just say it. Don't keep it to yourself. I can help you." Shenanji didn't catch on right away and turned to ask her, "What?" Gu Qinghe glanced at her with a look that said, "You think you can hide this from me? I already know. It's about Jiang Tingxu," she whispered, sounding indignant. "I never thought being obedient was a flaw, but to him, it seems boring." Finally, Shenanji understood that Gu Qinghe had heard what Jiang Tingxu said that night at Sheng Ye. Shenanji didn't feel much about it. What worried her wasn't this matter. Just as she was about to explain, she saw Gu Qinghe leaning in mysteriously, scanning her with her eyes and saying in a low voice, "Listen, Gigi, change your clothes tonight. I'll take you to a bar. Forget about being obedient. If you meet more people, you won't let Jiang Tingxu affect your mood anymore." Shenanji looked at her with a sigh. She pushed her away, saying, "Have you forgotten the lesson from being locked up for 3 days?" On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Gu Qinghe had gone to Sheng Ye to rebel against her family's arranged marriage and was caught by her brother, Gu Wenchuan, and was locked up for 3 days. Mentioning this, Gu Qinghe gritted her teeth in frustration but replied nonchalantly and defiantly, "There are so many bars in Huaihai City. We can just avoid Sheng Ye, where my brother usually goes." "Hey, Gigi, do you want to go have some fun?" Shenanji looked away and casually flipped through the PPT on her laptop. "Stop it. I really worry you'll get in trouble again." Seeing she wasn't interested, Gu Qinghe dropped the idea. She leaned on the table, rubbing her cheeks while admiring her friend's stunningly beautiful face. After a while of silence, Shenanji glanced over, noticing her friend staring thoughtfully at her. "Gu Qinghe," she waved her hand in front of her. "Are you daydreaming? What are you looking at?" Gu Qinghe grabbed her hand, pulled her closer, and showed her a photo of Jiang Jinnian from a finance channel interview, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she brought up her outrageous idea again. "Gigi, I really think you and Mr. Jiang would be a great match. Look," she pointed at the photo, then back at her friend's face, excitedly saying, "Whether it's looks or figure, don't you think they match perfectly? Listen to me." She leaned in closer to Shenanji, her eyes shining and her smile wide. "If you and Mr. Jiang got together, wow, it would be amazing. Just imagine." Shenanji quickly covered her mouth with one hand and flipped her phone face down on the table with the other. "Seriously, clear your head." Gu Qinghe blinked innocently at Shenanji, pulled her hand away, and whispered back, "I think it's totally possible." She counted on her fingers with Shenanji. "Think about it. You have a marriage agreement with the Jiang family, not with Jiang Tingxu. Why can't you switch partners? And I heard from my brother that Mr. Jiang hasn't had any romantic interests these years. If you accept this marriage agreement with him," Shenanji rubbed her temples, realizing her friend wouldn't stop. She tore open a candy and stuffed it in Gu Qinghe's mouth. "Eat this and stop talking." Chewing on the chocolate candy, Gu Qinghe could only respond with a muffled sound. As the room fell silent, Shenanji continued to edit the PPT. Just a minute later, she heard a slight commotion in the hallway outside. Then, Gu Qinghe, still chewing the candy and resting her chin on her hand while looking out the glass window, made a sound of realization. That must be what Jiang Tingxu means by not well behaved. Shenanji looked up and followed Gu Qinghe's gaze. She immediately spotted Su Wu, the beauty from the art department, being surrounded by assistants and fans as she walked through the corridor. Jiang Tingxu resisted living a controlled life. After graduating, He chose not to join the Sheng Group and ignored the company and business matters. Instead, he boldly invested in the entertainment industry despite his parents' objections and founded Guangying Media Company. Su Wu, the beauty of the art department, was the artist Jiang Tingxu had nurtured over the past 2 years. When Shun Nanji looked outside, Su Wu happened to be looking her way. Dressed in a long red dress with delicate makeup, Su Wu appeared friendly and harmless at first glance. However, when their eyes met, a hint of clear provocation flickered in her gaze. Gu Qinghe particularly disliked this kind of insincerity. She found Su Wu, who thought she was thriving in the entertainment industry thanks to Jiang Tingxu, to be arrogant and oblivious to her true worth. She didn't notice the provocative look Su Wu had given her. She only saw a small star acting superior, which was quite annoying. The group of irrational fans behind her only added to her disdain. A bunch of unruly people, she remarked as Su Wu left the corridor, taking the commotion with her. Shun Nanji, hearing Gu Qinghe's comment, was pulled back into a memory. Although she wasn't close to Su Wu, this wasn't their first encounter. She first saw Su Wu 2 years ago during a gym class. She had gone to the equipment room to fetch missing supplies for a classmate. Being new to a university and unfamiliar with the North Campus, she mistakenly opened the door to the lounge instead of the equipment room. There was no equipment in the lounge, and as she realized her mistake and was about to leave, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Su Wu at the back of the empty room. Su Wu was leaning against Jiang Tingxu, wearing a half-draped coat, and was about to kiss him. At that time, Shun Nanji hadn't seen Jiang Tingxu for several months. To be precise, she hadn't seen him since the day after her college entrance exams. Their relationship had grown distant since then, and she didn't understand why their long-standing friendship had suddenly changed. So when she witnessed that scene in the lounge, she felt completely frozen. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the heat was intense, but Shun Nanji felt only coldness. The first to notice her was Jiang Tingxu, lazily leaning against the wall. He didn't accept Su Wu's advances or her kiss, but he also didn't push her away. He appeared indifferent, wearing a lazy smile as if he were an outsider. Even when he heard the door open and glanced her way, his expression remained neutral. There was no sign of panic in his eyes, nor any other emotion. He simply looked past Su Wu and quietly observed her. It was only when her lips were about to touch his that he coolly pushed her away. Throughout all this, his gaze was fixed on Shun Nanji at the door. Before that day, she had many questions for him. Why had he been coming home less often? Why was he avoiding her? Why had their relationship grown so cold? But seeing that scene, all her questions vanished. In a panic, she let go of the cold doorknob and turned to run. Just as she moved, Jiang Tingxu called out to her calmly. There was no explanation or argument, just a simple question. Nanji, everyone says that once you turn 20, we will get married. What do you think? Many things didn't need to be said explicitly, like the matter of their arranged marriage. By asking this, Jiang Tingxu made it clear to Shun Nanji that he did not accept the family alliance or the engagement arranged by their elders. After that day, she quickly moved out of the Jiang family home and stopped reaching out to him. Their relationship, from that moment on, was like a kite with a broken string, drifting further and further apart. In the evening, after the last class, Shun Nanji and Gu Qinghe walked along the tree-lined path toward the school gate. As they walked, Gu Qinghe checked her phone and said, "A new restaurant opened next to our school. The food and reviews look good. Since we have no plans today, how about we try it tonight?" Shun Nanji agreed, "Sure." After noting the restaurant's name, Gu Qinghe turned off her phone and linked arms with Shun Nanji as they exited the school gate. "It's still early. Let's stop by a cafe first." On the south side of the school gate, a discreet black Pullman was parked by the road. Despite the tinted windows, it attracted the attention of passers-by. Zhou Lin sat in the driver's seat, intently watching the entrance of Huaihai University, anxious not to miss Miss Nanji. He waited until Gu Qinghe and Shun Nanji came out of the school. Zhou Lin's eyes lit up as he quickly glanced at the rearview mirror. "Mr. Jiang, Miss Shun is coming out." Before he could finish a sentence, he noticed a boy stopping his future wife. Zhou paused, instinctively looking in that direction. Jiang Jinnian pulled his gaze from his notebook and, upon looking up, saw the same scene. Zhou felt he was in trouble. He glanced anxiously at the rearview mirror, silently hoping that the boy who appeared out of nowhere would leave quickly and not bother their future wife. But reality was the opposite. It was still not yet 4:30, and there weren't many people coming out of the school. Gu Qinghe turned to look in the direction of the voice and immediately spotted Qi Zheng jogging over. Turning back to her friend, Gu Qinghe asked Qi Zheng first, "Did you need something from us, senior?" Qi Zheng looked at Shen Nanji with a warm smile. "I need to talk to Nanji about something." He continued, "Professor Lin has assigned us a new project and wants us to handle some preliminary data integration in the next couple of days. Nanji, did you see the group message?" "Sorry, my phone was on silent, so I haven't checked the messages yet." As she spoke, Shen Nanji opened the group chat and saw that Professor Lin had sent a new project half an hour ago. She quickly scanned the materials uploaded to the group, typed a quick reply saying received, and then asked Qi Zheng, "Are we starting the data integration today?" Qi Zheng nodded. "Professor Lin said we should try to finish the integration before tomorrow night. But the data is a bit scattered and I might not be able to explain it all over the phone. I'd like to discuss it with you in person. Are you free later? If you are, we can go to the lab and I won't take up too much of your time." Shen Nanji hesitated before looking at Gu Qinghe. Having known Shen Nanji for many years, Gu Qinghe understood her friend's nature well. With the urgency of the data from Professor Lin, if she asked Shen Nanji to go eat with her first, she would definitely go. But once they returned to the apartment tonight, her friend, who treated the project as a priority, would surely stay up all night. Gu Qinghe didn't want her dear friend to suffer like that. So, without waiting for Shen Nanji and Qi Zheng to speak, Gu Qinghe stepped aside and kindly said, "You two go ahead and get busy. As for dinner, Nanji, let's go tomorrow night instead." After Gu Qinghe left, Shen Nanji and Qi Zheng headed back to the school lab. This time, Professor Lin had sent a brand new project, and to familiarize herself quickly, Shen Nanji listened to Qi Zheng introduce the project while scrolling through the messages in the group. Most of the attention was on the materials, so no one noticed the car that suddenly came out from the side. Luckily, Qi Zheng grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Inside the Pullman car, Zhou, whose prayers had failed, watched helplessly as his future fiancé walked further away with that boy, especially since it was clear the boy was interested in her. His gaze hardly left her, whether walking or talking. Zhou tried to calm his breathing and stiffly looked at the rearview mirror. He cautiously asked, "Mr. Jiang, should we go down and call mission?" Jiang Jinnian narrowed his eyes at the couple walking too closely together, darkness filling his gaze. The way Qi Zheng held Shen Nanji's wrist and pulled her back made Jiang Jinnian's expression even more serious. He didn't respond to Zhou but quietly ordered, "Find out about that person." Zhou was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted, taking out his phone to make a call. After finishing the data work, it was already past 7 when they left the lab. Some floors in the building were still lit, while others were completely dark. Qi Zheng walked down with Shen Nanji, and after leaving the lab, he remembered something and pulled out a USB drive, handing it to her. "This contains some materials I organized earlier that should help with this project. I made a copy. See if it's useful." Shen Nanji glanced at it and took it. "Thank you, senior." The dinner rush had passed, and there weren't many people on campus now. Most of those around were couples taking evening strolls in the dim light. Qi Zheng, with his backpack slung over one shoulder, recalled the day during the Mid-Autumn Festival when the head of the Jiang Group personally drove to pick up Shen Nanji from school. He hesitated for a moment, trying to sound casual, and asked Shen Nanji, "Nanji, I haven't had the chance to ask you. Is Mr. Jiang from the Jiang Group your brother?" After staring at the data for 2 hours, Shen Nanji's eyes were tired. Suddenly hearing Qi Zheng's question, her brows furrowed slightly. After a brief pause, she replied vaguely, "Not my real brother, just someone I've known since childhood." Qi Zheng remembered that 2 years ago, there were rumors on the school forum about her close relationship with Jiang Tingxu. However, those rumors quickly faded away, as if suppressed. Additionally, Shen Nanji was low-key and rarely appeared in public with Jiang Tingxu. To this day, the only attention she received was from those confessing their feelings for her, with no one mentioning the past again. Qizheng was thinking that if Shen Nanji knew the head of the Jiang family and had a close relationship with him, then the rumors about her and Jiang Tingxu from 2 years ago might not just be rumors. Qizheng came from an ordinary background and was unaware of the unspoken matters in high society. However, connecting these dots gave him a rough idea about Shen Nanji's identity. But Shen Nanji had no desire to share her background. Before Qizheng could ask anything else, she calmly changed the subject and quickly left the school to organize data. When she returned to her apartment, it was already dark. Shen Nanji entered the elevator as usual, glancing at the numbers on the display as she counted the floors. When the elevator dinged and the doors opened, she was about to step out when she unexpectedly saw a familiar figure standing at the entrance of her apartment. She froze. "Mr. Jiang?" Hearing her address, Jiang Jinnian extinguished his cigarette, raised his eyelids, and looked at her. Shen Nanji was surprised that Jiang Jinnian had come to her apartment. Before the elevator doors closed, she quickly stepped out and looked up at the man who was watching her. "What brings you here, Mr. Jiang?" His tone was as calm as it had been when they last met a few days ago. "I was worried you might not take care of yourself, so I came to check on you." Then he casually asked, "Do you always come back this late?" Shen Nanji pressed her lips together and explained, "I usually come back early, but there were some things at school today." Jiang Jinnian didn't ask for details. He just gestured to the apartment door. "Open the door, let's talk inside." Shen Nanji unlocked the door with her fingerprint under his gaze. Normally, she was the only one in this apartment. Even Jiang Tingxu rarely visited. After Jiang Jinnian entered, he closed the door behind him. The small space felt even more confined, and Shen Nanji felt a bit uneasy with his sudden arrival. "Mr. Jiang, would you like some water?" she asked, placing her phone on the corner of the table and turning to him. Hearing her refer to him as Mr. Jiang so formally, Jiang Jinnian frowned slightly and reminded her, "Nanji, we're not that distant. Let's change how we address each other." Shen Nanji paused and met Jiang Jinnian's gaze. They were indeed not that distant. Even if their families did not unite, she had grown up in the Jiang family for the past 10 years. "What should I call you?" she asked him. She had called him Big Brother before, but he didn't want her to. "Just call me by my name," he replied. "Have you had dinner?" Jiang Jinnian draped his coat over the arm of the sofa. He seemed more like the owner of this small apartment than she did. Shen Nanji glanced toward the kitchen, feeling a bit conflicted.
Not yet.
She rarely cooked, only doing so occasionally when she felt inspired. Today, there weren't many ingredients in the apartment, and she had planned to order takeout for a simple meal. Now that Jiang Jinnian was here, she couldn't let him eat takeout with her, could she? Just as Shen Nanji was thinking of a solution, Jiang Jinnian interrupted her thoughts. "I ordered food from a private kitchen in South City. I remember you used to like it. Do you still?" Shen Nanji was a bit surprised. Coming back to reality, she nodded, "It's okay." Zhou was quick. After they entered, it took no more than 2 minutes for the food Jiang Jinnian had ordered to arrive at the apartment. Zhou remembered how tense the atmosphere was in the car earlier when his boss had him investigate Qizheng. After delivering the food, the sensible assistant quickly left the apartment to avoid being in the way. Having grown up in the Jiang family, Shen Nanji had spent little time with Jiang Jinnian, but they had shared meals together. Most of those occasions were during family reunions at the end of the year, or at celebrations for Jiang's father, mother, and the family elder. However, this was the first time she and Jiang Jinnian were having dinner alone. Throughout the meal, the atmosphere at the table was rather quiet. After finishing dinner, seeing that Jiang Jinnian had no intention of leaving right away, Shen Nanji brought up the engagement she had been thinking about for the past 2 days. About the engagement. As soon as she said a few words, Jiang Jinnian looked up at her. Under his gaze, Shen Nanji felt a bit nervous. She tightened her grip on her water cup, pretending not to notice his stare, and continued, "I've thought about it again these past 2 days. Maybe we should just cancel it." Jiang Jinnian tapped his fingers on the table, studying her expression. He neither agreed nor disagreed, but instead asked Nanji, Do you dislike me? Shun was taken aback, not expecting him to ask that. She instinctively shook her head, no. Then you must have someone you like, right? Can you tell me who it is? His tone remained gentle and polite, making it easy for others to relax. Shun shook her head again, no, not at all. She was busy all day earning credits and working on projects, and in her free time, she stayed up late studying current financial trends. She had no time for romance. Jiang Jinnian's deep gaze softened a bit as he leaned back in his chair, still looking at her. Then, why do you want to cancel the engagement? Shun found herself at a loss for words. While she pondered her reasons, Jiang Jinnian spoke again, calm and steady, as he always was, in control of everything. Nanji, I've been abroad for many years and have returned home only a few times. We really don't know each other well. He attributed the situation to himself, not mentioning how she had always kept her distance whenever he returned. But if we take the time to get to know each other, we will understand each other better. Also, the engagement was arranged 20 years ago. Uncle Shun and Aunt Shun are very pleased with the marriage between our families. Canceling it abruptly would go against their wishes. Furthermore, he paused slightly, prompting Shun to look over. Meeting her gaze, he pointed to the table and stated his final point. From a practical standpoint, marrying would be beneficial for both the Jiang and Shun families, wouldn't it? Especially for the Shun family and Shun Corporation. It was a win-win situation. 20 years ago, the marriage between the Shun and Jiang families was already a sure thing, and now with the Shun Group's current status, it was even more advantageous. Shun understood the benefits. She knew that Jiang Jinnian fully controlled Sheng Group and had created the leading ER group. Marrying him would undoubtedly be a shortcut to success for the Shun family. She just didn't know how to accept the sudden idea of marrying Jiang Jinnian. It felt like a thunderbolt out of the blue, something she couldn't immediately process. Jiang Jinnian understood her feelings. Everyone had silently assumed she would marry Jiang Tingxu, so it was natural for her to struggle with this sudden change. He gave her time to adjust. Think about the engagement again. Or, he said, looking into her clear eyes, his tone gentle and accommodating. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. Shun looked at Jiang Jinnian, moved her lips, and was about to speak when suddenly, a sharp ringtone broke the silence. She picked up her phone, glanced at the number on the screen, stood up, and said to Jiang Jinnian, "Sorry, Jinnian, I need to take this call." Jiang Jinnian nodded. Shun pressed the answer button and walked toward the balcony. The apartment was small and quiet at night. Although Jiang Jinnian couldn't hear the voice on the other end of the line, he could clearly hear Shun voice. The moment she called out senior, Jiang Jinnian paused, tapping his fingers on the table, and glanced at his watch. It was 8:50 p.m. There were still 10 minutes until 9 p.m. The call from Qizheng didn't last long. After he finished discussing the project, Shun politely ended the conversation and hung up. She walked back, and Jiang Jinnian looked at her and casually asked, "Was it urgent?" "Not really," Shun replied. "It's just about the project. I need to process some data." Jiang Jinnian asked again, "Do you need my help?" Shun shook her head. "No, I can handle it myself." Jiang Jinnian didn't say anything more, stood up, and grabbed his coat to leave. As he passed by her, he looked at the obedient girl in front of him, reached out to ruffle her hair, and reminded her, "Call me if you need anything, or just come to Sheng Group." Shun felt her tense mood relax a bit. She nodded and walked Jiang Jinnian to the door. Just as she was about to press the elevator button, Jiang Jinnian suddenly stopped, and Shun almost bumped into him. She reached out to steady herself against the door and looked up in confusion.
Jinnian?
Jiang Jinnian turned back, his gaze fixed on her apartment's keypad. "What's the password for your apartment?"
Huh.
Shun instinctively replied, 0527. Jiang Jinnian didn't explain why he asked for the password. He simply reminded her to get to bed early before stepping into the elevator and going downstairs. Shun stood at the door, watching the elevator descend for a few seconds before closing the door and going back inside. She didn't do anything else, grabbed her laptop, and headed straight to her study to start processing data. Just as Qi Zheng had said, the preliminary data for this project was scattered but not troublesome. While reviewing the materials on Qi Zheng's USB drive and searching for related literature, she worked until the wall clock showed 2 a.m. Shun Nanji, supporting her heavy head, moved the mouse and clicked the save button. After finishing, she didn't even check her unread messages on her phone and went straight to her bedroom. The next day, when Shun Nanji opened her eyes again, she was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the gap in the curtains that hadn't been fully closed. In the cozy bedroom of her 2-story apartment, Shun Nanji rubbed her eyes and sleepily reached for her phone on the pillow beside her. Glancing at the time, she instinctively prepared to unlock it. Just as her finger was about to touch the screen, she caught sight of a message from Jiang Jinnian that stood out among the unread notifications. Startled, her finger twitched, and the sleepiness vanished instantly. The phone unlocked automatically, and the message popped up in the chat with Jiang Jinnian, which simply read, "Breakfast is downstairs. Remember to come eat." Without thinking, Shun Nanji climbed out of bed and opened the door. When she reached the middle of the stairs and saw the breakfast spread on the table, a wave of confusion washed over her. It took her a few seconds to recall the moment from last night when Jiang Jinnian had asked her for the apartment password before leaving. With no classes in the first period, Shun Nanji went to school at 9. Gu Qinghe hadn't arrived yet. Once at school, Shun Nanji opened the data she had organized the night before to check for any errors. Nearly 20 minutes later, Gu Qinghe walked in carrying a bunch of packed breakfasts. She didn't sit down but stood next to Shun Nanji, looking at her with a complex expression as if they were strangers. Shun Nanji felt a bit puzzled by her gaze. Shifting her attention from the computer, she turned to the young lady in front of her, who was reacting unusually. "What's wrong? Did I change overnight?" Gu Qinghe lightly touched her chin. She pushed 2 portions of breakfast toward Shun Nanji. "Here, this breakfast is from Senior Qi, and he asked me to bring it to you." As she pushed the second portion, she added, "This one is from me." With both portions in front of Shun Nanji, Gu Qinghe crossed her arms and looked at her, as if challenging her to choose. 2 breakfasts, both warm. "Miss Shun, which one will you pick?" Shun Nanji twitched her lips. Looking at the warm breakfasts in front of her, she tilted her head and glanced at her best friend. "Is it the trend to deliver breakfast today?" Gu Qinghe clicked her tongue and sat down. "I saw you were busy with data last night. Knowing your personality, you'd forget to eat when you get caught up in work. I was worried you'd starve, so I brought you breakfast." But she changed her tone. Looking at Shun Nanji with curiosity in her eyes, she asked, "What's the deal with the breakfast from Senior Qi?" Today, as soon as she entered the school, she had run into Qi Zheng, who said nothing but handed her the breakfast to pass on to Shun Nanji. Gu Qinghe rested her chin on her hand, looking at her best friend with a teasing smile, casually joking, "Xiao Zhizhi, did you attract some admirers? What time did you 2 talk until last night?" At the same time, on the top floor of the Tiansheng headquarters building, Jiang Jinnian returned to his office after meeting, with Zhou Lin following closely behind, diligently reporting the upcoming schedule and arrangements. Once Zhou Lin finished, Jiang Jinnian did not comment on the plans but sat behind his desk and asked, "Have you finished checking Qi Zheng's information?" Zhou Lin paused for a moment, quickly regaining his focus. He pulled out a folder from a stack of documents he was holding and respectfully handed it to Jiang Jinnian. "I have completed the research, Mr. Jiang. Here is all the information on Qi Zheng, and I have also contacted the foreign research universities you asked about." Jiang Jinnian took the folder, nodded, and soon dismissed him. Qi Zheng's background was quite simple. His personal information made up only a small part of the file. The majority consisted of the projects and academic papers he had participated in over the years. Jiang Jinnian was not very interested in his student achievements, so he flipped to the last page, found a contact number, and dialed it. The call was answered quickly. After just 2 beeps, someone picked up. "Hello, who is this?" Jiang Jinnian closed the documents in his hand, his voice calm and steady. "Hello, I am Jiang Jinnian." 2 hours later, feeling nervous, Qi Zheng arrived at the Tiansheng headquarters by taxi. Stepping out of the cab, He stood at the base of the towering building filled with power and wealth, his unknown anxiety reaching its peak. He unconsciously glanced down at his cheap shirt and black pants, feeling apprehensive as he walked into the building that, even with all his efforts after graduation, he might never be able to enter. Zhou was already waiting at the front desk. Upon seeing him, he immediately stood up and approached. "Are you Qizheng? Please follow me." Zhou led him to the elevator, taking him to the quiet and solemn office of the president. Zhou knocked on the office door and, after receiving permission, opened it and gestured for Qizheng to enter. Qizheng felt increasingly nervous. He had only seen someone of Jiang Jinnian status from a distance in financial magazines and channels. This was the first time he was personally visiting the Tiansheng headquarters to meet someone from a higher social class than his own. Zhou did not enter. After watching Qizheng go inside, he closed the door and returned to his workstation. Jiang Jinnian put down his pen and looked at the obviously nervous Qizheng across the large desk. His expression showed no emotion, giving off a cool yet seemingly approachable vibe. "Don't be nervous. Please come over. There's something I want to discuss with you." "Yes, Mr. Jiang, please go ahead." Since receiving Jiang Jinnian's call and traveling to Shun Group, Qizheng had been wondering how a regular person like him, who is not from a wealthy background, could be personally invited for a meeting. At this moment, no longer separated by the dim car window or the financial news screen, and now face-to-face with the legendary leader of the Jiang family, a thought suddenly crossed Qizheng's mind. Jiang Jinnian's next words confirmed his suspicion. "I heard that you and Nanji have been getting close lately?" Qizheng curled his fingers slightly. He had anticipated this possibility, so he was not too surprised. He hesitated to respond, but before he could finish, he noticed Jiang Jinnian looking at him, seemingly questioning but actually stating, "You like Nanji, don't you?" Jiang Jinnian's gaze was calm, yet Qizheng felt it was piercing, as if it could easily see into his heart. The denial he had intended to voice was suppressed under Jiang Jinnian's stare, and he eventually nodded in acknowledgement of his feelings. "I do like Nanji. Please give me a chance, Mr. Jiang. I will prove to you that I truly care for her." "Prove?" Jiang Jinnian's lips curled slightly, and he tossed the pen onto the desk, making a sound that was neither loud nor soft. "How do you plan to prove that?" "Nanji is the treasured daughter of the Jiang family. If you want to be with her, what sincerity can you offer?" Jiang Jinnian's words were not aggressive, yet they made Qizheng's face pale. He clenched his fists, and despite his reluctance, he had to admit that there was a social divide between him and Shun Nanji. Just like the insurmountable class gap between him and Jiang Jinnian, some people were born with privileges that he could never attain, no matter how hard he tried. "This is an invitation for a direct doctoral program at a foreign university," Jiang Jinnian said, pushing an envelope across the desk. He succinctly added, "You can choose between studying abroad or pursuing a relationship with Nanji." Qizheng's fingers trembled slightly as he lowered his gaze to the envelope, which bore the name of a foreign university. He is already in his senior year, and pursuing further studies is his most urgent goal. He has researched this foreign university and knows that with his abilities, the chances of being accepted are very slim, let alone being directly admitted for a doctorate. Now, an opportunity is right in front of him. Qizheng looked at the name of the university on the envelope, his hands clenched and relaxed repeatedly. Finally, with trembling hands, he took the envelope. Jiang Jinnian was not surprised by his choice. In fact, it was entirely expected. "Since you've made your choice," he reminded, "I hope you will never appear in front of Nanji again." Qizheng's face was still a bit pale. He tightened his grip on the envelope and promised, "I will keep my word. Please rest assured, Mr.
Jiang."
Soon, the news of Qizheng being accepted to the foreign university spread throughout Huaihai University. Listening to the envious voices, Gu Qinghe was first surprised, then looked curiously at Shin Nanji, who was replying to messages by the window in the corridor. While typing a reply, Shin Nanji casually said to Gu Qinghe, "There must be some insider information, or maybe there's some background we don't know about." Gu Qinghe nodded. "It's not impossible." But she suddenly thought of something. With a smile, She placed her hand on her best friend's shoulder, raising an eyebrow lazily and saying, "Xiaoji, with Senior Qi leaving, your blossoming romance has been cut short." Shin Nanji typed the last word and hit send. She glanced at her. "Come on, stop filling your head with gossip. Your reputation is about to be ruined because of your best friend." At the headquarters of Sheng Group, Zhou Lin welcomed Gu Wenchuan and Feng Lin inside. As soon as they entered, Gu Wenchuan saw Jiang Jinnian signing documents behind the desk. He casually sat on the guest sofa, crossing his legs, and looked at his friend behind the desk with a complaining tone. It really proves that work is more important than brothers. If there's ever a Mrs. Jiang, we might not even be able to enter Sheng Group. Jiang Jinnian handed the documents to Zhou Lin. She pinched her brow and glanced at him and Feng Lin. "Stop joking around and get to the point." Feng Lin, the eldest son of the Feng family, sat on another sofa and chuckled softly. "There's nothing urgent. I just thought since you've been away for 2 years, we should all get together. But it's been hard to find a suitable time." Jiang Jinnian flipped through his schedule for the next 2 days. After a moment, he lightly tapped a corner of the document and said to them, "How about the night after tomorrow? Let's meet at our usual place." Before Feng Lin could respond, Gu Wenchuan quickly opposed. "Why meet the night after tomorrow? We have time tonight, right?" To prevent Jiang Jinnian from refusing, he pointed at Zhou Lin, who was packing up to leave, blocking any escape route. "I asked Assistant Zhou, and you don't have any plans tonight. Why go far when you can meet close?" Jiang Jinnian closed the document, glanced at his watch, and picked up his coat, preparing to leave. "Tonight doesn't work. I need to pick up Nanji." He looked at them and suggested, "How about you all meet tonight and just put it on my tab?" Seeing him getting ready to leave, Gu Wenchuan stood up too. "What's the rush to drink? Who doesn't have a sister?" "My sister is with your sister. Let's go pick them up together." As the two of them walked out, Feng Lin was left stunned. "Hey, what about me?" He grabbed his coat and chased after them, feeling exasperated with his ungrateful friends, especially Gu Wenchuan. They had promised to bring him along to invite Jiang Jinnian out, but before he could even settle in, they were both leaving. He squeezed between them. "It's still early. I'll go with you to pick them up." Gu Wenchuan pushed him aside without hesitation. "We're picking up our sisters. What are you doing tagging along? Go pick up your sister." Feng Lin wanted to curse. He didn't have a sister, just a younger brother who was always hanging around Jiang Tingxu in Nan City. In the end, looking at his two sister-obsessed friends, Feng Lin laughed in frustration and called his troublesome brother in Nan City. After finishing the preliminary data for the project, when Gu Qing he left Huai University, she linked arms with Shun Nanji while checking tomorrow's class schedule. "Tomorrow is Friday and we don't have classes. The weekend is coming and I've finished my lab work. How about we go out tomorrow?" Shun Nanji had no objections. "Sounds good." Gu Qing he put away her phone. So tonight, before she could finish her sentence, a black limited edition Maybach stopped 2 meters away on the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Jinnian's profile, which looked striking even in the dim light. "Nanji." Gu Qinghe was surprised and, still in a daze, did not react when another eye-catching sports car smoothly parked behind Jiang Jinnian's vehicle. With a short honk, Gu Wenchuan leaned out and called for his sister. "Qinghe, I'm here." Gu Qinghe responded with a puzzled expression, walking towards the silver-gray sports car. She looked through the window and asked, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Gu Wenchuan felt like knocking her on the head. "What else would I be doing besides picking you up?"
Gu Qinghe was taken aback.
In her memory, her brother had rarely come to pick her up. He had more often dragged her home from the bar after scolding her. Seeing that Nanji had already gotten into the car, Gu Wenchuan grew impatient with his rebellious sister, who was still staring at him suspiciously. He tapped the steering wheel and said, "Are you getting in or not?" Jiang Jinnian has already left. Gu Qinghe finally opened the door and got in. Once she buckled her seatbelt, the carefree Gu Wenchuan smoothly changed lanes and overtook Jiang Jinnian's car. Gu Qinghe felt dizzy from the sudden movement. After the dizziness passed, she grabbed her seatbelt and glanced at her calm friend and Mr. Jiang in the rear-view mirror. Turning to her brother, she said with a hint of exasperation, "Look at Mr. Jiang. He's so composed." Gu Wenchuan scoffed and shot a sideways glance at his critical sister. "Look at Nanji. She's obedient." Gu Qinghe fell silent, feeling defeated. Not long after they got in the back of the Maybach, Jiang's mother called. Jiang Jinnian glanced at the caller ID, pressed the answer button, and held the phone to his ear.
Mom.
"Jinnian, did you pick up Gigi?" Jiang Jinnian, holding the steering wheel with one hand, looked at the girl in the passenger seat who was on her phone and replied, "I did." Without pausing, he handed the phone to Shin Nanji, his tone and actions completely natural. "Mom's on the phone." His natural demeanor surprised Shin Nanji. Jiang's mother's gentle voice came through the speaker. Shin Nanji took the phone and held it to her ear. "Auntie." On the other end, Jiang's mother spoke with a smile. "Gigi, where are you? How long until you get home?" Shin Nanji checked the current traffic conditions. It was just getting dark, and there were many cars on the road. Although it wasn't a traffic jam, it was hard to drive fast. "Aunt, it will take about half an hour more." On the other end of the line, Jiang's mother spoke kindly. "Don't rush. Take your time. I will be waiting for you at home." Shin Nanji replied positively. After hanging up, Shin Nanji handed the phone back to Jiang Jinnian, who took it naturally, as if this scene was perfectly normal. The Gu family and Jiang family were in opposite directions. At the third intersection, Gu Wenchuan signaled and turned toward another direction. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Jiang family's villa area. Jiang Jinnian and Shin Nanji entered the courtyard one after the other. Jiang's mother was sitting on the sofa in the living room, reading a magazine. Seeing them return, she closed the magazine and tossed it aside, getting up to greet them. "You're back? The seafood feast is ready. We have fresh seafood flown in today. Come on, wash your hands and eat." Jiang Jinnian took off his coat, and Uncle Li stepped forward to take it. The dining table was filled with various seafood. After the servants set the dishes, they quietly left the living room. Jiang's mother pulled Shin Nanji to sit beside her and personally served her a bowl of crab porridge. "Gigi, I made this porridge myself. Try it and see if you like it." Shin Nanji smiled as she took it, her voice soft. "Thank you, Aunt." Jiang Jinnian sat on the other side of Shin Nanji. She had just taken a small spoonful of porridge when 2 peeled shrimp appeared on her plate. Shin Nanji looked at where the shrimp came from, and Jiang Jinnian looked calm, with a small shadow cast on his eyelids by the overhead light. Seeing her look over, he asked, "What kind of crab do you like? I can peel it for you." Although Jiang's father and mother didn't speak, they exchanged glances, taking in the scene. By the time they finished the seafood dinner, it was already late. Jiang's father asked Uncle Li to bring some wine and sat on the sofa chatting with Jiang Jinnian about company matters. After finishing her juice, Shin Nanji was pulled upstairs by Jiang's mother to look at some jade stones displayed at an auction in 2 days. After selecting the jade stones and chatting with Jiang's mother for a while, it was almost 9 o'clock. When Shin Nanji returned to her bedroom on the 3rd floor, she thought about checking Weibo. Just as she clicked the icon, there was a knock at the door. She got up to open it. It was Jiang Jinnian, holding a fruit platter and a cup of hot milk. Seeing her open the door, he handed her the items. "Milk helps you sleep. Drink it while it's warm." Shin Nanji took it. "Thank you, Brother Jinnian." Jiang Jinnian raised his hand and gently rubbed her head, his voice warm. "Go to bed early. If you need anything, just call me." This time, Shin Nanji stayed at the Jiang family's old house for 1 night and 1 morning. The next day at noon, right after lunch, she received a call from Professor Lin, asking her to come to the lab. Shin Nanji quickly packed her things and returned to Huai University. As soon as she entered the campus, a trending topic exploded on Weibo. Shin Nanji didn't check her phone and was unaware of the storm of news outside. After finishing her work in the lab and coming out of the class, it was already dusk. She took out her phone from her bag and frowned at the flood of messages and countless Weibo notifications. Ignoring the other messages, she noticed that Gu Qinghe had called her 2 hours ago, so she quickly redialed. The call connected quickly. Gu Qinghe's tone was laced with concern. "Gigi, did you see the trending topic?" Shin Nanji walked outside against the autumn breeze. The cool evening wind brushed against her, easing her fatigue and clearing her mind. Stepping on the golden fallen leaves and breathing in the fresh air, Shun casually replied, "Not yet, what happened?" Gu Qinghe hesitated, unsure of how to respond. She paused, unusually silent. Finally, she sighed and said, "I can't explain it well. Maybe you should take a look at the trending topic yourself." Shun slowed her pace and took the phone away from her ear. She tapped the screen twice to exit the call page and open Weibo. As soon as the page loaded, it refreshed automatically and displayed the most viewed video. In the video, Su Wu, wearing a stunning mermaid dress, had just stepped down from the podium and was getting into a flashy sports car. The license plate was unique, seemingly intended to help the public identify the car's owner, and the paparazzi had even captured a few extra seconds of the plate. Then the scene changed, and through the blurred car window, it was vaguely visible that Su Wu was holding a trophy, leaning flirtatiously against the man in the driver's seat, seemingly about to kiss him. Over the past 2 years, with Jiang Jinnian's various resources backing her, Su Wu's fame skyrocketed, and many fans outside the industry referred to her as the new screen goddess. Her fans were crazily sharing videos, and the comments were all about perfect match, shipping. Even the trending title was, "The second young master of the Jiang family, the prince of light and shadow media, and the new screen goddess's relationship goes public." Shun reacted calmly. She exited Weibo, returned to the call page, and put the phone back to her ear. Gu Qinghe's comforting voice mixed with worry came through. "Gigi, don't be sad." Shun smiled slightly, gently interrupting her, and continued walking. "I'm not sad. This kind of trending topic isn't new. Since Su Wu entered the entertainment industry, and since Jiang Jinnian used resources to support Su Wu, this kind of gossip has frequently surfaced. It was just that the previous incidents were minor. Whenever the paparazzi caught something, it was quickly suppressed. But this time, Jiang Jinnian had no intention of suppressing it. It had been trending online for 3 to 4 hours and was still gaining attention. The notifications kept coming in, ringing endlessly. Shun turned off all notifications on her phone before continuing her call with Gu Qinghe. "Did you call me so many times just because of this video?" Gu Qinghe's tone was filled with anger. "Isn't this video enough to be upset about?" She said angrily, "This kind of trending topic isn't new, but it has never blown up to this extent in the past 2 years. Does Jiang Jinnian not know your engagement hasn't been cancelled? Sure, the entertainment industry might not know about your engagement with the Jiang family since childhood, but doesn't the elite circle know? What he did today puts you in a difficult position. Can't he just cancel the engagement before promoting that little star? Or is he just eager to help his little star rise?" After listening to Gu Qinghe's long list of anger and complaints, Shun calmly comforted her. "Let them rise. Why get upset? Besides, the Shun and Jiang families have an engagement, but it's not specifically with Jiang Tingxu. Even if we cancel the engagement, he doesn't need to be involved." Seeing her best friend so calm, Gu Qinghe was taken aback. She paused for a few seconds, hesitantly holding her phone, and asked, "Gigi, you really don't care at all?" Shun held her phone, her slight smile unchanged. "I don't care." She and Jiang Tingxu were suitable for growing up together. They were also suitable to be siblings. But they could never be a couple. He despises family marriages and prefers girls like Su Wu, so why should he care about her? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Guangying Media, Su Wu changed into an A-line off-shoulder dress and wore high heels. Her makeup was still pure and elegant as she entered with a designer bag. Everyone in the company, from the receptionist to agents and assistants, cast envious and flattering glances at her. Even an unaware junior assistant, seeing the trending video, looked surprised and asked, "Sister Wu, are you really with our company's Xiaojiang? Is there any doubt?" The crowd gathered around, showering her with compliments. "With so many female artists at Guangying Media, besides Sister Wu, have you seen Xiaojiang treat anyone else so specially?" "That's true, Sister Wu. When you become the boss lady of Guangying Media, don't forget us." Su Wu maintained a flawless smile, neither clarifying nor denying their misunderstandings and flattery. Her manager, Bai Yi, came down from the elevator and paused when she saw Su Wu, then pressed the elevator button again. The second young master is in the top floor lounge. Su Wu nodded and entered the elevator with Bai Yi. She took out a makeup mirror from her bag to check her appearance before stepping out into the lounge. Jiang Tingxu sat on a leather sofa, holding his phone, ignoring the trending news. He stared at the screen, seemingly waiting for someone's call. As the sky darkened outside, nearly 4 hours had passed since the video went viral. Despite countless news alerts, he had not received a single call or message from Shun Nanji all afternoon. Looking at the empty chat, with the last message from over half a month ago, Jiang Tingxu's grip on his phone tightened. His brows furrowed, and a dark expression gathered in his eyes. After a long moment, he scoffed softly, a mocking smile forming at the corner of his lips as he slammed his phone onto the table. He realized he had been foolish to tolerate Su Wu's attention-seeking tricks. Shun Nanji had seen him and Su Wu in their ambiguous relationship before. Even when they first met, their bond was still warm and friendly. But even then, if she noticed other women around him, she wouldn't ask anything, acting as if she hadn't seen a thing. Now, how could I care about who he trends with or what type of trending it is? Jiang Tingxu's hand tightened into a fist, so hard that his knuckles turned white. Su Wu pushed the door open. She looked at the man on the sofa, facing away from the door, and stepped inside. Her red lips curled into a perfect smile, making her peach blossom eyes even more charming. Second young master, the investors have organized a gathering tonight. Can you accompany me? She approached from behind the sofa, but before she could lean closer to Jiang Tingxu, she heard his cold refusal. I don't have time. You go by yourself. Also leave. Her expression stiffened. She walked around the sofa to stand in front of Jiang Tingxu, wanting to explain, but before she could speak, she accidentally caught sight of Jiang Tingxu's phone screen, which was lit up with a WeChat interface from Shun Nanji. Su Wu tightened her fingers silently, a flash of jealousy crossing her eyes, but she masked it well and asked softly, did Shun classmate misunderstand something? Second young master, I can explain to Shun classmate about that video that caused the trending topic. Jiang Tingxu's eyes showed impatience as he interrupted her coldly. You know better than I do what the truth behind that trending topic is, Su Wu. His words were blunt, and he had no patience. There's no one else here and no paparazzi you bribed. There's no need to act so thoroughly. Su Wu's fingertips dug into her flesh. The joy she felt all afternoon from Jiang Tingxu not taking action to suppress the trending topic vanished in an instant. Her face turned pale. She wanted to say something more, but Jiang Tingxu's mood was at its worst. Before she could speak, he issued another order for her to leave. I have things to do. Go out. Su Wu clenched her jaw, suppressing her frustration as she turned to leave. After she left, Jiang Tingxu picked up his phone and coldly dialed his assistant. Chun phone, clean up the trending topic. Shun Nanji had turned off all notification messages and was unaware that shortly after she saw the trending video, all related topics were removed within minutes. She also didn't know that that evening, Jiang Tingxu was scolded by his parents for almost half an hour over the phone. Huaida University was close to her apartment. After finishing her lab work, Shun Nanji didn't return to the Jiang family's old house, but went straight to her small apartment. She spent the weekend working on her research and monitoring current financial trends without stepping outside. In the past 2 days, Jiang Jinnian was on a business trip to Lin City, and apart from takeout, her apartment door had hardly been knocked on. Shun Nanji was home alone, busy with her research and papers. In this absolute solitude, her routine had become a bit upside down. By 3 o'clock on the weekend afternoon, after staying up all night studying financial trends, she was thinking about taking a good nap to recharge. Just as she lay down in bed and hadn't yet fallen into deep sleep, her phone on the bedside table started vibrating wildly. Groggy, Shun Nanji opened her eyes and, fighting off sleep, pressed the answer button. Hello, Qinghe? On the other end, the noise was chaotic, and Gu Qinghe's voice sounded low and depressed, mixed with the background clamor. Gigi, are you free this afternoon? I'm at a bar on Huazhong Road. Will you come? Shun Nanji sat up in bed, shook her head to clear her thoughts, and confirmed the bar's address, since her friend's voice didn't sound right. She quickly got out of bed, splashed some water on her face, grabbed a dress from the closet, and headed out. Shun Nanji rarely went to bars, especially since Gu Qinghe had chosen a place far from Sheng Ye to avoid running into acquaintances of Gu Wenchuan. After searching for a while, she finally found the bar where Gu Qinghe was. In the dim light and noisy atmosphere, she spotted her friend looking gloomy and angry in a booth at the back. Shun Nanji's mind was already foggy, and the loud music made her head throb. "Miss, what's going on?" It was too loud to talk comfortably, so Gu Qinghe stood up and pulled Shun Nanji toward the elevator. "It's too noisy on the first floor. Let's go to the private room upstairs." Shun Nanji followed her all the way to the third floor, entering the room Gu Qinghe had reserved. Gu Qinghe slumped on the sofa, downed 2 glasses of alcohol, and began to speak. It's about the arranged marriage from last time. As if finally finding an outlet for her feelings, Gu Qinghe vented her frustrations while drinking. What kind of family tries to arrange a marriage for their daughter when she's only 20? I'm their daughter, not a tool for their marriage plans. They took me from Sheng Ye during the Mid-Autumn Festival and locked me up for 3 days. And now, just a short time later, they're bringing up marriage again. Did they have me just to be their marriage tool? The more Gu Qinghe spoke, the angrier she became, filling the room with her complaints. Shun Nanji understood that Gu Qinghe needed to vent, so she listened quietly without offering any comfort until her friend was done. Gu Qinghe was truly against the idea of arranged marriage. In fact, the children of the elite circle all seemed to reject it. Watching Gu Qinghe's resistance to the arranged marriage, for a moment, Shun Nanji thought of Jiang Tingxu, who also disliked such unions. Although she came from the Shun family, she lost her parents at a young age. The Shun Group had not been doing well in recent years, especially after her parents' passing when the company was unstable. It was only with the support of the Jiang family that they maintained their former glory. Without family backing or the means to resist, she felt a strong sense of acceptance and obedience towards the marriage that had been arranged for her since birth. But Gu Qinghe and Jiang Tingxu were different. They had the resources to fight back and the ability to refuse. As Shun Nanji grew older, she began to understand Jiang Tingxu's reasons for resisting the marriage. She thought that if things were still as they used to be, if she were still her parents' little princess, and if the Shun family status remained strong, she would likely also resist strongly against an unwanted marriage. Gu Qinghe had no idea what Shun Nanji was thinking. Seeing her just listening, Gu Qinghe poured a glass of wine and handed it to Shun Nanji, then leaned against her like a sloth. "Shaoji, you should drink too. This wine is low in alcohol, so it won't make you drunk easily." Gu Qinghe truly disliked the upcoming marriage. Growing up as a little princess surrounded by admiration, facing an unwanted union naturally filled her with anger. She kept drinking glass after glass, as if getting drunk could help her escape this unchangeable fate. However, this unreliable friend didn't mention one important thing. The drinks Gu Qinghe had ordered were indeed low in alcohol, but they had a strong aftereffect, especially for someone like Shun Nanji, who rarely drank. Once the effects of the alcohol hit, it would be hard to resist. After sitting in the room for a long time, fatigue began to wash over her. Shun Nanji rubbed her forehead, comforting her friend while picking up a glass of cold drink to wake herself up. The cold liquid slid down her throat, bringing a sharp sensation that quickly chased away her drowsiness. After finishing the first drink, Shun Nanji hardly put the glass down, sipping alongside Gu Qinghe like it was a refreshing beverage. The bodyguard from the Gu family, who was secretly waiting outside the bar, noticed that the young lady had been inside for almost 2 hours without coming out. He quickly called Gu Wenchuan. After the call, Gu Wenchuan immediately dialed Jiang Jinnian's number. As he drove to the garage, he quickly said, "Hey, Jiang Jinnian, my sister took your sister to a bar on Huajiang Road. Are you back from your business trip? Do you have time to come over?" Jiang Jinnian had just left the airport. Hearing this, his expression turned serious. "I have time, I'm on my way now." After hanging up, Jiang Jinnian instructed the driver, "Change the route, go to Huajiang Road." Since around 4 in the afternoon, It had been cloudy and started to rain. Now, close to 6 o'clock, during rush hour, with bad weather and heavy traffic, even with the fastest speed, it took the driver over half an hour to reach Huajiang Road. Gu Wenchuan had left 2 bodyguards outside to wait for Jiang Jinnian. As soon as Jiang Jinnian got out of the car, the 2 bodyguards quickly approached him. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Gu went up to the 3rd floor first. Please follow us. Jiang Jinnian glanced around the noisy bar, but said nothing as he followed the bodyguards inside. Gu Qinghe could drink much better than Shen Nanji. However, no matter how good her tolerance was, she couldn't handle drinking like water from the moment they entered the private room. When Gu Wenchuan arrived at the room, both Gu Qinghe and Shen Nanji were a bit drunk. Especially Gu Qinghe, who had poor drinking habits. When drunk, she was loud and unruly, harder to manage than a pig during the New Year. Shen Nanji rarely drank, and when she was drunk, she quietly rested her head on the table, not causing any trouble. But Gu Wenchuan, watching his rebellious sister, felt a headache as he saw that she had gotten Jiang Jinnian drunk. His temples throbbed. Frowning, he felt worse than if Gu Qinghe had drunk too much herself. If his own sister got drunk, he could just scold her and carry her home. But how could he explain to Jiang Jinnian that his sister had gotten him drunk? Gu Wenchuan was just thankful that he had sent bodyguards to secretly protect Gu Qinghe earlier, preventing her from causing a bigger mess. Thankfully, Shen Nanji was just drunk and hadn't gotten into any trouble, or he would have had an even harder time explaining things to Jiang Jinnian. Gigi, I still have more to say. Let's keep drinking. Gu Qinghe pushed away her brother, swaying as she tried to reach Shen Nanji across the table. Gu Wenchuan's forehead throbbed intensely. He grabbed his sister, who had poor taste in drinks, and gritted his teeth in anger. Gu Qinghe, when we get home, I'm sending you to the wine cellar. You'll drink as much as you want. Seeing that this girl was still trying to get close to Shen Nanji even while drunk, Gu Wenchuan wished he could tie her up. Just then, the door to the private room suddenly opened. Jiang Jinnian walked in confidently. Gu Wenchuan relaxed a bit and gestured toward Nanji. This girl has had quite a bit to drink with Nanji. She should be drunk too. Can you see if your sister still recognizes anyone? Jiang Jinnian glanced at the scattered bottles on the table and walked over to Shen Nanji, who was leaning on the table. Nanji? The girl, who was quietly resting, slowly blinked her eyes. The alcohol had hit her hard, and she felt dizzy. Hearing someone call her name, she slowly lifted her head and tried to look toward the voice. Shen Nanji had never been drunk before, especially not in front of Jiang Jinnian. Even during family gatherings when everyone was drinking, she would only take a small sip and never drink much. Gu Qinghe had quieted down a bit now. Gu Wenchuan glanced at his sister, then looked over at Jiang Jinnian. Shen Nanji supported herself, her clear eyes slightly misty, staring intently at Jiang Jinnian. It seemed like she was too drunk to recognize him, as she didn't call out his name for a while. Jiang Jinnian looked down at the girl gazing at him, bending down to touch her forehead. You're this drunk? You don't even recognize anyone? It was raining outside, and she had drunk quite a bit, so Jiang Jinnian was worried she might catch a cold. He kept his hand on her forehead for a moment, and when he felt her temperature was normal, he withdrew his hand and intended to carry her home. But this time, as soon as his arm brushed against her, she looked down and moved away. Don't want to be carried? Jiang Jinnian held her shoulder, patiently coaxing her. Gigi, you're drunk. Let me take you home. Shen Nanji stopped moving away. She looked up at him a few times. This time, she didn't shy away and let him wrap his arms around her waist. Shen Nanji was already well-behaved, and now with her watery eyes, she looked even more so. Jiang Jinnian looked down at the girl who was comfortably leaning against him, and warmth appeared in his deep, dark eyes. He tightened his hold on her, didn't linger, and said to Gu Wenchuan behind him, let's head back first, before carrying Shen Nanji out of the private room. Gu Wenchuan looked at the well-behaved girl in Jiang Jinnian's arms, and then at his rebellious sister beside him, rubbing his forehead and letting out a long sigh. Gu Qinghe, look at Nanji, so well-behaved and easy to manage. Outside, the rain was pouring harder. The sky was dark and heavy, with clouds looming as if preparing for an even bigger storm. As they stepped out of the bar, the cold, damp air mixed with the rain hit them all at once. Shun Nanji, in Jiang Jinnian's arms, shivered from the cold wind. Before Jiang Jinnian could shield her, she instinctively burrowed into his embrace. Jiang Jinnian tightened his grip and glanced down at her. Zhou Lin, waiting outside the bar, quickly opened an umbrella over Jiang Jinnian and Shun Nanji. The driver, Xiaozhong, had already opened the car door, and Jiang Jinnian carried Shun Nanji down the steps and into the car. Once inside, Zhou Lin folded the umbrella and sat in the front seat, turning to ask Jiang Jinnian in the back, "Mr. Jiang, I just checked the weather forecast. The rain will get heavier in half an hour. Are we going to Miss Shin's apartment?" Jiang Jinnian replied, "To Yushan Mansion." Hearing this name, Zhou Lin paused briefly but wasn't too surprised. Yushan Mansion was the wedding home personally chosen by Jiang Jinnian. Although Xiaozhong had never been there, he knew its exact location. After hearing those words, he quickly turned the steering wheel and drove east at the traffic light. The car moved smoothly along the neon-lit road, and Shun Nanji remained quiet the entire way. However, just 2 intersections away from Yushan Mansion, the usually calm girl furrowed her brow and began shifting in her seat. Jiang Jinnian wrapped his arm around her waist, his calm dark eyes looking at the increasingly restless girl in his arms. "What do you want to do?" Her frown deepened, and she pressed her fingers against his arm, her fingertips turning a bit white as if she was uncomfortable. "That it's so stuffy," she instructed him. "Can you open the window?" Jiang Jinnian looked at her for a moment, and seeing she wouldn't settle down until the window was opened, he used one hand to pull her closer and lowered his side of the window slightly. At the same time, as the window went down, Jiang Jinnian turned to block the cold wind that was blowing straight in. Only the fresh air, now less cold and damp, circulated in the car. The driver quickly parked in the garage of Yushan Mansion. Zhou Lin got out to open the door, and Jiang Jinnian carried Shun Nanji into the lobby, heading straight for the bedroom on the 3rd floor. The thunder rumbled outside, and in the dark night sky, thick lightning struck with great force, followed by a loud, booming sound. Shun Nanji blinked her eyes. The continuous thunder made her stiffen as she reached out and grabbed the arm of Jiang Jinnian, who was about to leave after placing her on the bed. "Jinnian, brother." Jiang Jinnian paused and turned to look at her. "Do you recognize me?" Shun Nanji wasn't fully awake. Her instinctive fear of the storm made her hold onto Jiang Jinnian's arm tightly. In the South City apartment, Jiang Tingxu stared out at the deafening thunder, his gaze fixed on the water flowing outside. He didn't know how long had passed when he lowered his head and opened his contacts. He found the number he had seen countless times over the past few days, but had never called. He pressed it silently. The beeping sound quickly followed. Jiang Tingxu's eyes were downcast, his emotions unclear, except for the hand he was unconsciously clenching. The thunder outside mixed with the beeping, stretching each second endlessly. Jiang Tingxu pressed his lips together. His fingers tightened around the phone. Just as the call was about to end automatically, someone finally picked up. Jiang Tingxu didn't notice the feeling in his chest when the call connected, nor did he realize he had unconsciously sighed in relief. He looked out at the rain and asked, as he had before, "Nanji, where are you?" There was a brief pause on the other end, but it was Jiang Jinnian's voice that came through. "Tingxu, it's me." Jiang Tingxu frowned and instinctively glanced at the dark sky outside. "Brother? Are you with Nanji?" He wanted to ask how his brother had time to be with Nanji at this hour, remembering that his brother was supposed to be on a business trip after signing an important contract at Editor headquarters. But before he could ask, Jiang Jinnian's deep voice interrupted. "Nanji is drunk." "Tingxu, do you need something from her?" "Nothing important." Jiang Tingxu suppressed the words that rose to his tongue and explained, "I remember Nanji is afraid of thunder, so since you're there, thank you for taking care of her."
"Tingxu."
This time, Jiang Jinnian interrupted before Jiang Tingxu could finish his thanks. "Since you chose not to accept this marriage agreement, return to where you should be." Jiang Tingxu was momentarily speechless. He understood the meaning of those words. He no longer accepted the marriage proposals from both families and did not see her as his fiancée, leaving him without a position, unable to interact with her as he once did from the perspective of her future husband. Outside, thunder roared, and lightning lit up most of the night sky. Looking through the glass at the heavy rain, Jiang Tingxu suddenly remembered many years ago when Shen Nanji first arrived at the Jiang family and experienced her first thunderstorm, which was just like this. The thunderstorm came late at night, coinciding with a time of turmoil in the company. His parents had gone to the branch office and had not yet returned, leaving only Shen Nanji in the villa. She was afraid of storms because it reminded her of the nightmare from the night her parents left. The 10-year-old girl stumbled out of her room, curled up on the sofa in the hall, trembling and with tear-streaked cheeks. By that time, it was already late at night, and the servants had returned to their quarters. There was no one else in the main villa. Shen Nanji curled up on the sofa, half asleep. Later, Jiang Jinnian returned home and saw Shen Nanji curled up on the sofa. He covered her with a blanket and sat beside her, keeping her company all night until the storm passed and dawn broke. At that time, he was at an age where he enjoyed playing, and while his parents were away, he had spent the night playing games with friends. When he returned in the morning, he stepped into the hall and saw the little girl tightly holding onto his brother's arm while sleeping on the sofa. Jiang Tingxu clearly remembered that when he saw his brother return, he didn't ask where he had been the night before. Instead, he glanced at his watch and told him to go sit with Nanji for a while since he had a meeting and was almost late. Following his brother's instructions, Jiang Tingxu walked over and watched as his brother gently pried Nanji's fingers from his wrist and made space for him on the sofa. After Jiang Jinnian left, he sat in the spot his brother had just vacated. Before long, Shen Nanji woke up. She thought the person who had stayed with her all night, helping her through her fear of the storm, was him. The little girl, just waking up, jumped into his arms and, feeling both guilty and grateful, said, "Thank you, brother." Jiang Tingxu's feelings at that moment were complicated. So complicated that even today, he still didn't know how to describe them. But from that day on, Shen Nanji's dependence on him visibly increased. Jiang Tingxu knew in his heart that she had mistakenly thought the person who stayed with her that night was him. At the Yushan mansion in the master bedroom, Jiang Jinnian hung up the phone and looked at the girl, who was drunkenly leaning against him. He set her phone aside and gently placed his warm palm on the back of her neck, trying to pull her out of his embrace. But as soon as he moved, she sensed it and tightly grasped his wrist. After drinking, Shen Nanji couldn't hide her emotions. She wasn't clear-headed enough to think about the pros and cons and keep her distance from him. Under the influence of alcohol and the fear of the thunder outside, she unconsciously clung to him, her wet eyes looking at him with a mix of pity and hope. "I'm scared." Jiang Jinnian sighed silently. For a moment, it felt like years ago when he had spent an entire night comforting her on the sofa in the Jiang family's old house. "Gigi, you're drunk. If you don't drink the hangover soup, you'll have a headache in the morning," he tried to reason with her. But a drunk person can't understand reason. Just like Shen Nanji at that moment, she was terrified of the continuous thunder outside, and her deepest fears were surfacing. She didn't know how to cope, and a bloody memory from a stormy day made her cling to the only person she could hold on to, fearing being left alone again in such weather. "I won't drink." She shook her head wildly, not wanting anything but for Jiang Jinnian to stay. "I'm scared to be alone." Jiang Jinnian looked at her for a moment. He gently wiped the dampness from the corner of her eye. Finally, he picked her up, just like when he first brought her into the Yushan mansion, and carried her downstairs to the kitchen. Jiang Jinnian didn't like having too many servants around. There was only a housekeeper and 2 cooks in Yushan mansion. Since he had been away on business for the past 2 days, he had given them time off, so he had to make the hangover soup himself. When they reached the first floor, Jiang Jinnian placed Shen Nanji on the sofa closest to the kitchen, worried she might catch a chill, and covered her with a blanket. After that, he gently rubbed her head, like comforting a child, and softly told her, "Stay here for a bit. I'll make the hangover soup and be back soon, okay?" Shen Nanji tightened the blanket around herself and took a while to let go. Before long, Jiang Jinnian came out of the kitchen with the hangover soup. He coaxed her to drink it and also fed her a little bit of porridge before carrying her back upstairs. In the master bedroom on the third floor, Jiang Jinnian stood by the bed, watching the girl frowning tightly at the sound of the thunder outside. He looked down, noticing her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of his shirt. He paused for a moment, then his gaze returned to Shun Group, who looked drowsy and somewhat wronged. "Can you sleep by yourself?" He held her delicate wrist, pretending to pull her hand away. Noticing his intentions, a loud thunderclap suddenly echoed outside. Shun Group's long eyelashes trembled. She grabbed Jiang Jinnian's arm tightly, using so much force that her knuckles turned pale. I can't. I'm scared." The memory of him trying to push her away lingered in her mind, and at that moment, Shun Group truly feared he would leave her alone. After saying this, to avoid being abandoned, she instinctively leaned closer to him, almost hanging on to him. "I'm afraid of thunder. I can't be alone." The girl in his arms trembled softly, her voice low and pitiful. Under the influence of alcohol, she forgot who he was and how she usually kept her distance from him. At this moment, she saw him as the only source of safety nearby and held on tightly. Jiang Jinnian watched her for a while. As she repeatedly pleaded for him to stay, he gently held her chin, studying her delicate and beautiful face under the light. "Nanji, when you wake up tomorrow, you will definitely regret this." She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head decisively. Her red lips closed slightly as she softly murmured that she wouldn't. Shun Group was actually very tired. She had felt especially sleepy while drinking with Gu Qinghe at the bar. Not to mention the exhausting afternoon that had led to this evening. But she didn't dare to sleep. She couldn't sleep. If it weren't for the sudden storm tonight, she would have already laid down and fallen asleep without a care. But outside was the weather she feared the most. Before this source of safety agreed to her, she didn't even dare to close her eyes. Seeing the girl, clearly exhausted with red-rimmed eyes yet unwilling to close them, Jiang Jinnian gently stroked her lips with his finger, supporting her waist and lightly patting her to lie down. "Close your eyes and sleep." The colors in Jiang Jinnian's bedroom matched his personality, deep and cold. The girl's dark hair spread out on the pillow, contrasting with the dark sheets and making her skin look even whiter. Jiang Jinnian glanced at her, then turned around to turn off the crystal chandelier above, leaving only a dim, warm wall lamp. The thick curtains blocked out the flashes of lightning that occasionally pierced the dark night sky, but they couldn't drown out the booming thunder mixed with the howling wind and rain. Each time the thunder roared outside, Shun Group, wrapped in her blanket, couldn't help but inch closer to Jiang Jinnian. In just a few minutes, as he watched the girl slowly move closer to him like a snail, Jiang Jinnian's gaze darkened slightly. Finally, he simply reached out and pulled her into his arms. Shun Group finally closed her eyes and settled down to sleep. After a while, seeing her quietly with her eyes closed and not moving, Jiang Jinnian thought she had fallen asleep and was about to go take a cold shower. Just as he lifted his arm from her waist, the girl, who should have been asleep, moved slightly under the covers, her brow furrowed as if she were uncomfortable. Jiang Jinnian looked over, and she opened her watery eyes, looking right at him.
"I'm uncomfortable."
Jiang Jinnian asked, "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Shun Group frowned, her wrist moving slightly in the dark bedding as if trying to adjust something, but she couldn't manage it. Her arm felt sore from reaching back, so she stopped and looked directly at him, boldly asking, "The dress is too tight. I can't breathe. Can you help me change?" Jiang Jinnian's forehead twitched slightly. He lifted the covers to check her dress. Before leaving the house today, she had worn a long autumn dress that covered half of her calves, fitting her waist just right, not too tight or too loose. But just now, as she rolled over to him like a snowball, the hem of the dress had tightly wrapped around her waist, making it uncomfortable. Jiang Jinnian stood up, turned on the crystal chandelier, and the room brightened, causing Shun Group to squint. He returned to her, lifted her slightly from the edge of the bed, wrapped his arms around her from behind, and reached for the zipper of her dress to help her take it off. But halfway through he paused. Bending down, He met her dazed gaze and pressed his lips against hers gently before standing up and heading to the closet. When he returned, he held a new shirt. He helped the soft girl sit up and first put the shirt over her dress before reaching inside to find the zipper of the dress and pull it down, removing it for her. After finishing, Jiang Jinnian didn't immediately turn off the light. Worried that she might fidget again, he decided to ask all the bedtime questions at once. Do you want to take a shower? Shun ignored him, pulling off the tight dress, feeling as free and relaxed as if she had just removed a tight band. She was just too tired to function, her head buzzing as if it might explode. After taking off her skirt, Shun didn't pause for a second. She turned around, hugged the blanket, and lay back down, facing away from Jiang Jinnian. However, less than half a minute after lying down, a loud thunderclap echoed outside. The young lady, with her back turned, frowned at the continuous rumbling of thunder, but then turned her body back around. Watching her movements, Jiang Jinnian almost laughed in frustration. The next day, when Shun woke up, the weather outside had cleared up. Bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Shun was buried under a dark blanket, with most of her porcelain-white face covered. As the sunlight poured in, the woman in the center of the bed slowly opened her eyes, rubbing her throbbing forehead. Her memories from the night before were a bit hazy. Upon waking, Shun found her mind almost blank. She thought she was in her small apartment, but when she fully opened her eyes and saw the unfamiliar room, she pressed her fingers to her forehead in shock and immediately sat up. Her sudden movement caused the blanket to slip off her, and instinctively, she looked down at herself. When she saw that she was only wearing a loose men's shirt, her grip on the blanket tightened. As she tried to recall what had happened the night before, the bedroom door opened and Jiang Jinnian walked in, looking calm after finishing an online meeting. "You're awake?" he asked, showing no signs of discomfort. Given how Shun had been curled up in his arms all night, this scene didn't require any awkwardness. Jiang Jinnian approached her naturally, holding a cup of water, and stopped at the bedside to offer it to her. "Are you thirsty?" The moment the door opened, Shun instinctively pulled the blanket tightly around herself. When she saw Jiang Jinnian in his loungewear, her eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, her gaze darted past the dark blanket to the rest of the room. The decor of the entire bedroom matched Jiang Jinnian's personality, cold and indifferent, with a palette of cool colors. It was undoubtedly his room. Jiang Jinnian maintained his position with the water cup, watching the pale-faced girl who was tightly pursing her lips. Not thirsty anymore? Who was it that was complaining about being thirsty at 5 a.m? Shun didn't dare to respond because, at the moment Jiang Jinnian's voice sounded, a fragment of her memory suddenly came back to her. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make her freeze in place. A fleeting image crossed her mind, reminding her of last night when she had desperately pulled Jiang Jinnian to stop him from leaving, taken over his room, and boldly ordered him around. Shun gulped in fear. She truly hadn't expected this. How could she have acted like that after drinking? Not only did she dare to enter Jiang Jinnian's bedroom, but she even climbed into his bed. Shun curled up under the blanket, her fingers gripping the edge so tightly that they were almost numb. She wished more than anything that a big hole would open up in Jiang Jinnian's bed, allowing her to disappear. Seeing her avoid his gaze, Jiang Jinnian's lips curled slightly. "Do you remember what happened last night?"
No.
"I don't," she quickly denied. I lost my memory. I don't remember anything after drinking." He looked at her quietly. "Really?" Shun nodded repeatedly. Jiang Jinnian lowered his eyes, glancing at the cup of water in his hand. "Do you want some water?" "No, I'm not thirsty," Shun said, feeling anxious and wanting to escape. As she instinctively tried to get up to avoid his gaze, she suddenly remembered that her current outfit was not suitable for anyone to see. Shun froze. Gathering her courage, she looked up at him. "Jinnian, can you give me a piece of clothing?" Jiang Jinnian turned to indicate a new set of clothes that had been sent to the sofa beside her. Then he moved closer, tugging at the blanket she was using as a shield, pulling it down against her resistance. With her alert and stiff gaze, He forcefully placed the cup of water in her hand. Hold this. It's warm, drink a few sips. Shun didn't dare to refuse and trembled as she accepted it. Change your clothes and come out. I'll wait for you outside. Shun nodded like a timid quail. After Jiang Jinnian left, she remembered something, quickly set the cup down, pulled the blanket away, and looked at herself. After checking the sheets and finding nothing else, she finally felt a bit relieved. During her 10 years at the Jiang family, Shun had rarely even approached Jiang Jinnian to speak. Now in Jiang Jinnian's bedroom, even though others have left, the cold colors of the bedding and decor always give Shun a sense of tension, making it hard for her to relax. Because she is unfamiliar with the place, she doesn't dare to move around. She avoids the closet and other areas, and after reaching for her clothes from the sofa while stepping on the carpet, Shun quickly retreats back to bed, hiding under the covers to change. Once she finishes changing, she doesn't hesitate for a moment. She quietly opens the door and instinctively tries to sneak away. Just as she reaches the stairs, a calm voice without any hint of emotion calls out from behind her, Nanji. Shun heart skips a beat, and her back stiffens. After thinking for a moment, she stops moving, forces a smile, and turns to look at Jiang Jinnian. Worried he might bring up what happened last night, she recalls only bits and pieces. Although they didn't go all the way, she is unsure of what else might have happened under the influence of alcohol. Brother Jinnian, it's Monday, and I have an early class. I need to go back to school. Jiang Jinnian ends his call with Lin and walks toward her. Shun instinctively wants to step back, but there's a staircase behind her. Her legs move slightly, but she doesn't dare to run in front of him, instead gripping the stair railing tightly. Jiang Jinnian doesn't mention last night. It's as if nothing happened yesterday. He simply says, breakfast is ready. After you eat, I'll take you back to school. Shun instinctively declines, I won't eat breakfast. I'm in a hurry. Nanji. Jiang Jinnian glances at his phone and calmly interrupts her. It's 7:50. As far as I know, your class is at 10. Shun He takes a step back. Go wash up and have breakfast. I'll have Lin take you. Shun doesn't dare to say anything more. She releases the railing and looks toward the rooms in the third-floor corridor, planning to find a guest room, but Jiang Jinnian calls her again. Go to the master bedroom. Your toiletries are in there. Shun is a bit surprised. However, when she sees her toiletries alongside Jiang Jinnian's on the sink, a strange feeling washes over her. Before she left yesterday afternoon, she never would have imagined that after having a few drinks with her friend Gu Qinghe, she would wake up in Jiang Jinnian's room and wash up at a sink. After finishing breakfast, Shun quickly greets Jiang Jinnian, who is watching her, and then hurriedly gets into the car, letting Lin take her back to school. On the way, Shun kept recalling her bold actions from last night without saying a word. It wasn't until they reached Huaihai University that Lin glanced at the time and asked the future lady in the back seat, Miss Shun, are you going directly to the school? Shun snapped back to reality, checked her phone, and saw it was just past 9. Her class was at 10, so she had an hour and plenty of time to go back to her apartment to get her laptop. She told Lin, please take me back to my apartment. I need to grab something. Lin replied, yes, Miss Shun. Her apartment was very close to Huaihai University. After getting out of the car, Shun thanked Lin and asked him to head back. Once Lin left, she took the elevator up to her floor. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw Gu Qinghe waiting outside her apartment. The girl looked much more lively than she had the day before, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shun making her frown. Xiao Nanji, you're back?
Where did you spend the night last night?
Shun eyed her warily. She turned her gaze away and unlocked her apartment door. Gu Qinghe followed her in like a shadow, and after closing the door, she excitedly ran up to Shun grabbing her hands and asking, tell me everything about last night. Shun pushed her friend's hands away and tried to stay calm as she poured water at the bar. What do you want to know? Gu Qinghe looked at her reaction and then examined her friend's confident posture, raising an eyebrow. Shun mind was still a bit chaotic. Ignoring her friend's early morning curiosity, she poured 2 cups of water, handed one to Gu Qinghe, and sat down on the sofa to collect herself. Gu Qinghe took a sip of water, set her cup down, and leaned in closer, sitting across from her friend. Noticing that Shen Nanji had no marks on her neck, she exclaimed, "Oh, so did you and Mr. Jiang not get carried away last night?"
Cough. Cough.
Shen Nanji had just taken a sip of water when Gu Qinghe's blunt question caught her off guard. Gu Qinghe handed her a couple of tissues, but continued with her questions. "Ji, did you two not do anything at all?" Shen Nanji suppressed her coughing. Once she calmed down, she glared at her friend. "What are you thinking, young lady? You came here early in the morning just to ask about this?" Gu Qinghe didn't think this was a joke. When she woke up, her brother told her that last night, Jiang Jinnian personally came to carry Nanji home after she got drunk. Hearing this news, she quickly ignored her family's pressure about the arranged marriage and rushed over to the apartment. Seeing her best friend so unconcerned, Gu Qinghe felt a sense of urgency, as if she couldn't bear to see her miss out. She sat next to Shen Nanji, shook her arm, and, sounding quite regretful, confirmed again, "My dear lady, last night was such a great opportunity." "You really just slept at Jiang Jinnian's place?" Shun Nanji. She pulled her hand away from her unusually annoying friend. "What do you want me to do?" "Gu Qinghe, what do you mean by your regretful tone?" Gu Qinghe slapped her forehead, looking as if she had missed out on billions. "Of course, with the perfect timing of being drunk, you should have taken the chance to sleep with Jiang Jinnian and solidify your relationship." Shun Nanji. Ji, I didn't know Jiang Jinnian was interested in the arranged marriage. I was just thinking that since you have a connection with the Jiang family, you can't rely on Jiang Tingxu. Not to mention he is always involved with that celebrity, so he isn't suitable for marriage. But Jiang Jinnian is different. She counted on her fingers, you see. The marriage agreement was set when you were born. It was already decided. If Jiang Tingxu backs out, it means the Jiang family owes you. That's why I kept suggesting you consider Jiang Jinnian. If you marry him, darling, you will have a solid support for the rest of your life. However, Jiang Jinnian is quite cold, and your relationship with him has been distant for years. I wasn't sure if he would agree to the marriage, which is why I only mentioned it casually before. But now that Jiang Jinnian is willing to accept the marriage, why don't you take advantage of this and secure the relationship? Shun Nanji. The more Gu Qinghe spoke, the more regretful she felt. With such great conditions last night, if something had happened, her dear Ji would have been set for life. Not only could she navigate the elite circle with ease, but she also wouldn't have to worry about the future of the Shun Group. As long as she gets into the spouse column with Jiang Jinnian, everything will be within reach. It's just that her friend Ji doesn't know how to seize such a good opportunity. Shen Nanji looked at her friend with a pained expression, as if she had missed out on 80 billion. She couldn't help but remind her, "Miss Gu, everything you just said is related to marriage. Just yesterday, you were at the bar crying and shouting about how you would never agree to a marriage. Now, just one night later, you're trying to persuade me to go for it?" Gu Qinghe disagreed with this view. "Sweetheart, my marriage is not the same as yours." She sighed dramatically. "Look around the circle. Who is wealthier than Jiang Jinnian? Who has more power than the actual head of the Jiang family? In Huaihai City, everyone connected to capital acts according to Jiang Jinnian's wishes. Besides, with his personality, he would never cross boundaries with any woman and create scandalous rumors. He certainly wouldn't be like Jiang Tingxu, who allows Su Wu to trend on social media. Ji, you should have taken advantage of being drunk last night and gone for it. That way, you could secure a reliable future for yourself. Isn't that better than working yourself to exhaustion every day? As the saying goes, choices are always more important than hard work. With someone like Jiang Jinnian as a resource, her friend should comfortably marry him, ensuring a life of wealth and stability, while also giving those wealthy young ladies who hope for her to be dumped a reality check. Shen Nanji's mouth twitched as she listened to her friend's persuasion. Once she finished, she turned to her and pointed out a practical issue. "But miss, aside from what you said, is it possible Shin rubbed her throbbing temples. That your friend and the person you mentioned aren't even familiar with each other? Gu Qinghe shrugged it off. So, what if they aren't familiar? Once they have some close encounters, they will naturally get to know each other. Suddenly hearing this bold response, Shin was left speechless. Shin couldn't sit there any longer. If she let her imaginative friend continue, she might even come up with a child for her. Putting down her cup, Shin headed to her bedroom. I have a class later, so stop daydreaming. I'm going to get my laptop. We need to head back to school. Why are we in such a hurry to go back to school? Gu Qinghe followed her. There's still more than 40 minutes left. Regarding her best friend marrying Jiang Jinnian, Gu Qinghe was very enthusiastic about it. When they reached the bedroom, she reminded Shin think carefully about the marriage with Jiang Jinnian. He is definitely more reliable than Jiang Tingxu. However, missing the chance last night is just that. I heard my brother say that Jiang Jinnian is the kind of person who sticks to something once he decides. Since he brought up the marriage once, he will definitely bring it up again. Shun. Gu Qinghe was really invested in the idea of her marrying Jiang Jinnian. On the way to school, she kept explaining the benefits of marrying him to Shin. Shin felt overwhelmed by it all. As they entered the university gate, to avoid the topic, Shin grabbed her best friend and quickly changed the subject. How are you handling the marriage with the Cheng family? Gu Qinghe paused, then sighed. I haven't handled it. I'm just ignoring it. Anyway, I don't agree. Even if it happens, it should be with someone decent. I can't accept someone like Cheng Ye, who looks good on the outside but is just a party boy. What does your brother think? Gu Qinghe replied. The marriage with the Cheng family was approved by my dad. My brother knows a bit about Cheng Ye's character and also disagrees with me marrying him. He said he would talk to my dad and ask him to refuse. After saying this, Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up as she looked at Shin again. After so many years of friendship, Shun could tell what she wanted to say just by her expression. Seeing her friend about to bring up an old topic again, Shin quickly interrupted. Why don't you come to the lab with me? You can help me out.
Me?
Accompany you to the lab? Gu Qinghe pointed at herself in surprise. Shin nodded. Yes, we'll go this afternoon. I'll explain the current progress to you. Time is tight, so you need to get familiar with it first. Gu Qinghe's attempt to persuade was cut off. She listened for nearly 20 minutes about Shun project progress until they entered the lecture hall. Shin had never been drunk before. She didn't know that her memory of being drunk had a time limit. Over the next 2 days, without warning, random images from her drunken state would pop into her mind. As more memories surfaced, Shin became increasingly hesitant to see Jiang Jinnian. Fortunately, he was busy these days with the merger of our Group and Tiancheng headquarters, so he hardly had time to come to the apartment. Before she knew it, a week had passed. The weekend is the birthday party for Gu Qinghe and Gu Wenchuan. Starting from Saturday morning, Miss Gu has been messaging Shin worried that she might forget her birthday. It's quite a coincidence that the birthdays of this brother-sister duo from the Gu family fall on the same day. Gu Wenchuan is 7 years older than Gu Qinghe, yet they celebrate together every year. The Gu family hosts a grand birthday party every year. Most of Gu Wenchuan's friends and brothers come, and the Gu family status in Huaihai is among the top. Whether for business or social reasons, many of the wealthy young ladies in Huaihai City also attend. On the weekend, when Shin arrived at the Gu family's banquet villa, many guests had already gathered. As she entered the banquet hall, Gu Qinghe, dressed in a luxurious princess gown adorned with pearls, greeted her with a bright smile. You're finally here, little ancestor. Shin handed over a beautifully wrapped birthday gift, smiling brightly. Happy birthday, Miss Gu. Gu Qinghe graciously accepted both gifts, glancing at the darker-colored gift box below, resisting the urge to unwrap it, and asked her best friend, as usual, is the one below for my brother? Shin nodded with a smile. Gu Qinghe linked arms with Shin beaming as she led her inside, joking, since it's in my hands, I might as well keep both gifts. Shin looked around the banquet hall. Almost all the influential figures were present. At the cake table, Gu Wenchuan was surrounded by several friends. Returning her gaze, Shin Nanji smiled lazily at her friend's comment. "That's fine, as long as your brother agrees." Miss Gu declared confidently, "If my best friend gives it, he has to accept it." At the dessert area, Gu Qinghe handed a small cake to Shin Nanji, pulling her over to enjoy sweets and chat. In the middle of their conversation, as Gu Qinghe was happily sharing stories from the night before, she suddenly turned away, her cheerful mood noticeably affected, digging into the small cake with frustration. Shin Nanji followed her gaze. In the main banquet area, a young man in a suit, looking charming and confident, seemed to be approaching. But before he could take a few steps, Gu Wenchuan called out to him from behind. Shin Nanji glanced at the man again. Although she had been less active in the social scene over the past 2 years, she had grown up in this circle and recognized most people. The person just now was Chung Yuhan, who almost had a marriage alliance with Gu Qinghe. It is said that he is quite capable. After taking over the company, he quickly achieved significant results. The Chung family's influence is considerable. Although their background is not as strong as the Gu family, it is still impressive. Chung Yuhan stood out among his uncles and cousins, and it is almost certain that he will take over the Sheng Group and become the next heir. Because of this, when Chung Yuhan expressed his desire to marry into the Gu family, Gu Qinghe's father agreed. Gu Wenchuan is indeed a caring brother. After Gu Qinghe clearly stated that she would not marry Chung Yuhan, he did not find an opportunity to speak with her alone during the birthday banquet, from the beginning until it was almost over. As the banquet was about to end, Gu Qinghe was called over by Gu Wenchuan. Shin Nanji felt a bit dizzy in the banquet hall, so she put down her champagne and went to the fountain garden behind the hall to get some fresh air. After standing under the begonia flower trellis for less than 2 minutes, she heard a mocking voice behind her. "Miss Shun, it's been a long time." Shin Nanji turned around to see Meng Shijin, the daughter of the Meng family, who had followed her out. 2 slightly less privileged followers accompanied her, all looking arrogant and disdainful, especially Meng Shijin. She had always had a rivalry with Shin Nanji since childhood. The Meng family held a mid-level status in the Huaihai elite circle, and 10 years ago, when Shin Nanji's parents were still alive, Meng Shijin would not have dared to act so boldly in front of her. However, after the Shun family faced difficulties and their company's shares dropped significantly, the Meng family took advantage of the situation, which boosted their status considerably. Since then, Meng Shijin felt she could look down on Shin Nanji and often tried to mock and show off. But before she could have her way, Shin Nanji was taken by Jiang's parents to live in the Jiang family's old residence. During important events and banquets, Jiang's mother always brought Shin Nanji along, helping her familiarize herself with the social circle. Due to the Jiang family's power and the early marriage agreement between the Jiang and Shin families, Meng Shijin, despite her rivalry with Shin Nanji, did not dare to confront her openly. However, in recent years, rumors have been spreading that Jiang Tingxu is unwilling to accept the marriage alliance and that Shin Nanji, who has always been labeled as part of the Jiang family, is about to be abandoned by them. A few days ago, the ambiguous video of Jiang Tingxu and Su Wu went viral, becoming solid proof of the rumors that the engagement between the two families is about to be cancelled. People like Meng Shijin, who have long wanted to put Shin Nanji down, would never miss such a good chance to mock her. As soon as Shin Nanji stepped out of the banquet hall, Meng Shijin followed closely behind. "It's been a while since we've seen Miss Shun in the circle. I thought the Shun family's daughter was too embarrassed to show her face among the wealthy. Why are you out today?" As soon as Meng Shijin finished speaking, her 2 sycophantic followers chimed in with disdain. Isn't it just because of her connection with the Gu family's daughter? Without that friendship, how could someone without parents like her fit into this circle? The words "without parents" made Shin Nanji narrow her eyes. Meng Shijin sneered and added, "I thought Miss Shin still had the Jiang family as a backup, but what does it matter if Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang are satisfied with the marriage between the Jiang and Shin families?" Young Master Jiang refuses to agree to the marriage and is making headlines with a young star. And your brother, who has no blood relation to you, has been living abroad and doesn't even come back to Huaihai City. Shin Nanji, if I were you, I would have left this circle the moment your parents died. Ah. Meng Shijin's scream coincided with the sharp sound of a slap. Shun Nanji shook her hand, coldly watching the clear handprint on Meng Shijin's face. The stinging pain on her right cheek made Meng Shijin lose her composure, her mocking expression turning into disbelief as she stared at Shun Nanji. Shun Nanji, how dare you hit me? Shun Nanji had used all her strength for that slap. Regardless of how Meng Shijin looked, her hand was burning with pain. What's wrong with hitting you? You casually mention your elders' deaths, showing such disrespect. Aren't you born of parents? Meng Shijin was furious. Her two followers were stunned for a moment by Shun Nanji's sudden action. Once they regained their senses, the follower who had just insulted Shun Nanji for being without parents quickly supported Meng Shijin and confronted Shun Nanji, ready to seek justice for her. As she spoke, Shun Nanji turned her gaze from Meng Shijin to the follower, shaking her aching palm. I almost forgot about you. You have a share in this too. As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Nanji slapped with her other hand. The little follower screamed, even louder than Meng Shijin had earlier. She looked humiliated. If it weren't for the loud piano music and chatter in the banquet hall, people would have already come over to see what was happening. Jiang Tingxu did not attend the banquet today. Meng Shijin thought that since the last hot search about Su Wu, the relationship between Shun Nanji and Jiang Tingxu had already fallen apart. Jiang Tingxu's absence from the birthday party was due to Shun Nanji. Before Shun Nanji turned 18, Jiang Tingxu always took her to gatherings, acting like a protective older brother, afraid she would be bullied. Now that the marriage between the Jiang and Shun families seemed to be falling apart, Jiang Tingxu still did not show up at the birthday party for Gu Wenchuan and Gu Qinghe, which was nearing its end. Meng Shijin no longer held back. After being slapped by Shun Nanji, anger flashed in her eyes, and she raised her hand to retaliate. However, just as she lifted her wrist, a cold voice, hard to read, suddenly came from behind her. Miss Meng. Meng Shijin paused. Recognizing the voice, her expression changed dramatically, and she instinctively turned to look back. Jiang Jinnian, who had rushed over from the signing meeting at Tiancheng headquarters, still wore his suit from the meeting as he stepped down the stairs and walked toward her. His noble and indifferent face showed no clear emotions, except for a brief pause in his dark eyes when he looked at Shun Nanji. Meng Shijin was still in shock from Jiang Jinnian's sudden arrival and hadn't regained her composure when he seemingly asked in confusion, why did our Ji offend the Meng family? Why did Miss Meng hit her in public? Meng Shijin felt incredibly frustrated. She had genuinely been slapped. It still hurt a lot, and the mark from the slap had not faded at all. Yet, this powerful figure from the Jiang family pretended not to see it and instead questioned her about why she hit Shun Nanji. This blatant favoritism made Meng Shijin furious and confused. For so many years, she only knew that Shun Nanji was close to Jiang Tingxu and had never heard of any connection between Shun Nanji and Jiang Jinnian, who rarely returned to the country, that would make him openly defend her in front of everyone. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, but given Jiang Jinnian's status, she did not dare show her displeasure. Instead, she reluctantly lowered her hand and spoke up to defend herself. It was Shun Nanji who hit me first. Lu Yi and Luo Shu both saw it happen. Jiang Jinnian walked over to Shun Nanji. He glanced at Chen Lei and Song Luo Shu, who were standing behind Meng Shijin, looking down and avoiding eye contact. Are you taking advantage of numbers, Miss Meng? Do you think I am blind? His voice was unnaturally calm, and the coldness in his words made Meng Shijin's two followers too afraid to even lift their heads, let alone speak up in support of her. Also, Jiang Jinnian continued. His frosty gaze shifted to Meng Shijin, who was biting her lip in frustration. Our Gigi has a good temper and is willing to be kind to some unrefined people, but that doesn't mean the Jiang family behind her is also so easygoing. Miss Meng, do you understand what I mean? Meng Shijin dug her nails into her palm. She almost bit her lip until it bled. After waiting so many years, she finally saw Shun Nanji about to be abandoned by Jiang Tingxu, only to have Jiang Jinnian protect her instead. The jealousy in Meng Shijin's eyes was nearly overflowing. But she didn't dare provoke Jiang Jinnian. She couldn't afford the consequences, and her family, the Meng family, was not strong enough to stand against the Jiang family. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Meng Shijin quietly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I was just joking with Miss Shun, and meant no harm." Jiang Jinnian glanced at Shen Nanji, who was looking down, then turned his gaze back to Meng Shijin. His tone was very calm, yet protectively obvious, clearly placing Shen Nanji firmly within the Jiang family's sphere from the start. The Jiang family does not appreciate limitless jokes. "If there's a next time, Miss Meng, please have your father come to speak with me directly." After saying this, he ignored the pale faces of Meng Shijin and her two followers, taking Shen Nanji's wrist and leaving the villa. Gu Qinghe came down from upstairs looking for Shen Nanji. Just as she found the side door of the banquet hall, she saw Jiang Jinnian and Shen Nanji leaving. She turned around, intending to grab her phone from the sofa to message her friend, but as she turned back, she spotted Jiang Tingxu, who had just flown back from Nanshur, standing by the bird of paradise plant near the floor-to-ceiling window. Gu Qinghe was a bit surprised. Earlier, her brother had called her over, and she hadn't expected both Jiang Jinnian and Jiang Tingxu to come over as the banquet was nearing its end. Following Jiang Tingxu's gaze through the glass window, she could see the spot where Shen Nanji and Meng Shijin were standing. Before she could look away, Jiang Tingxu took a puff from his cigarette, then extinguished it, his eyes dark and turbulent, as he walked past Gu Qinghe and out through the glass side door. In the fountain garden, Meng Shijin's two little followers noticed her bad mood and were about to say something comforting when they heard footsteps behind them again. Sheng Ye was the first to spot Jiang Tingxu.
Jiang Ye?
Meng Shijin frowned. She turned to look. Jiang Tingxu showed no visible emotion and ignored the flattering Chen Lei and Song Luoshu, stopping only briefly in front of Meng Shijin. He smirked slightly and casually mentioned, "I heard the Meng family is planning to enter the entertainment industry?" Having just been warned by Jiang Jinnian, Meng Shijin instinctively felt wary of the Jiang family. But then she recalled that the news about Shen Nanji and Jiang Tingxu's broken relationship had spread widely in Huaihai City. Jiang Tingxu even allowed the video of Su Wu going public with their relationship to trend online, so he likely wouldn't protect Shen Nanji anymore. Thinking this, Meng Shijin was about to nod. But then she heard Jiang Tingxu leisurely continue, "Please let your father know. The entertainment industry in Huaihai City is saturated. He should consider other investment directions." Meng Shijin was taken aback, nearly biting her tongue in frustration, and blurted out, "Why should I?" Jiang Tingxu's eyes turned cold, and his tone was filled with disdain as he narrowed his gaze at Meng Shijin. "Because you dared to touch someone from the Jiang family." With that, Jiang Tingxu ignored her and walked away toward the direction Jiang Jinnian and Shen Nanji had left. Outside the villa area, in a black limited edition Maybach, Shen Nanji sat in the passenger seat with her head down. Jiang Jinnian had his arm resting on the steering wheel and turned to look at her. He asked knowingly, "Did you get into a fight?" Shen Nanji pressed her lips together and remained silent. He continued, "Good job." Shen Nanji looked up at him. Instead of the expected lecture about being cautious and avoiding conflicts, she heard Jiang Jinnian say, "If something like this happens again, just fight. I'll take care of any trouble that comes up." This time, Shen Nanji was genuinely surprised. She never expected Jiang Jinnian, who was praised for his self-restraint and adherence to rules, to say something like this after she had a conflict with someone. In her astonishment, she impulsively asked, "What if I cause a big problem?" Just like today, after finishing with Meng Shijin, she felt a bit regretful. Today was actually the birthday party for Gu Qinghe and Gu Wenchuan, with countless influential guests present. Causing a scene at the Gu family's birthday party was not a good idea and could ruin her best friend's annual celebration. However, at that moment, she was provoked by Meng Shijin and her little followers' comments about her parents, and she lost control of her emotions. "Even if you cause a big mess in Huaihai City, I can help you clean it up," Jiang Jinnian said calmly. Meeting her gaze, he spoke in a normal tone. "Nanji, just remember, The Jiang family does not need to endure humiliation, including you. As the car moved, Jiang Jinnian drove out of the parking lot. With the darkening sky, he asked, "Back to the apartment?" Shun Nanji nodded. When Jiang Tingxu came out of the villa, Jiang Jinnian's limited edition Maybach had just left the parking area. Seeing him, the driver waiting in the car got out and opened the back door, asking Jiang Tingxu, "Young Master Jiang, are we going back to the old house?" Recently, there had been some issues at Guangying Media, and Jiang Tingxu had been busy in Nanshi, rarely spending more than a few days at the company. Even today, he had rushed back from Nanshi for the Gu family's birthday party. On the way to the Gu family, the driver had heard Jiang's mother repeatedly calling to urge Jiang Tingxu to come home, so he thought Jiang Tingxu was hurrying back to the old house. Jiang Tingxu did not answer the driver's question. Instead of going to the back seat, he got into the driver's seat. "I'll drive myself. You can go back," he said. The driver closed the back door and nodded in response. Jiang Tingxu followed Jiang Jinnian and Shin Nanji to the apartment near Huaihai University. When he arrived, Jiang Jinnian and Shin Nanji had just entered the apartment. Watching them go in one after the other, Jiang Tingxu got out of the car and leaned against it, looking up at the apartment building shrouded in the dim night. He rarely visited Shin Nanji's apartment. Since she moved out of the Jiang family home, they often went 10 days or even half a month without seeing each other. But he knew which floor she lived on. Jiang Tingxu stared at the floor where Shin Nanji lived until the lights turned on. Unable to resist, he took out a cigarette, hoping the smoke would ease the heavy emotions rising in his chest. As the night grew darker, cigarette butts scattered at his feet, and the feeling of suffocation and irritation in his chest not only did not fade, but instead intensified. It gathered in his chest, surging back and forth, as if it would soon reach its peak, breaking through the fragile restraint and becoming uncontrollable. Jiang Tingxu's eyes were clouded with darkness, their color flickering. The burnt cigarette reached his fingertips, the burning sensation touching his skin. He lowered his eyelashes, dropped the cigarette from his fingers, and tightened his jaw in the night, unable to hold back his patience. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. Chen Feng's voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Tingxu kept his eyes down, heavily scanning the ground covered in ash, his jaw clenched as he asked Chen Feng, "Where did Nanji stay last weekend?" Chen Feng was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Tingxu to ask this question. After a moment of thought, he cautiously replied, "I think it was Yushan Mansion." As soon as Yushan Mansion was mentioned, Jiang Tingxu's eyes darkened, and his hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Chen Feng didn't hear another question. When he hesitated to speak again, the call had already been disconnected. Veins bulged on Jiang Tingxu's hand. As he raised his eyes, he couldn't help but recall what Jiang Jinnian had said to him during the thunderstorm last weekend. "Tingxu, since you chose not to accept this marriage, return to where you belong." His fingers trembled, and the suffocating feeling in his chest turned into a sharp pain. He didn't linger any longer, turned around, got into his car, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and sped back to the old house. When Jiang Tingxu stepped into the hall of the old house, it was exactly 9 o'clock at night.
"Dad."
He looked at his father, who was reading the newspaper on the sofa, and without any preamble said, "I have something to ask you." Jiang Feng put down the newspaper and turned to look at him. In the past 2 years, Jiang Tingxu had become increasingly rebellious, getting into trouble one after another, refusing to join the company, and suddenly backing out of a good marriage arrangement. He had also stirred up quite a commotion in the city due to a young star from an entertainment company. This time it was even worse. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, he had gone silent for over half a month, not responding to calls or returning home. Jiang Feng's expression was displeased, and his tone was not very friendly either. "If you don't have anything to ask your father, are you still out there and not coming back?" Jiang Tingxu's profile tightened slightly. He took a few steps toward Jiang Feng without answering and directly asked the question that had been bothering him, the marriage agreement between the Jiang and Shin families. He struggled to speak the second half. "Did you push it onto my brother?" Jiang Feng was already in a bad mood. Seeing this kid questioning the marriage agreement, He thought he was refusing the engagement and wouldn't allow Jiang Jinnian to marry. His tone was even harsher than before.
What do you want?
To disregard the feelings between the two families and the past friendship, and simply cancel the engagement? I just want to ask you, have you considered Nanji's situation after the marriage is called off? Tingxu didn't answer at all. He only cared about one thing. Was the engagement pushed onto my brother by our parents, or did he take it on himself? Jiang's mother heard the noise from upstairs. Halfway down the stairs, she caught that line. She adjusted her shawl and looked at her younger son, who hadn't returned in half a month. Before Jiang Feng could speak, she said, "Is there any difference between the two? Tingxu, you and Nanji grew up together. Your father and I originally preferred you two to get engaged since you are already familiar with each other and have years of friendship. But over the past 2 years, your determination to resist marriage has grown stronger, and your father and I have had to reconsider this engagement." Jiang's mother paused, continuing down the stairs. In the past 2 years, she had repeatedly discussed marriage with Jiang Tingxu, only to be met with his firm refusals, and those scenes replayed in her mind. She sighed deeply and continued, "Tingxu, I used to believe that there must be some feelings between you and Nanji, even if just a little, after 10 years of companionship, which is why I tried so hard to bring you together. But perhaps it's true what they say. Feelings cannot be forced. Forget it, I won't pressure you anymore. Over these 2 years, your relationship with Nanji has grown colder, with no contact or meetings, and the friendship seems to have nearly faded. It's not worth it to let you two become enemies over a marriage." Jiang Tingxu clenched his fists tightly. His lips turned pale. Clearly, it was the answer he had been waiting for, but hearing it made his heart feel like it was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. He didn't stay long at the old house. With his head down, he listened and soon left the hall to drive to Sheng Ye. Fang Jilin and the others were getting ready to leave when they saw Jiang Tingxu arrive at this time, and they were a bit surprised. A few people looked at each other, and their gazes finally landed on Jiang Tingxu, who was quietly drinking on the sofa in the corner with a serious expression. An awkward silence spread in the room. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Fang Zilin moved to the sofa opposite Jiang Tingxu and joked, "What's going on? Did you arrive late to the Gu family's birthday party and miss the drinks, so you're catching up tonight at Sheng Ye?" Jiang Tingxu ignored him. His eyelids drooped, and in the dim light of the room, he exuded an indescribable sense of coldness and silence. Fang Zilin glanced at Qiyu, Ji Yanche, and Feng Zimo, who were also looking this way. Jiang Tingxu hadn't returned to the Jiang family for half a month, and now that he was back, he must be going to the old house. It was already past 9 in the evening. Ji Yanche thought Jiang Tingxu was in a bad mood because his family was pressuring him to marry. He walked over, patted Jiang Tingxu on the shoulder, and said sympathetically, "Is your mother pushing for a marriage again? I just got back from country A, and on the day of the welcome dinner, my family's elder kept talking about marriage." "You've been at odds with your family for 2 years, if it really comes to it," Jiang Tingxu interrupted Ji Yanche with a cold scoff. "There is a marriage arrangement, but it's not for me." The room fell silent for a moment. Ji Yanche was confused and was about to ask what he meant when he heard Jiang Tingxu continue, "The marriage between the Jiang and Shun families is for my brother and Nanji." Ji Yanche's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively exclaimed, "No way." The others shared the same surprised expressions, except for Feng Zimo, who had predicted this outcome days ago. Qiyu was the first to voice his disbelief. "No, that can't be true." Jiang Jinnian had been abroad for many years, and his meetings with Shin Nanji were few. How could there be a marriage arrangement? Jiang Tingxu remained silent, downing glass after glass of alcohol. The group exchanged glances, and the room fell completely silent. Fang Zilin and Ji Yanche, who had wanted to lighten the mood, now didn't know what to say. Only Feng Zimo silently watched Jiang Tingxu, who had successfully avoided the marriage, but seemed even more upset than before. The brothers, who had grown up together, valued loyalty. As Jiang Tingxu drank, they stayed by his side until 11 o'clock at night. The cold, Dim moonlight mixed with the courtyard lights, casting a soft glow in front of the main villa as Tingxu stepped up the stairs into the hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Jinnian, who was handling company matters via video call with Lin, sitting on the sofa facing the brightly lit hall. Tingxu's hand curled into a fist, his emotions unclear in his darkened eyes. Brother. Jiang Jinnian had taken over the company long ago, single-handedly competing against the board members and injecting fresh energy into the business with his decisive actions. He led all of Jiang's enterprises to new heights. During the peak of Sheng Group's market value, he personally took a team abroad to develop overseas markets, solidifying Jiang's position both domestically and internationally. Tingxu naturally admired his older brother, who was often away, but he also felt a distance due to their infrequent meetings and a hint of subconscious fear. Shun Ye had never been close to Jiang Jinnian. She never asked much about him or inquired about anything related to him. Her impression of Jiang Jinnian was that he was cold, distant, and hard to get along with. What she didn't know was that beneath Jiang Jinnian's aloofness lay a sharp mind. He could elevate Sheng Group in the cutthroat business world and carve out a successful path overseas, creating the formidable Group. He was not a kind-hearted person. Fortunately, in Jiang Jinnian's heart, there was a clear distinction between family and outsiders. No matter how ruthless he was in business, he would never use those methods on family, even distant relatives. Despite this, everyone in the Jiang family knew of Jiang Jinnian's ways. His uncles and aunts treated him with respect, never daring to covet the power of Sheng Group. Even his cousins, who were around the same age, acted submissively in his presence. As Jiang Jinnian's younger brother, Tingxu naturally held a higher position than any cousin. Over the years, although Jiang Jinnian was rarely at the family home, he respected every choice Tingxu made. Even when Tingxu refused to join the company, causing tension within the family, it was Jiang Jinnian, far away, who called their parents to encourage them to respect Tingxu's choices and let him follow his own path. Thus, Tingxu's feelings for his older brother were complex. He admired him greatly, but like the other distant relatives, he also felt a hint of fear. However, the effects of alcohol and the shocking news that Shun Ye might marry Jiang Jinnian made him forget that fear. Jiang Jinnian did not know what his younger brother was thinking at that moment. There were still some lingering issues from the daytime signing meeting, and he had just finished discussing them with Lin. After ending the video call, Jiang Jinnian closed his laptop and glanced at Tingxu. His tone was calm but gentle. "You're back? Are you still going to Nan City?"
Tingxu walked over.
"Not for now. Brother, I have something to ask you." It was getting late, just a few minutes shy of midnight. Jiang Jinnian rubbed his temples, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He wanted to tell Tingxu to rest early, but before he could say it, he heard his brother's question. He swallowed his words and paused his movement to go upstairs, nodding to ask, "What is it?" Tingxu clenched his fist, staring intently at Jiang Jinnian. He swallowed hard and said, "I heard that you're going to marry Nanji?" Jiang Jinnian silently rubbed his fingers together and looked up at Tingxu, meeting his gaze. He did not deny it. In fact, there was no need to deny it.
Yes.
Hearing this confirmation, Tingxu's brows immediately furrowed. He almost instinctively blurted out, "But you and Nanji aren't familiar, and there are no feelings between you. How can you get married?" Tingxu, Jiang Jinnian looked at him, his tone as calm as ever. Compared to feelings, what matters more in a marriage and alliance is responsibility. Tingxu's face turned pale. "So, you are marrying Nanji just because of responsibility?" It reminded him of many years ago when he thought his brother preferred medicine, but because the family needed an heir, Jiang Jinnian gave up his desire to pursue further studies without hesitation. Tingxu found it hard to describe his feelings. Over the years, he had never heard Jiang Jinnian express any regret about giving up medicine. He knew that once his brother married Nanji, regardless of whether they developed feelings afterward, he would never bring up divorce if they chose this path. For a family alliance, giving up a lifetime of marriage, won't you really regret it? This question was somewhat absurd. Jiang Jinnian did not answer him but instead turned the question back, asking, after resisting the family alliance for 2 years, are you regretting it now? Jiang Tingxu closed his eyes. The memories of the past 2 years and the growing distance between him and Shun Group resurfaced in his mind. She never showed any concern about the women around him, even when she saw them with her own eyes. Her expression remained unchanged. His fingertips turned white with tension, and the breath he took felt icy, spreading a chill through his chest. Yet, he maintained his composure and replied as he always did. No regrets. Jiang Jinnian looked away and said nothing more. Before heading upstairs, he left one last remark. Since you have no regrets, just move forward with your choice. As for the marriage agreement between our families, it will no longer be your burden. His footsteps faded away. The light at the top of the stairs flickered on and off. Jiang Tingxu was left alone in the hall. The clock on the wall slowly passed midnight. The heavy night air seemed to seep through the thick glass and fill the hall, making the atmosphere feel increasingly cold. The next day, Shun Group spent the entire day in the lab and returned to the apartment building after finishing her research paper. It was already dark outside. Many residents in the building had finished dinner and were taking their dogs for walks. One of the residents downstairs owned a large golden retriever. The owner, a female manager from a nearby company, had no time to walk the dog during the day due to work, so she could only take it out in the evening. Although Shun Group had few classes at school, she was pursuing a double degree and often had to write papers and conduct experiments, which meant she frequently returned home after dark. As time passed, she encountered her neighbor more often, and they gradually became familiar with each other. The golden retriever was very friendly. Whenever it saw Shun Group, it would excitedly wag its fluffy tail and leap toward her. Shun Group loved cats and dogs, but didn't have the time to care for one. However, she enjoyed the occasional interactions with the friendly golden retriever, which allowed her to pet its head and satisfy her desire to be around dogs. As usual, after petting the golden retriever and giving its soft tail a few gentle strokes, Shun Group smiled at the dog's owner and pressed the elevator button to go upstairs. The smile on her lips remained until the elevator doors opened, but it slowly faded when she saw who was waiting outside. Jiang Tingxu leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette. When the elevator doors opened, he glanced over. In the warm yellow light of the hallway, their eyes met through the faint wisps of smoke. Shun Group didn't expect Jiang Tingxu to suddenly come to her side. For so long, they had stopped reaching out to each other, creating an unspoken understanding between them. The smell of smoke was strong in the hallway, and Shun Group looked down at the pile of cigarette butts at his feet. The elevator door beeped and began to close automatically. Shun Group pulled her gaze away and stepped out of the elevator. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Tingxu extinguished his cigarette, his eyes fixed on her, and spoke first. Why didn't you answer the phone? Shun Group held her phone without moving her fingers. Her expression was calm, as usual. I was busy and didn't hear it. Jiang Tingxu smiled slightly, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Not busy now. Shun Group looked at him and asked, You came to find me for something? Jiang Tingxu tossed away the cigarette. Yes, there is something. His tone was as indifferent as it had been over the years, relaxed as if he didn't care about anything. I heard you're going to marry my brother. Is that true? It's only been half a month, Xiananzi. You're changing something as important as marriage so casually? He still called her by that overly familiar name from childhood, but the emotion in his tone was different. Shun Group paused in her motion to open the door. Jiang Tingxu, what do you really want to say? He closed his lips, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Yet his tone remained as if he was just confused. Aren't you afraid of my brother? In these 10 years in the Jiang family, you and he have hardly met. Do you know my brother? Does he know you? Is marriage something to be taken so lightly? Shun Group tightened her lips. Even the tips of her fingers gripping the edge of her phone turned pale from the pressure. After so many years, she could hear the questioning tone beneath his words. Their personalities had become familiar over a decade, and continuing this conversation would only lead to another unpleasant ending. Their relationship had become so fragile that it was unnecessary to waste what little connection they had left. Shun didn't answer his question and turned to open the door to her apartment. But he wouldn't let it go. As she moved, he suddenly grabbed her wrist. His grip was strong, leaving red marks on her porcelain-white skin almost instantly. Tingxu was focused on her expression and didn't notice his own actions. "Why aren't you speaking?" Shun, his tone had turned completely cold, reminiscent of the times they had parted unhappily over the past 2 years. "In your heart, can you really separate marriage from feelings like this?" Shun frowned. She pulled her wrist away from his grasp and tried to speak calmly. "Tingxu, I know you resist family arrangements, but I have never forced you to marry me. Whether the marriage between the Jiang and Shun families continues, or whether I marry your older brother, is my own business. You don't need to come here to question me." As expected, they parted unhappily, just like many times over the past 2 years. Before turning 18, Shun never imagined that her relationship with Tingxu would become like this after she became an adult. The elevator doors opened and closed again. The motion sensor lights flickered above her. Shun tightened her fingers into her palm, clearly feeling the fatigue from playing with the golden retriever fade away, only to return slowly to her mind. The smell of smoke lingered in the hallway, making the nerves in her forehead throb painfully. She didn't stay any longer, unlocked the door with her fingerprint, and stepped into the apartment, shutting out the smoke. After a long day at school, her mind felt heavy. Once inside, she drank a glass of cold water to soothe her throat and took a quick shower before heading straight to bed. She tried to push the thoughts of Tingxu's visit out of her mind, but once she fell asleep, her dreams pulled her back into the past 2 years. The first time she and Tingxu parted unhappily was 2 years ago, when she had just moved out of the old house. Tingxu found this apartment and questioned her about why she suddenly moved out. She used the excuse of being closer to school for convenience. But from the age of 10 to 18, she and Tingxu had been inseparable, knowing each other's personalities very well. Her excuse could fool Zhang's parents, but not Tingxu. After he pressed her for answers, she lost her patience for hiding the truth and decided to be straightforward. Since they wouldn't reach a marriage agreement and had both grown up, living under the same roof amidst misunderstandings from others would be awkward. Moreover, it was clear that he did not want the marriage, evident from his long absences from the old house, with them not seeing each other for 10 days or even weeks. In this situation, if she continued to live in the old house, it would be awkward if they unexpectedly met under the same roof. That was his home. She was the outsider. Leaving voluntarily was the sensible choice. However, after laying everything out, Shun thought Tingxu would be happier, but instead, he sneered, his eyes filled with sarcasm. To this day, Shun still remembers that day 2 years ago, with a scene just like tonight. He stood outside her apartment, a mocking smile on his face, and asked her if her closeness to him over the years was just because he was her marriage partner. Just like their relationship. Before he showed any unwillingness for the marriage, she followed him around like a shadow, accompanying him wherever he went. But as soon as he expressed his reluctance to accept the family marriage, she immediately moved out of the old house, clearly defining their relationship. In fact, when he asked that question, Shun wanted to explain that their years together and their feelings had nothing to do with the marriage. When she was brought to the Jiang family, she was grieving the sudden loss of her parents. It was he and the Jiang family who helped her through that painful time and supported her as she grew up year by year. Their relationship was not based on the marriage. After so many years, he and Zhang's parents had become like family to her. But he didn't give her a chance to explain. Thus began their first Cold War. Later, when she found another opportunity to explain seriously, he listened but probably didn't believe her. After that, neither of them mentioned the marriage again, as if the two families had never had an engagement. He still rarely returned to the old house, but rumors about him and Su Wu occasionally surfaced. Meanwhile, She tried not to go back to the Jiang family and focused all her time on studying and experiments. The past 2 years flashed through her dreams like a blur, and Shun buried most of her face in the blanket, sleeping restlessly. The throbbing at her temples not only didn't ease, but grew more intense. At midnight, in a daze, her phone rang urgently. Shun frowned and reached out an arm to feel for her phone on the bedside. "Nanji, are you asleep?" The voice on the other end, Jiang, was gentle and smiling, amplified by the silence of the bedroom. Shun took a breath. She glanced at the screen, feeling the heat on her forehead, and put the phone back to her ear. "Yanche?" The laughter in his voice deepened. "It's me. Tingxu is drunk. Nanji, can you come over for a bit?" After rushing home to sleep, she had forgotten to close the curtains. Shun sat up in bed, glanced out at the dark night, and without hesitation, she pressed her slightly dry lips together and declined. "Sorry, Yanche, I can't go over right now. Please ask Su Wu to take care of Tingxu instead." Hearing the name Su Wu, Yanche was momentarily stunned. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Tingxu in the opposite booth. Before he could say anything else, Shun had already politely hung up the phone. After hanging up, Shun touched her hot forehead and dry, warm eyelids. Without needing a thermometer, she knew she had a fever. Enduring the dizziness, she got up from bed. She rummaged through the medicine cabinet, found a fever reducer, and swallowed it with cold water. After closing the curtains with the remote, she returned to bed and lay down again. With a fever, she felt cold all over. Shun wrapped herself in the blanket, forcing herself to clear her mind and not think about anything until she drifted off to sleep again. The next day at 7 o'clock, Shun was awakened by the alarm. After turning it off, she touched her forehead. The temperature had come down, but her head still hurt, feeling heavy and dizzy. Shun picked up her phone, checked her class schedule for the day, and finally opened her contacts to call Gu Qinghe, asking her to request a sick day for her. Upon hearing she was unwell, Gu Qinghe's voice became anxious. Since no one else was in the apartment, she worried Shun might not take care of herself and immediately wanted to come over. Shun stopped her, saying, "You don't need to come over. I'm already feeling better. I have cold medicine here, and I think I just need a day to rest." Gu Qinghe couldn't argue with her and repeatedly reminded her to take care of herself. Shun agreed, hung up the phone, went out for a cup of warm water, and then went back to sleep. When she woke up again, it was already afternoon. The fever was gone, and her headache had lessened significantly. The dizzy feeling had also disappeared. Not wanting to cook, she ordered takeout for a meal. After eating, while sitting on the balcony's sofa enjoying the sun, she casually opened Weibo. As the page loaded, the trending topic immediately caught her eye. The news about the screen goddess, Su Wu, being photographed entering Jiang Tingxu's private booth at Sheng Ye late at night was at the top. The buzz was still rising, and even the video of the incident had gone viral with millions of shares. Shun paused her finger on the screen. Looking at the explosive Weibo news, she didn't even click on the video and quickly exited the app, choosing not to browse further. The rumors about Jiang Tingxu and Su Wu have been highly followed by major entertainment media. The trending topic of Su Wu visiting Jiang Tingxu's private room late at night remains popular on Weibo and is certainly a headline on other social media platforms as well. Shun lost interest in checking her phone again and was about to turn off the screen and toss it aside to rest on the sofa when the phone rang. Looking down at the screen, she was somewhat surprised to see the caller ID. She pressed the answer button and was about to ask what was wrong when she heard the panicked voice of Zhang Lan, the secretary responsible for reporting to Shun from the Shun Group. "Miss, something has happened." Zhang Lan had been with the Shun Group for a long time. She was calm and capable, and nothing seemed to rattle her. While other secretaries panicked in emergencies, Zhang Lan had already thought through all the necessary responses and quickly arranged for action. She was chosen by Shun father years ago to assist her in the future. After Shun parents passed away, Zhang Lan joined the headquarters early on, handling all important projects to help Shun take charge smoothly in the future. Over the years, Shen Nanji had always seen Zhang Lan as steady and composed, never flustered. This was the first time she had called with such urgency. Shun Nanji's heart sank. What happened? Zhang Lan quickly explained, this quarter, 2 major projects at headquarters have encountered problems. The partners have maliciously withdrawn their investments and joined forces with other competitors to pressure the Shun Group. The company's shares have already been affected. Moreover, the funds involved in these 2 projects are significant. As of today, the stock prices of the headquarters and foreign branches have dropped over 10%. If this continues, the company's financial chain might. Shen Nanzi's expression turned serious. After hearing Zhang Lan's words, she instinctively asked, "Have you contacted my brother?" Besides Shen Nanji, there was also an adopted son in the Shen family, Shun Huayan. He was adopted by the Shen family at the age of 8 and took on their surname. When Shen Nanji's parents passed away, she was only 10 and could not gain the trust of the board members. It was Shun Huayan, then just 17, who entered the group as the adopted son and managed to seize control from those with ulterior motives. With the support of the Jiang family, he helped stabilize the struggling Shun Group step by step. Shun Huayan's background as an adopted son of the Shen family is not a secret. To ensure that Shen Nanji can smoothly inherit the group without any sibling rivalry, after stabilizing the company, Shun Huayan publicly announced that the only heir of the Shen family is Shen Nanji, and he is just managing the company on her behalf until she takes over. Once the company was on the right track, he established Jinnian Group in Country A to support the Shen family's industries and manage them together. After this year's birthday, Shen Nanji has just turned 20. Usually, all company matters are handled by Zhang Lan and Shen Huayan. Now that there is an issue at headquarters, Shen Nanji immediately thinks of Shen Huayan. However, when mentioning him, Zhang Lan's tone is even more anxious. The calm she tries to maintain is about to crumble. We can't contact President Shun right now. 2 weeks ago, there was an important signing event for Jinnian Group abroad and President Shun personally led the team. He planned to return home after finishing his work abroad, but he unfortunately got into a car accident on his way back and is currently in a coma. Shen Nanji suddenly stands up, her breath quickening. How could such a big thing happen without anyone telling me? Zhang Lan realizes she can't hide the truth any longer and is too scared to keep it from her. President Shun was worried you would be concerned and didn't allow us to share the news. But don't worry, I talk to the assistant at Jinming every day. President Shun is no longer in danger. The doctor said he should wake up in 2 days at most. However, the crisis at Shun Group can't wait. To stabilize the stock price, both headquarters and the branches need a large amount of funding, and we need powerful allies to resist the pressure from the family alliance. In Huaihai City, there are not many with vast resources and absolute power. Moreover, when one whale falls, everything else rises. The Shen family was once comparable to the Jiang family, and now, with such a large group facing a crisis, many in the business world are hoping for the Shen family's downfall to take advantage of the situation in this already established circle. Zhang Lan is extremely anxious. Besides her worry, there is also guilt in her tone. "Miss, we cannot reach President Shen and headquarters, and the branches can't wait any longer. I really don't know what to do." Shen Nanji forces herself to calm down. She comforts Zhang Lan, "Don't panic. I'll figure out the company's issues. Please call my brother's assistant and ask about today's situation." Shen Nanji's lips are pale. "Last night, I had a high fever that lasted all night. Today, after resting for half a day, I just regained a bit of color. However, after receiving a call from Zhang Lan, the little bit of color I had disappeared again." Shen Nanji tightly gripped her phone, the metal edge pressing into her soft palm, causing her pain, but she ignored it. She understood what Zhang Lan meant. The amount of funding needed to shake the financial chain of the Shun Group was an unimaginable number. Not to mention, they needed to ensure that the rival family wouldn't have any other thoughts. In Huaihai City, the only one capable of handling this was Jiang Jinnian, who led the Jiang family and Group. However, over the past 10 years, the Shun Group had faced several crises, all of which were survived by relying on the Jiang family. The Shun family already owed too much to the Jiang family. If there was no marriage alliance, she would have no face to ask Jiang Jinnian for help. But if there was a marriage alliance, Shun Nanji's gaze sharpened. Amid the chaos, she recalled the night of the Gu family's birthday party when Jiang Jinnian asked her if she had thought about marriage. Nanji, marry me. Your life won't change at all, but after marriage, all the resources the Shun family needs can be accessed from the Jiang family, including my connections. Shun Nanji's breath caught. Her long lashes trembled slightly as her fingers stiffly released the phone screen, which had her fingerprints on it. She opened her contacts, found the number she had never dialed in 10 years, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed it. At the headquarters of Sheng Group, in the quiet and serious president's office, Jiang Jinnian was discussing a bidding project with 2 board members. Just as they were getting to a crucial point, someone knocked on the door of the president's office. The 2 board members turned to look. Zhou Lin, holding a stack of documents, nodded at them, greeted them briefly, and headed straight to Jiang Jinnian's desk, looking somewhat serious. President Jiang, there's an issue with the Shun Group. With just these few words, Jiang Jinnian looked up. He glanced at the stack of documents, immediately halted the discussion about the bidding project, and ordered, "We will discuss the bidding project in tomorrow's meeting." The 2 board members were quick to understand and took their materials as they left. Once they were gone, Jiang Jinnian picked up the stack of documents, began to read, and asked Zhou Lin, "What happened with the Shun Group?" Zhou Lin explained clearly, "I just received news that 2 major projects of the Shun Group have encountered problems. The funds between the headquarters and the branches are not flowing properly, and there may be issues with their financial chain. There are many factors behind this situation that are making things difficult for the Shun family. If it weren't for the Shun family, it would be quite challenging." Jiang Jinnian asked, "Where is Shun Huaiyan?" "Mr. Shun had an accident abroad and hasn't returned yet." "An accident?" Jiang Jinnian frowned. "What a coincidence." Zhou Lin also looked concerned. "It does seem like a coincidence, but since Mr. Shun is in a coma, the Jinming Group may not be able to provide funding to the Shun family in time." Jiang Jinnian didn't say anything further. He instructed Zhou Lin, "Send someone to the Shun family to fill the funding gap first, then have someone investigate the reasons behind these 2 incidents." Zhou Lin nodded and was about to report on another matter when Jiang Jinnian's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, raised his hand, and interrupted Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin wisely fell silent. Jiang Jinnian stopped reviewing the documents and pressed the answer button.
Nanji?
"Brother Jinnian." The girl's voice on the other end sounded a bit tense, as if she were nervous.
"I need to talk to you about something."
Jiang Jinnian looked at his watch. "Are you coming here, or should I come to you?" "I'll come over," Shen Nanji replied. "Where are you now?" "At the Sheng headquarters." Jiang Jinnian glanced at Zhou Lin across the desk and spoke in his usual calm tone. "I'll have Zhou Lin pick you up." The Sheng Group headquarters was not far from her apartment. After hanging up, Shun Nanji quickly changed her clothes and drove over. When Zhou Lin brought Shen Nanji to the president's office, Jiang Jinnian had just finished reviewing the documents related to the 2 projects of the Shun family. There was a knock at the door. Jiang Jinnian closed the file and looked up.
"Come in."
Although he had seen Shen Nanji more frequently in the past half-month than in the previous 10 years, it was her first time visiting the Sheng Group headquarters. Assistant Zhou opened the door and stepped aside to let Shen Nanji enter. Meeting Jiang Jinnian's deep, dark gaze from behind the desk made Shen Nanji's breath catch, and she steeled herself to walk in. With the Shun family in turmoil and unable to reach her brother, Shen Nanji tried to remain calm, but her heart was racing. Even while driving over, her mind was filled with thoughts about the proposed marriage. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, during their private moments together, Jiang Jinnian had brought up the topic of marriage 3 times. Each time, he presented a common reason. A union between their families would benefit both groups. Now, the Shun company is facing a crisis, and its stock price has dropped significantly. With the saying "when the wall falls, everyone pushes," Shun Nanji does not have absolute confidence. If the Shun Group cannot bring benefits to the Jiang family and may even become a burden in the short term, Will Jiang Jinnian still recognize this marriage agreement? Sit down. Jiang Jinnian's voice interrupted Shun Nanji's chaotic thoughts. She followed his gesture and sat across from him at his desk. Zhou Lin personally brought tea, and Shun Nanji politely thanked him. After Zhou Lin left, Jiang Jinnian's gaze fell on the girl sitting across from him, sitting upright and tense. Did you come to the company for something urgent? Shun Nanji pressed her dry lips together, her long lashes trembling slightly, and her clear eyes hesitated to meet Jiang Jinnian's gaze. She pressed her pale fingers against her soft palm, and the rising pain made her gather her courage to nod and ask the question she had rehearsed several times in her mind while taking the elevator with Zhou Lin. There is something I want to ask. Jinnian, I want to know. Is our marriage still on? Jiang Jinnian paused, his fingers resting on the edge of the document. He looked into her eyes, and even though he tried to hold back, it was easy to see the flicker of anxiety in her misty gaze. Jiang Jinnian released the document and gave her a clear answer.
Of course, it still stands.
The marriage agreement between our families was established 20 years ago and will not change. Shun Nanji felt a little relieved. She opened her mouth to speak again, but Jiang Jinnian asked first, so you agree to marry me, right? Shun Nanji stopped speaking and nodded. Receiving her affirmative answer, he tapped the table and directly confirmed the marriage certificate process. The speed surprised Shun Nanji. Years ago, Uncle Shun and Aunt Shun mentioned the marriage to my parents several times, wanting to get engaged and married after you turn 20. Nanji, if you have no objections, we will go to get the marriage certificate a week later, on your 20th birthday. Although the timing is tight and the process rushed, Shun Nanji said nothing and nodded again, okay. With the marriage settled, the next urgent matter is the Shun Company. For Shun Nanji, asking Jiang Jinnian for help is quite difficult. In the past 10 years, they have never contacted each other privately, and it feels like they are strangers. However, the shares and market value of the Shun Group are evaporating every minute. No matter how hard it is to ask, Shun Nanji cannot afford to delay. There's one more thing I would like to ask for your help with, Brother Jinnian. Is it about the Shun Group headquarters? Before she could finish, Jiang Jinnian interrupted her. Shun Nanji was momentarily surprised and looked at him.
Come here, he said.
Shun Nanji didn't understand but obediently walked around the large desk to his side. Jiang Jinnian pulled up a chair and placed it next to his, inviting her to sit down. Then, while she watched, he opened the financial report that Zhou Lin had prepared regarding the funding needed for the Shun Group. He also accessed the highest level of permissions for the headquarters and personally transferred the funds to the Shun Group's account. Zhou Lin has already reported on the Shun Group situation to me. Don't worry, I will handle it, he reassured her. In an instant, a large sum of money was quickly transferred to the Shun Group's account right before her eyes. The next moment, Shun Nanji's phone chimed with messages. Zhang Lan excitedly messaged her, saying that the funds from Tiansheng headquarters had been received, and the Tiansheng Group's secretarial team had come to the Shun Company to coordinate all projects using Zhang's resources. Shortly after, Zhang Lan sent a screenshot showing the company's stock value. With Zhang's support, the shares were no longer declining and even showed signs of recovery. The weight on Shun Nanji's heart finally lifted. She let out a long sigh of relief and quickly replied to Zhang Lan with 2 messages. Can I relax now? Jiang Jinnian's voice came from beside her. Shun Nanji put away her phone, smiled, and thanked him. Thank you, Brother Jinnian. Jiang Jinnian had not logged out of the computer, and the screen displayed the most confidential information from Tiansheng headquarters. He showed no intention of hiding anything from her, allowing her to see the company's top secrets. No need to thank me, and don't feel burdened, he said in a calm and soothing tone, easing the roller coaster of emotions Shun Nanji had experienced that afternoon. The partnership between our 2 companies is mutually beneficial. You don't need to worry or feel indebted. Nanji, I'm just doing what I should do. Shun Nanji gradually calmed down. She looked up and met Jiang Jinnian's gaze, sincerely thanking him. Thank you, Brother Jinnian. At 4 o'clock, there was a scheduled signing meeting that couldn't be postponed. Jiang Jinnian glanced at the time and asked Shun Nanji, do you have any other plans? Shun Nanji shook her head no. Then wait for me for an hour. After the meeting, I'll take you out to eat. Jiang Jinnian had just helped the Shin family, so Shun Nanji naturally couldn't refuse. She nodded obediently and stood up, saying, I'll go take a look outside first. Just stay here, Jiang Jinnian said, pulling her back down. I'll have Zhoulin bring some snacks and drinks. There's a lounge behind that door. You can rest there if you get tired. Shun Nanji glanced in the direction of the lounge and, feeling a bit stiff, sat back down, responding obediently. Jiang Jinnian then got up and went to the meeting room. The computer on the desk still had restricted access. With just a slight move of the mouse, the internal secrets of the Jiang family, which others could hardly reach, would be revealed. Shun Nanji's gaze swept over the screen's data but didn't linger, and she didn't touch the computer at all. After Jiang Jinnian left, she quickly moved away from the office area to the farthest guest sofa, where she chatted with Zhang Lan on WeChat to understand the company's situation while waiting for Jiang Jinnian to return. The signing meeting was supposed to last an hour and a half, but only 50 minutes in, Jiang Jinnian finalized the contract and announced the meeting was over. As Zhoulin took the elevator up, he suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead, quickly chasing after Jiang Jinnian. Mr. Jiang, I have one more thing. He handed over a tablet, which displayed the trending topic about Su Wu's late-night appearance at Sheng Ye. Last time, although Jiang Ershao allowed the topic to gain traction, it was taken down within a few hours. However, this time, the trending topic had been up for a day and night without being removed. Zhoulin couldn't tell if Jiang Ershao genuinely liked Su Wu or not, but with so many trending posts, each tagged with Jiang's, he felt it necessary to consult Jiang Jinnian. He asked whether they should intervene to suppress the trending topic. This trending topic about Ershao has been around for quite some time, but Guangyin media hasn't shown any signs of removing it yet. Mr. Jiang, should I contact someone to have it taken down? Jiang Jinnian lowered his gaze to the tablet screen. As he looked up, his eyes swept over the slightly ajar door of the president's office. Since he wasn't inside, Shun Nanji felt less tense. Her straight posture relaxed a bit as she leaned back against the soft sofa, playing with her phone. Jiang Jinnian shifted his gaze back, his tone calm. Instead of directly answering Zhoulin's question, he asked a different one. If I remember correctly, this is the third trending topic this month? Zhoulin paused for a moment, then nodded. To be precise, it's only been 20 days. Not even a month. In the past, rumors about Su Wu and Jiang Tingxu would appear occasionally, but they were never as frequent as they are now. Don't worry about it, Jiang Jinnian said in a calm voice, pulling Zhoulin's thoughts back. Since he wants to stir things up, even if this time the trending topic is removed, there will be another one in a couple of days. Zhoulin put away his tablet. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Jinnian continued walking. Is the restaurant booked? Zhoulin quickly replied, it's already booked, and the car is ready. With the funding for the Shun Group secured, the shares began to stabilize. Shun Nanji let out a long sigh of relief, no longer worried about the company. The next morning, she took the earliest flight to Country A. In the hospital room, Shan Huayan had just woken up. However, the car accident had affected his brain, so he couldn't be discharged immediately. After waking up, Shan Huayan called his assistant Fang Jing, who was waiting on the sofa in the room. The first thing he asked was, "You didn't tell Nanji about the accident, did you?" Seeing Shan Huayan awake, Fang Jing quickly stood up and pressed the call button for the doctor to come and check on him. "Mr. Shun, you're awake? The accident." He hesitated a bit. We were originally able to keep it from Miss Shen, but... As the bed elevated, Shan Huayan leaned against the headboard. Seeing Fang Jing's expression, his brows furrowed slightly. "Tell me what happened." Fang Jing, unable to hide the truth any longer, quickly explained. "After you fell into a coma from the accident, there was an issue at the headquarters. The group was left without leadership and some people had ill intentions." Zhang Lan lost his composure and called Miss Shen. Shun Huayan's expression darkened. His lips, already pale from the coma, pressed tightly together, and an invisible pressure filled the room. "Bring me the computer." Having been by Shun Huayan's side for many years, Fong Jing could tell he wanted to handle the Shun Group's matters despite being unwell. This accident was serious. Even a medical team had been saying the situation was complicated after 3 days of treatment. Fong Jing didn't dare let Shen Huayan worry about work right now. He poured a glass of warm water for Shen Huayan but remained indifferent about getting the computer. Mr. Shen, the company has already stabilized after the crisis. The Jiang family has sent people to the Shun Group, and the shares of both the headquarters and branches have stabilized and returned to normal levels. Your priority now is to recover. Miss Shen already knows about your accident and has called several times to ask about your condition. Mr. Shen, forgive me for saying this, but you should focus on resting. Listening to the words the Jiang family sent someone to take over the company, a shadow crossed Shen Huayan's eyes. He said nothing else and asked Fong Jing to bring him his phone. As soon as the screen lit up, before he could even open Shen Nanji's WeChat, he saw it filled with entertainment news notifications. Seeing the trending topic Jiang Tingxu, Shen Huayan clicked on it and calmly watched the sensational video, then asked Fong Jing, "Has the engagement between Nanji and Jiang Tingxu been called off?" Fong Jing glanced at Shen Huayan's expression, hesitated for a moment, and then shared the latest news about the engagement. Our source says, Miss Nanji's engagement with the second young master of the Jiang family seems to be off, but... Shen Huayan shot a sharp look at Fong Jing. Fong Jing lowered his voice, afraid to meet Shen Huayan's gaze. He looked down and continued, but recently, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Jinnian, returned to the country, and there are rumors that he may be open to a marriage alliance. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the hospital room turned cold. Fong Jing stood by, head down, not daring to look at Shen Huayan's face. Fong Jing had been by Shen Huayan's side for many years, from the beginning when he followed him in the domestic struggle against the Shun family's rivals, to later when the Shun Group stabilized and Shen Huayan went overseas to develop the Jinmin Group in Country A. He had always been by Shen Huayan's side. Compared to others, he understood Shen Huayan's character a bit more. A marriage alliance with the Jiang family would be highly beneficial for the entire Shun Group and the Shun family. The Jiang family's power was currently unstoppable. If the Shun family could align with them, they wouldn't need to do anything, and their shares and market value would multiply several times over. The entire Shun family looked forward to this marriage that had been arranged since birth. Except for Shen Huayan. He seemed to disapprove of this marriage. Fong Jing was unsure why his boss was not optimistic about it, but he vaguely remembered that 7 years ago, when Shen Huayan decided to start the Jinmin Group in Country A, he intended to bring Miss Nanji from the Jiang family. However, the Jiang family refused to let her go. They cited that she was unfamiliar with life abroad and too young, and since Shen Huayan was busy with work, Jiang's mother declined the request. In the 7 years abroad, Shen Huayan worked tirelessly, racing against time to establish the Jinming Tower, gradually building it up to compete with century-old family businesses. During these 7 years, Shen Huayan created one business legend after another in Country A. The only thing unresolved was the engagement between the Jiang and Shun families. Shen Huayan's attitude remained unchanged as always. It seemed like it had never changed. The atmosphere in the hospital room was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Fong Jing didn't dare to say much until the top medical team arrived to check on Shen Huayan's condition. After the group of doctors reviewed various data and explained the precautions for continued observation after waking up, they quickly left the room. Fong Jing was about to find an excuse to step out for a moment. Before he could speak, he suddenly heard the clear sound of high heels approaching quickly from the hallway outside the room. He glanced at Shen Huayan, who looked a bit unwell on the bed, and was about to go out to see what was happening. The bodyguards outside the room respectfully greeted the newcomer. Then, the door to the VIP room was pushed open. Shen Nanji, having hurried down the hallway, entered with a slightly breathless pace. Her worried eyes immediately fixed on the bed. "Brother!" She quickly walked in, her long dress brushing against the air that smelled of disinfectant. The temperature in this country was a bit different from Huaihai City, so before getting on the plane, Shen Nanji had specifically brought a coat. However, after arriving at the hospital, She had been in such a rush that the coat was only draped over her arm, and she hadn't had time to put it on. Seeing Shun Nanji suddenly appear in a foreign country surprised Fong Jing. But after the initial shock, he quickly stepped forward and took the coat from her, placing it on the nearby sofa. Shun Nanji didn't have time to speak to Fong Jing. All her attention was on Shun Huayan, who still looked very pale on the bed. "Brother, are you feeling any better now?" Shun Huayan was also a bit surprised. He put down his tablet and looked towards the door. The coldness in his eyes, stemming from her engagement to Jiang Jinnian, softened completely upon seeing Shun Nanji.
Nanji?
"What brings you here at this time?" He waved her over. "Come here, brother." Shun Nanji quickly walked over and sat by the bed. Her eyes were filled with worry, and the emotions she had been holding back since hearing from Zhang Lan about Shun Huayan's accident began to overwhelm her as she saw his pale face. Tears started to well up in her eyes. Her voice trembled, but she tried hard to hold back her tears. "How could you not tell me about such a serious accident? If it weren't for the company's issues and Zhang Lan accidentally mentioning it, how long were you planning to keep this from me? 10 years ago, during that heavy rain, our parents had an accident while rushing to catch a flight. If you leave me too, what will I do alone?" Shun Huayan had just woken up and was still not feeling well. Shun Nanji didn't want to cry at that moment. She was afraid it would affect his recovery, but she couldn't control her emotions. When she heard Zhang Lan say that Shun Huayan had an accident while returning to see her, she trembled all over. The words "plane" and "accident" were her deep-rooted fears. Shun Huayan watched the girl in front of him trying hard to hold back her sobs, but the hot tears in her eyes couldn't be contained and fell one by one onto the blanket, making her eyes red with worry. He reached out and gently wiped her tears away. Then he pulled her into his arms, softened his voice, and patted her back to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. Your brother will never leave you. The accident was just a small mishap. Nothing serious happened. Don't overthink it or worry." Feelings of grievance and fear are easier to bear when alone, but once they start to spill out, they can become uncontrollable, especially when comfort is offered. Shun Nanji, held by Shun Huayan with her face buried in his shoulder, took a couple of minutes to regain control of her tears. "What did the doctor say?" she asked, wiping her tears and pulling away from his embrace. Shun Huayan looked at her and raised his hand to wipe away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. He was about to speak when she interrupted him. "Never mind, you always tell me the good news and not the bad.
Just let me hear what the doctor says."
With that, Shun Nanji turned to Fong Jing. "Assistant Fong, please call the doctor. I want to know about my brother's condition." Fong Jing glanced at Shun Huayan and nodded immediately. "Yes, Mississippi." The medical team arrived quickly. With Fong Jing's instructions, they brought along the medical records and test results, explaining everything to Shun Nanji in detail. After the doctors left, Shun Huayan looked at Shun Nanji, who finally seemed to relax. "Are you feeling better now?" he asked. Shun Nanji walked over, her gaze catching Shun Huayan's tablet where he was handling work. Remembering the doctor's advice for him to rest and avoid stress, she bent down, took the tablet, and handed it to Fong Jing, asking him to put it on the far sofa before nodding and sitting down again. "Brother, you need to rest well these days. Assistant Fong and the others will take care of the company matters. You don't need to do everything yourself." Shun Huayan smiled, quietly watching the girl beside the bed, who was becoming more beautiful as she grew. "Since you can't leave the hospital and can't work to pass the time, why not stay here with your brother for a few days?" Shun Nanji didn't hesitate at all. She nodded immediately. "I took a week off. I'll stay to take care of you." When Shun Huayan came abroad, Shun Nanji was only 13 years old. During these 7 years, Shun Huayan was busy managing 2 companies day and night, while also expanding business in Country A, so he rarely had time to return home. Most of the time, he would regularly video call Shun Nanji to stay in touch. In the past 6 months, Shun Huayan was occupied with the business of the Jinming branch, and with a time difference between Country A and home, Shun Nanji often stayed late at school to conduct experiments. Their schedules were tight, and they hadn't been able to video call as frequently as before. Those who become special assistants are usually very emotionally intelligent and observant. Knowing that Shun Huayan and the young lady hadn't seen each other for a long time and needed to catch up, Fang Jing left the hospital room without needing to be told. Shin Nanji sat in a chair by the hospital bed, peeling an orange while talking to Shin Huayan. As they chatted, the conversation unexpectedly shifted to the topic of arranged marriage. I heard from Fang Jing that the Jiang family intends for you to have an arranged marriage with Jiang Jinnian. Nanji, tell me the truth, is this true? Shun Nanji paused her peeling. She looked up at Shin Huayan, her voice softened as she quietly nodded. You agreed? Shun Huayan's expression darkened as he stared at her. Before Shin Nanji could respond, he asked again, is it because of the recent crisis with the Shin family? Shin Nanji sensed his disapproval in his tone. She slowed down her peeling, tearing off the last white string from the orange segment. She offered the orange to her brother, trying to change the subject. Brother, eat the orange, it's very sweet. Shun Huayan glanced at the orange in her hand, but did not take it. His deep gaze returned to her as he continued the conversation. If it's to show gratitude to the Jiang family for their help, Nanji, you don't need to trade your marriage for that. The Shin family is not just you. I can repay this favor without you having to sacrifice anything. Shin Nanji tightened her grip on the orange slightly. She took the orange back, and under Shun Huayan's intense gaze, she hesitated before finally speaking. Brother, it's not about gratitude. What do you mean? The arranged marriage is my own choice. There are no trading factors involved, nor is it out of gratitude. Shun Huayan frowned. An arranged marriage is inherently a transaction for benefits. If it's not a transaction, why did you agree? Especially with someone like Jiang Jinnian. Shun Nanji knew that unless she provided a reasonable explanation, Shun Huayan would not let go of this issue. He can help her repay this favor. But the cost is too high. For years, Shun Huayan has worked tirelessly to build the Jinming Group, mostly to repay the Jiang family's support to the Shin family 10 years ago. She shares the Shin surname and is part of the family. She cannot push all the burdens onto him. It is selfish to always hide behind him. Moreover, this marriage is her responsibility. It is a pact that both families agreed upon long ago. She cannot act recklessly and let everything go her way. I like Jinnian go, Shin Nanji said, gripping her palm tightly, forcing herself to find a convincing reason. The marriage is my own choice, with no other factors involved. As soon as Shin Nanji said this, the room fell silent. Shun Huayan's eyes were dark and deep, like an endless abyss, making it hard to look directly at him. Nanji, what are you saying? Shin Nanji dared not meet his gaze, looking down at the orange in her hand. But due to her nervousness, she accidentally squeezed a piece of the fruit, and juice spilled out. You and Jiang Jinnian have never interacted. You like him? How do you like him? In your dreams? Over the years, this was the first time Shun Huayan spoke to her in such an almost accusatory tone. Even last year, when he subtly advised her that Jiang Tingxu was not the best choice for marriage, his tone was not as harsh as it was now. Shin Nanji was already anxious. Being pressed like this made her feel even more guilty. Her hand trembled, nearly dropping the mangled orange. She squeezed it tightly, which only made the juice stickier on her fingers. The girl sitting quietly in front of the hospital bed lowered her eyes, avoiding Shin Huayan's sharp gaze, and forced herself to pull out some tissues to wipe her hands. Well, it's not like there hasn't been any interaction. Jinnian came back to the country before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and over the past 10 years at the Jiang family, we've met quite a few times. Shun Huayan stared at her, almost laughing in anger. Shin Nanji, do you really like him? If she said she liked Jiang Tingxu, he might believe her to some extent since they had spent so many years together. But Jiang Jinnian was different. She had no connection with him. Jiang Jinnian was cold by nature, and for years, she instinctively kept her distance from him. Now she was telling him she liked Jiang Jinnian. Shin Nanji avoided looking at Shin Huayan, but she firmly insisted that she liked Jiang Jinnian. She was willing to accept the marriage between the two families. Shin Nanji had spent 4 days abroad. On the morning of the 5th day, Jiang Jinnian sent her a WeChat message, telling her to go pick up the marriage certificate next Monday at 10 o'clock. Shun Huayan had already left the hospital on the 4th day. However, there were matters at the Jinming branch that required his personal attention. Shen Nanji made up an excuse about an urgent issue at school and slipped back to the country first, under Shen Huayan's somewhat heavy gaze. Her last leave of absence had expired, so Shen Nanji extended it for another day. Then she wrapped herself in her soft blanket and fell into a deep, chaotic sleep. The next morning, the alarm clock she forgot to turn off rang on time. Shen Nanji reached out from under the blanket to turn it off, remembering that she had already taken leave. She pulled the blanket over her head, intending to go back to sleep. But just as she closed her eyes, the words marriage certificate suddenly popped into her mind. She opened her eyes wide and nearly jumped out of bed. Shun Nanji rubbed her soft, long hair to calm down, reached for her phone, and opened Jiang Jinnian's message thread. It was empty. The latest message was from 2 days ago, reminding her to pick up the certificate today. It was now 7:30, and there were still over 2 hours until 10. She could have slept a bit longer, but Shen Nanji couldn't. Her mind was filled with the words marriage certificate. After getting up and washing up, she made herself a simple breakfast. Sitting on the sofa with her documents, Shen Nanji stared blankly for a while. At exactly 9 o'clock, a message popped up on WeChat. It was from Jiang Jinnian. The chat box contained just one line. Are you awake? Shen Nanji replied in the input box, yes. Immediately, another message came through. Come downstairs. Shen Nanji paused for a moment, then instinctively got up and walked to the balcony to look out the window. Below the apartment building, a long black Pullman was quietly parked. The license plate had a rare consecutive number. The car was a top luxury limited edition, attracting the attention of residents coming and going. Not wanting to keep Jiang Jinnian waiting, Shen Nanji quickly grabbed her documents and her phone and hurried downstairs. Zhou Lin, acting as the driver, greeted her respectfully. The back door of the Pullman opened automatically. As Shen Nanji looked over, she immediately saw Jiang Jinnian sitting upright in the leather seat, responding to emails on his tablet. She got in, and the door closed automatically behind her. Jiang Jinnian glanced at her and then put away his tablet after finishing his email. He asked, "Did you bring the documents?" She nodded obediently, yes. In front of Jiang Jinnian, especially in the almost private enclosed space with the partition raised, Shen Nanji instinctively straightened her back. Her posture was perfectly proper. Zhou Lin drove steadily and quickly. Before long, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Once inside, the process of getting the certificate was even faster. Shen Nanji followed Jiang Jinnian, and in less than 10 minutes, they had a bright red marriage certificate in hand. Shen Nanji felt a bit dazed throughout. When she finally came to her senses, she found herself holding the red book while standing on the steps outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhou Lin personally handed out the wedding candies and then came out from behind. He reached the steps and took out a specially prepared bag of new wedding candies, smiling cheerfully as he offered it to Shen Nanji, who was staring blankly at the marriage certificate. Miss Shun, wedding candies. Wishing you and Mr. Jiang a long and happy marriage, and may you have children soon. Shen Nanji's mouth twitched. Under Jiang Jinnian's watchful gaze, she stiffly picked one candy from the bag and complimented, "Assistant Zhou, you really added a nice touch to this." Zhou Lin smiled at the praise. He smoothly changed his wording. Since the lady and Mr. Jiang are only getting married once, it's important to have a sense of ceremony. Shen Nanji forced a smile. Back in the car, the partition rose again. As she watched the front and back seats separate, Shen Nanji suddenly remembered the young couple behind them who were also getting their certificate. They looked like a couple in love. However, before getting the certificate, they probably only had emotional exchanges, not physical ones. When she stepped out with her warm marriage certificate, Shen Nanji saw the young man holding the shy girl in his arms, whispering softly that once they got the certificate, they would head straight to their new home to start their married life. At that moment, Shen Nanji suddenly thought of her and Jiang Jinnian. After their marriage, a platonic relationship seemed unrealistic. There would definitely be intimacy.
But
How would that happen? They really didn't know each other well at all. When Zhou came over with the wedding candies, he interrupted Shen Nanji's thoughts. Now in the car, with the partition up, the spacious back seat felt like a closed-off space, and her interrupted thoughts resurfaced awkwardly. Shen Nanji's body tensed up, and her palms began to sweat while holding the warm marriage certificate. In this completely private space, she swallowed hard and quietly said to Jiang Jinnian, "Jinnian, I have class in the afternoon, so I'll head back first, Nanji." He called her name. Shen Nanji's unfinished words got stuck in her throat. She instinctively turned her head to look at him. Their eyes met directly, and Shen Nanji pressed her lips together, her fingers gripping the marriage certificate tightening a bit. Just as she was about to look away, she heard him ask, "Today is the family gathering. Are you forgetting to go back to the old house?" Shun Nanji froze. Realizing it, she remembered today was the first day of the lunar month. It was indeed a family gathering. A few days ago, she had been abroad with Shun Huayan, always on edge, fearing her brother would ask about the marriage arrangement. After returning home, it was also the day to pick up the marriage certificate, and she had hardly relaxed, forgetting it was the day of the family gathering. However, the scene of parting on bad terms with Jiang Tingxu before going abroad was still fresh in her mind. In recent days, she had subconsciously avoided the trending news about Jiang Tingxu and Su Wu. During the 2 years of their Cold War, she and Jiang Tingxu had reached a mutual understanding. They would not see each other. Although the family gathering had not required younger members to attend in recent years, Shen Nanji still worried about running into Jiang Tingxu, let alone having to eat together in an awkward and strange atmosphere. She tightened her grip on the certificate, feeling reluctant to go. She asked Jiang Jinnian, "Do I have to go?" Jiang Jinnian took the wrinkled marriage certificate from her hands and placed it in the cabinet before saying, "Today is also your birthday. Mom wants to celebrate it with you." Shen Nanji fell silent. Jiang Jinnian looked at the girl beside him, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and even her fingers resting on her lap were tightly clenched. He glanced at her slightly lowered profile a few times and gently held her wrist. Shen Nanji paused, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. "What are you afraid of?" She shook her head without looking up, maintaining her posture. "I'm not afraid of anything." She was unwilling to say more, and Jiang Jinnian didn't press her. He simply said, "A few elders will be there today, but just stick with me. You don't have to be afraid of anything." When the car stopped at the old house, Jiang's father, mother, and several uncles from the Jiang family were already there. Everyone was chatting on the sofa in the main villa, and the atmosphere was lively. As they got out of the car, Jiang Jinnian brought along the 2 marriage certificates and led Shen Nanji through the courtyard into the hall. As soon as Jiang Jinnian entered the hall, the people chatting on the sofa stood up one after another, smiling and greeting him. "Jinnian is back. We haven't had a chance to talk properly in the past 2 years. Perfect timing for the family gathering today. Let's enjoy it together." Jiang Jinnian smiled slightly as he talked with everyone. After he sat down, a few relatives followed him. Jiang's mother hadn't seen Shen Nanji for several days, so as soon as she entered, she called Shen Nanji over. While chatting with a few uncles, Jiang Jinnian noticed this but didn't stop her. He just kept an eye on her as she walked to his mother. Most of the attendees today were older relatives, with hardly any younger ones present. Shen Nanji sat next to Jiang's mother, chatting while scanning the entire hall. It was expected that Jiang Tingxu was not there. Shen Nanji felt a bit more relaxed. The uncles and older relatives were mainly there to discuss company matters with Jiang Jinnian, who hadn't returned in 2 years and was now in charge of Sheng Group and headquarters. It was the perfect opportunity for the older generation to talk business during the family gathering. Since it was likely the first family dinner, most of the younger relatives didn't come. Shen Nanji didn't need to make small talk with the older relatives, and since her peers weren't there, she felt more at ease, especially with Jiang Tingxu not attending after their recent disagreement. She enjoyed some fruit and drinks while chatting with Jiang's mother. When it was time to eat, the family gathering was nearing its end. The servants arranged the dishes on the large round table in the main hall. Just as Shin Nanji and Zhang's mother were about to go over, a tall figure entered from outside. "Sorry, I'm late," came a familiar voice that made Shin Nanji's heart skip a beat. Turning around, she locked eyes with Jiang Tingxu, who had just entered the hall. She quickly looked away. The trending topic from that night, Sheng Ye, had not been removed by Jiang Tingxu, and after so many days, not only the entertainment industry, but also the elite circles were speculating whether Zhang's second son was serious about marrying the small star he had been supporting. Zhang's mother did not have a bias against jobs, but she really disliked Su Wu. Having spent half her life in the socialite circle, she had seen all kinds of people and could see through Su Wu's intentions immediately. Unfortunately, her younger son refused to listen and insisted on associating with a star who had questionable motives. Zhang's mother wasn't in a good mood, but with so many people around, she held back her frustration. The uncles came to the family gathering mainly to reconnect with Jiang Jinnian and discuss company matters. Now that the relationships were established and the business discussions were over, the atmosphere during the meal was quite pleasant. Aside from sitting next to Jiang Jinnian, she hardly looked up at Shin Nanji across the table. As the meal was coming to an end, someone brought up the topic of the marriage between the Jiang and Shin families. The lively conversation at the table paused noticeably at this mention. Uncle Jiang, quick to react, nudged his tipsy fourth brother, who often spoke without thinking. Recently, the news about the families had spread everywhere, even reaching those of them who rarely followed trends. Bringing up the engagement between Jiang Tingxu and Shin Nanji at this moment felt like putting the Shin family in an awkward position. Uncle Jiang realized he had misspoken and was about to laugh it off when Jiang Jinnian set down his glass and spoke calmly. "That was quick. Congratulations to my brother and
sister-in-law."
With that, the fourth uncle, who had been slightly tipsy, suddenly became alert. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Tingxu, who had been unusually quiet today. Everyone was taken aback by the news that the young girl from the Shin family had married Jiang Jinnian. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. Even Zhang's parents looked surprised. From the time their eldest son proposed to Shin Nanji until now, it seemed less than a month had passed. They had thought their younger son was foolish, but now they saw that their proud eldest son was also moving quickly, as if he feared he might miss out on a bride. The table was silent for a moment. Then Jiang Tingxu broke the silence with a half-smiling congratulation. "That was quick. Congratulations to my brother and
sister-in-law."
His gaze was dark and intense as he stared at Shin Nanji, with a hidden sharpness beneath a calm exterior. No one noticed his fingers gripping the wine glass tightly, losing color. Shin Nanji tightened her fingers, pretending not to hear the sarcasm in Jiang Tingxu's last words. The atmosphere at the table warmed up again, but the uncles were all surprised by this unexpected marriage. For years, the Jiang family had favored Jiang Tingxu and the Shin family coming together, but who would have thought that it would be Jiang Jinnian, the eldest son, who would take on the engagement? Uncle Jiang was the first to regain his composure. He smiled at Shin Nanji, who was sitting next to Jiang Jinnian. "I remember today is Shin Nanji's birthday, right? What a double celebration. I only prepared a birthday gift for you today, but tomorrow morning, I'll send over a wedding gift." The other uncles quickly followed suit with their congratulations. "When is the wedding planned for?" Uncle C asked. "Have you thought it through?" Jiang Jinnian leaned back in his chair and glanced at Shin Nanji. "There's no rush for the wedding. Nanji is still young, and her studies are heavy right now. We can talk about it after the new year." They didn't discuss the topic for long. After all these years, everyone had assumed that Jiang Tingxu would be the one to marry into the Shin family. Suddenly, with Jiang Jinnian and Shin Nanji getting their certificate, the uncles and aunts were cautious, fearing that too much discussion might lead to something inappropriate. The topic quickly changed. Guangyin Media's market value has been rising recently. "Tingxu, you came quite late today. Were you busy with company matters?" Uncle San said with satisfaction. Before he could finish his thought about how the younger generation of the Jiang family has a talent for entrepreneurship, he noticed Jiang Tingxu, who had put down his wine glass and was playing with a Tiffany black lacquer lighter, casually saying, "Uncle San, don't laugh. I'm just pursuing a girlfriend. It's my first time meeting someone I like, and I'm trying to win her over." Shun Nanji kept her head down, fiddling with the handle of her spoon as she played with the delicate pastries in front of her. Jiang Jinnian appeared indifferent. It seemed like he was listening but also not. Just moments before, Jiang Jinnian had suddenly registered his marriage with Shun Nanji, and now, in this family gathering, Jiang Tingxu openly mentioned girlfriend, leaving the uncles and aunts a bit stunned. Before anyone could respond, Jiang's mother coldly questioned, "That little star?" In such a setting, Jiang's mother preferred not to mention unhappy topics, but Jiang Tingxu's behavior was too much. Not only was he causing a stir outside, but now he was also bringing that little star into the family gathering. If she didn't stop him now, he might even bring her home tomorrow. "Jiang Tingxu, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Our Jiang family doesn't allow just anyone to come through the door." A hint of mockery appeared in Jiang Tingxu's eyes. "So, only those who are part of a proper union are acceptable?" He glanced at Shun Nanji, who was sitting next to his brother, her presence barely noticeable. Anger bubbled beneath the surface, and the words, "getting the certificate," felt like a nightmare, echoing in his ears. "I finally found a girl I like and don't want to be controlled. Is that such a big deal?" Zhou sent a few work emails. Noticing that Shun Nanji seemed a bit tense throughout the meal, Jiang Jinnian decided to take her upstairs as the dinner came to an end. "Are you full?" he asked when they reached the second floor. Shun Nanji nodded. "I'm full." Jiang Jinnian replied, "There are some matters at the company that I need to handle, but it won't take long." "You can go ahead, Brother Jinnian." Shun Nanji didn't care about that. When she reached the third floor, she instinctively started to walk to her room. However, after just a couple of steps, Jiang Jinnian, who was watching her from behind, called out to her, "Nanji, come with me to the study." Shun Nanji paused and turned to look at Jiang Jinnian. "Me?" She instinctively declined. "I might disturb Brother Jinnian while he works, so I won't go. I'll wait in my room." Jiang Jinnian interrupted her refusal with a single sentence. "Nanji, even though we have a certificate, we don't know each other well enough yet. We need more time to get to know each other, don't you think?" Did she think so? She thought it shouldn't be so urgent. She might still need some time to adjust to being married. But under Jiang Jinnian's deep, intense gaze, this somewhat timid young lady didn't dare to say it outright. Suppressing her inner struggle, as Jiang Jinnian stared at her, she was about to weakly nod in agreement when a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Her clear, bright eyes lit up as she followed Jiang Jinnian's words to flatter him while subtly expressing her disagreement. "I think so too. Brother Jinnian is right. We aren't very familiar yet and do need to spend more time together to build our feelings." Jiang Jinnian stood at the staircase, watching her set the stage before rejecting the idea. After she finished her last sentence, Shun Nanji quickly glanced at him. Then she continued, "But I left my phone downstairs. I need to go get it, and going back and forth to the study would disturb Brother Jinnian's work. We can work on our feelings another time." She hadn't finished speaking. Jiang Jinnian took out his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he spoke softly, "Uncle Lee, please bring Nanji's phone up." "Shun Nanji. Do you have any other requests?" he asked her after hanging up. Shun Nanji blankly swallowed the rest of her sentence. Reluctantly shaking her head, she replied, "No." Jiang Jinnian said, "Then come with me to the study." Shun Nanji didn't quite understand why Jiang Jinnian insisted on having her stay in his study. His study was on the third floor, just like her room. Did it really matter where she spent this time? Jiang Jinnian's study was quite large, about the same size as the president's office at the Tiancheng headquarters. The decor was similarly cold and minimalistic. Shun Nanji glanced around the study briefly before obediently lowering her gaze and scrolling through videos on the phone Uncle Lee had just brought her to pass the time. Jiang Jinnian opened his computer to reply to emails. During a break from typing, she glanced at the sofa in front of her. Shun was sitting in one corner, holding her phone, quietly watching videos on mute. Jiang Jinnian had been working for a while. Shun watched the time on her phone change from 2:03 to 2:25. Her waist was starting to ache from being tense for so long. She shifted her gaze from the screen and glanced at Jiang Jinnian, noticing all his attention was on the computer. She slowly turned to the side, adjusting her position to be more comfortable, resting her arm on the back of the sofa and her chin on her arm, then continued to scroll through her phone. Although Jiang Jinnian was busy with emails, he occasionally glanced her way. After she turned her back to him, his gaze lingered on her for a moment. He then picked up his phone and asked the servant to bring in some drinks. Shun was unaware of Jiang Jinnian's instructions, and when she returned to reality from her video, the servant had already knocked on the door, bringing several of her favorite drinks. Since she had no classes that afternoon, Gu Qinghe, remembering her friend's birthday, started messaging her on WeChat. Xiao Himeo. Baby, are you at the apartment? I'm coming to celebrate your birthday. Shun took a sip of juice, opened the incoming message, and replied, Gigi, I'm at the old house. As soon as she sent the message, it showed typing. On the other end, followed by a flurry of messages, Xiao Himeo. Old house? Excited face Xiao Himeo. I heard from my brother that today is the Jiang family banquet. Jiang Jinnian just returned from abroad. He should attend, right? Xiao Himeo. Are you two together? Excited JPG Shun looked at the incoming messages and opened the input box, about to type. Then another message popped up with a teasing tone. Xiao Himeo. Baby, your best friend isn't important. We see each other every day, so missing one day is fine. But it's rare for you to meet Mr. Jiang. Focus on building your relationship with your future husband and aim for that long-term support. I'll come celebrate your birthday tomorrow. After sending this, the eager Gu family daughter quickly left. Xiao Himeo. That's it, don't reply. Time is precious. Gigi baby. Hurry and focus on your lifelong happiness. Mua Shun. It was the first time she saw the phrase time is precious used like that. At exactly 3 o'clock, Shun body, which was leaning over, was almost stiff when Jiang Jinnian finally finished his work. As they came down from the 3rd floor to the hall, several relatives had already left, and Tingxu was not there. Only Jiang's parents were sitting on the sofa, fiddling with their phones and tablets. Seeing them come down, Jiang's mother smiled widely and waved at Shun. Gigi, come here. Just wait a minute, sit with me and chat. Shun moved over and, hearing Jiang's mother say a minute, asked suspiciously, Auntie, what's happening in a minute? Jiang's mother smiled broadly. You'll find out when you get here soon. Butler Li brought over some juice. Seeing Shun, he suddenly remembered that Jiang Tingxu had knocked on her door for quite a while before leaving the 3rd floor and was about to mention it to Shun. Before he could speak, Jiang Jinnian, who was a few steps behind, looked up coldly, his heavy gaze landing on him. Uncle Li, Butler Li paused, instinctively looking at Jiang Jinnian. The man had a calm expression, having already taken off his suit jacket during the family dinner. His long, slender fingers rolled up his shirt sleeves as he walked past Butler Li toward the sofa. Have someone wash some fruit and bring it over. Butler Li was a bit slow to react. Only after seeing Miss Nanji talking to Jiang's mother and noticing Jiang Jinnian sitting naturally beside her did he suddenly realize. He almost wanted to slap his own slow brain. Miss Nanji had already gotten her marriage certificate with Jiang Jinnian, so what was he supposed to report about Jiang Xiao leaving the family dinner to find her? Understanding this, and recalling Jiang Jinnian's stern gaze earlier, cold sweat nearly broke out on Butler Li's forehead. He didn't dare to delay, quickly responding and hurriedly leaving the hall to have someone bring in a fruit platter. Shun hadn't noticed what was happening with Jiang Jinnian. All her attention was on Jiang's parents. When the minute was up, before Shun could ask what was going on, a row of elegantly dressed attendants entered the hall, each carrying a tray of jewelry, and lined up in front of the sofa. Shun eyes widened in surprise. Auntie, this is a gift for your marriage certificate. Gigi, take a look and see if you like it. A gift for the marriage certificate? Shun Nanji glanced at Jiang Jinnian sitting beside her. He held a cup of water, his legs casually crossed, comfortably leaning on the sofa. Noticing her gaze, he quietly said, "It's from Mom and Dad." Jiang's mother's cheerful voice followed. They urged Shun Nanji to see if she liked these luxurious high-end items. Each piece of expensive jewelry was covered with red cloth. The sales assistants lifted the cloth and tilted the jewelry at a 45-degree angle, making it easy for Shun Nanji to see everything clearly. Having grown up in the Shun family and being used to luxury brands, Shun Nanji quickly realized that each piece here was worth at least 8 figures. Especially the long row in front of her, stretching from the sofa to the entrance, had at least 20 or 30 items. Shun Nanji knew that Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were generous, but she was still shocked by the extent of their extravagance. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang didn't think much of it. To them, giving such gifts was just a way to show they cared for their daughter-in-law. Jiang Jinnian and Shun Nanji had rushed to get their marriage certificate. If she hadn't heard her son mention it at a family gathering, she and Jiang Feng wouldn't have even known. After getting the marriage certificate, it was natural for her in-laws to give a gift. However, time was tight and they couldn't prepare a proper gift, so they hurriedly ordered the most expensive styles from various counters in Huaihai City that a 20-year-old girl would like. Although these gifts seemed valuable, Mrs. Jiang was not satisfied. On the first day of their marriage, she felt she couldn't give her daughter-in-law less than she deserved, so she settled for these items for now. She planned to attend domestic and international auctions starting tomorrow to find more meaningful and valuable gifts for her daughter-in-law. She also intended to carefully select from the items she had stored away to see if there was anything the young lady would like. While Mrs. Jiang was brainstorming ways to treat the daughter-in-law she had waited 20 years for, Shun Nanji felt overwhelmed by the dazzling display of luxury. "Aunt, you really don't have to, why not?" Mrs. Jiang snapped back to reality and instructed the servants to take everything upstairs. "These are from Mom, so just accept them." Also, her smile grew warmer. "Isn't it time for you to call me something else?" Jiang Jinnian and Jiang Feng, who was happily watching, turned their attention to her. Shun Nanji tightened her fingers and called out to Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, "Dad, Mom." Hearing her call them, that brought satisfaction to Mrs. Jiang, who stood up and took Shun Nanji outside. "We've finished with the gifts for today, but we also have your birthday celebration for turning 20. I've arranged a small birthday party for you in the reception hall of the villa next to the old house. You can enjoy it this afternoon." The birthday party preparation started early this morning at Jiang's request, but since there was a family gathering in the morning, the birthday celebration could only begin in the afternoon. This birthday party was mainly organized for Shun Nanji to have fun, with most guests being her peers from the industry, rather than influential figures focused on power and profit. The only disappointment was that Gu Qinghe, who was just about to leave when she received the news, was urgently called back by her father and couldn't come. As the excitement faded, night fell. After dinner, at 8:30, Shun Nanji received a call from Shun Huayan. Seeing the urgent name flashing on the screen brought back the guilt she felt 2 days ago when she had lied and sneaked back to the country under his watchful gaze. Shun Nanji stepped outside, holding her phone. She pressed the answer button beside the seasonal begonia. Surprisingly, he was patient. He didn't hang up even after a long silence. When she finally answered, Shun Huayan's voice came through the phone, controlled but tense. "Nanji, what are you doing?" Shun Nanji looked down and kicked a small stone in the begonia flower bed, honestly replying, "Celebrating my birthday." His breath grew heavier, and before she could say anything else, he questioned coldly, "Celebrating your birthday? Did you go from single to married? What kind of birthday are you having, Shun Nanji?" Shun Nanji's eyes widened in surprise. His questioning made her guilt from sneaking back 2 days ago multiply. She tightened her grip on the phone, feeling the urge to deny it. What do you mean by single and married?" Shun Nanji held her breath, glancing at the time and trying to gauge what time it was for Shun Huayan across the ocean. "Brother, shouldn't you be? Do you think I can't check your marriage registration just because I'm not in the country?" Shun Huayan interrupted, his barely contained anger evident. Shun Nanji fell silent. "Shun Nanji, Did you rush back just to get your marriage certificate? He disapproved of her marrying Jiang Jinnian even more than he had disapproved of her dating Jiang Tingxu before. Shenanji, I just want to ask you, after spending these few days with Jiang Jinnian, do you really know him? He's been abroad for nearly 10 years, and you know nothing about his experiences. In Huaihai and the Jiang family, the power Jiang Jinnian holds is unmatched. If you impulsively get married to him, do you think you can easily walk away if you regret it later? Shenanji stopped kicking the small stones. Through the tall floor-to-ceiling window behind the seasonal begonia, she looked up at the brightly lit hall. By chance, her gaze met Jiang Jinnian's, who was sitting across from Jiang Feng and had turned to look this way. Shenanji's eyes flickered. She silently lowered her gaze and continued to kick the small stones by the flower bed. Although she and Jiang Jinnian were in a family marriage, she was at a disadvantage. This time, getting the marriage certificate was based on the Shun family's request for help from the Jiang family. In this situation, she felt she had no right to mention divorce to Jiang Jinnian. Unless one day the Shun family's shares far exceeded the Jiang family's, bringing absolute benefits to Sheng Group, only then could she consider ending this marriage. Shen Huayan criticized her for getting married too recklessly. She got married on the very first day she was of legal age. Shen Nanji didn't dare to argue and silently endured Shen Huayan's scolding until he finally stopped, unable to continue in his frustration. In a few days, after I finish dealing with the Jinming branch, I will return to the country. Shen Nanji, we can discuss other matters when we meet. After being scolded, she had kicked a small pit where the decorative stones were supposed to be. Listening to the instructions on the other end, Shen Nanji rubbed her ears, feeling frustrated. Once the call ended, she looked at the pit she had made and, gripping her phone, turned to leave, but gave it one last kick. Jiang's mother wanted Jiang Jinnian and Shen Nanji to stay over. When Shen Nanji entered, Jiang's mother was discussing this with Jiang Jinnian. As soon as she walked in, Jiang's mother looked over. Did you finish your call? It's getting late, and going back and forth is troublesome. I think you two should stay here tonight and return tomorrow. What do you think? Hearing this, Shen Nanji quietly glanced at Jiang Jinnian, who was also looking at her. Under the warm light, the man's expression softened, as if waiting for her response. If she said to stay, they would stay. For Shen Nanji, it didn't matter much where she stayed tonight. Jiang Tingxu hadn't returned all afternoon and probably wouldn't come back tonight either. Before she could finish that thought, the familiar sound of a sports car braking echoed in the courtyard. Shen Nanji paused, instantly retracting her previous thought. Jiang Jinnian glanced at her and set down his cup.
He spoke first.
Mom, I have work to handle at the company tomorrow. Yushan Mansion is closer to Tianqing headquarters, so Nanji and I won't stay here tonight. Although Jiang's mother felt a bit disappointed, she understood and didn't force her son and daughter-in-law to stay at the old house. It was getting late, and upon learning they were leaving, Jiang's mother quickly let them go. Shen Nanji followed Jiang Jinnian outside. In the courtyard near the fountain, they ran into Jiang Tingxu, who was returning from outside. The courtyard was filled with countless lights, intertwining and illuminating the darkness of the night. Only the cool breeze of late autumn passed through. It's so late, isn't Big Brother staying at the old house? Jiang Tingxu asked. Jiang Jinnian replied calmly, nodding slightly. There's something at the company tomorrow morning, so I'm going back to Yushan Pavilion tonight. Hearing Yushan Pavilion, a shadow of darkness faded from Jiang Tingxu's eyes. He maintained a faint smile on his face, his gaze silently shifting to Shen Nanji, who was following Jiang Jinnian and hadn't looked at him once. I have something to say to Nanji. Do you mind? Shen Nanji didn't want to linger with Jiang Tingxu, especially in front of Jiang Jinnian. There was nothing left to say between them. Talking could easily lead to cold words. The remaining friendship was already minimal, and there was no need to waste it unnecessarily. Not seeing or speaking to each other was the best way to interact now. However, Jiang Tingxu seemed to think otherwise. Hearing his open request, Shen Nanji silently frowned. Jiang Jinnian turned to look at her, his deep gaze fixed on her. Shen Nanji glanced up at him, ready to refuse, but he spoke first. "It's too late today. My wife and I have other plans. If there's anything, we can talk later." The black car sped through the brightly lit city streets. Shin Nanji quickly pushed aside the meeting with Jiang Tingxu. As she watched the passing neon lights and the vehicles in the dim night, the question that had been swirling in her mind after getting the marriage certificate took over her thoughts again. In the old house, with many servants around, it was lively, and she hadn't felt much of the night. Now, sitting alone with Jiang Jinnian in the back seat, looking at the dark sky outside, the reality of the night suddenly became clear. The sudden troubles at the Shin family left Shin Nanji nervous, her palms sweating. She felt dazed, her mind in chaos, with the overwhelming feeling of unfamiliar digging deeper into her thoughts. The back seat was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Aside from the occasional sound of a horn from outside, the only noise was the rustling of paper and the scratching of the pen as documents were signed. These days were crucial for the merger between Sheng Group and ER headquarters, resulting in an abundance of paperwork. Taking advantage of the time on the road, Jiang Jinnian finished signing the last document and turned to look at the girl beside him. She was still sitting as she had during their previous rides, instinctively pressing against the car door, her back straight and her posture rigid, as if he might scold her at any moment. However, unlike before, she had been frowning since she got in the car, looking troubled. Jiang Jinnian closed the file and set it aside, asking her, "Are you worried about something?" The car was so quiet that a sudden question startled Shin Nanji. Coming back to her senses, she replayed his question in her mind and shook her head, saying, "No." Jiang Jinnian raised an eyebrow. Her mood had not changed from the family dinner at noon to the birthday party in the afternoon, and even during dinner at the old house in the evening. The only time she had gone silent was after seeing Jiang Tingxu when they got in the car. Jiang Jinnian's expression darkened slightly, but he maintained his calm demeanor. "Does meeting Tingxu affect you this much?" The phrase marital duty seemed to at Shin Nanji's nerves. The closer they got to Yushan Mansion, the stronger her anxiety became. She was even tempted to search online for ways to relieve her anxiety. Just as she was about to unlock her phone, she heard Jiang Jinnian's question unexpectedly. She pondered his words for a moment, unable to understand how it related to Jiang Tingxu, but she shook her head again and honestly replied that she wasn't. Jiang Jinnian observed her for a while, unsure if he believed her answer, and simply said, "If meeting Tingxu makes you uncomfortable, then let's try to avoid going back to the old house in the future." Shin Nanji did not refuse this arrangement. She had also planned to see less of Jiang Tingxu. The driver drove steadily and quickly. Before long, the car came to a smooth stop outside Yushan Mansion. The driver, Xiaozhang, came around to open the door, saying, "Mr. Jiang, Madam, we have arrived." Shin Nanji got out and followed Jiang Jinnian inside. Just like her last visit, there were still no servants at Yushan Mansion. However, facing what was about to happen, Shin Nanji felt weak in the knees, and each step up the stairs alongside Jiang Jinnian felt particularly heavy. As they reached the third floor, Shin Nanji gathered her courage and asked, "Jinnian, where will I sleep?" Jiang Jinnian seemed to smile as he stepped onto the last stair, looking down at her. "On our wedding night, besides the master bedroom, where else do you want to sleep?" Shin Nanji was already nervous, and his gaze made her heart race even faster. She lightly pressed her lips together and turned her head to avoid his deep gaze, but before she could move, he held her wrist. The heat of his touch felt like it was burning her skin, causing her fingertips to tremble. He said, "It's almost 9:30, Gigi." Shin Nanji couldn't remember how she walked from the staircase to the bedroom. She only realized the bedroom door had already closed when she came to her senses. A shadow fell over her, and the warm grip around her waist was strong. The fresh scent of wood mixed with a sense of urgency filled the air. Her body tensed, and she instinctively wanted to retreat, but her back was pressed against the bedroom door, leaving no room to move away. Shin Nanji's heart raced faster than ever, but her awareness sharpened, so much so that the overwhelming heat of their lips touching felt like it was searing into her very bones. Jiang Jinnian watched her reaction. He saw her body tense, her eyes tightly shut, but her eyelashes trembled like a butterfly struggling in water. The man's gaze deepened as he held the back of her head firmly, forcing her to look up and part her lips, exploring deeper into what was now his private space. In that moment when their lips met in a deep kiss, Shun Nanji's heart seemed to stop. The sudden invasion of her personal space made her instinctively close her lips, biting down, and in an instant, she tasted a hint of blood. The heated kiss was interrupted. Shun Nanji opened her eyes to see Jiang Jinnian with a small cut on his lip, blood oozing out. Her wet eyes looked like a nervous little animal. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to." He ignored the cut on his lip, gently rubbing her soft, red lips with his thumb, his voice low and deep. "Have you never kissed before?" Shun Nanji swallowed nervously. She didn't answer the question. But Jiang Jinnian already got his answer from her reaction. He pressed his knuckle against her lip, as if to soothe her anxiety. "No need to be nervous. Let's try again." Shun Nanji blinked, and as soon as he finished speaking, his kiss came again, sending a familiar shiver through her. The unfamiliar feeling left her at a loss, but this time, she didn't dare to bite down. She let him hold her, kissed repeatedly until the tingling sensation turned into a sharp pain on her lips, and only then did he release her. It felt like all the air was squeezed out of her lungs. Once she could breathe freely, she instinctively took a deep breath, feeling a mix of numbness and pain at the corners of her lips, the heat particularly intense. Her earlobes felt the same way. She couldn't see them, but judging by the burning sensation, they must be quite red. Shun Nanji didn't want him to see her embarrassment at that moment, so she lowered her head, trying to hide. But as soon as she bent down an inch, a cool finger pinched her hot earlobe. The sudden temperature difference made her eyelids flutter. She paused, hearing him say from above, "Go take a shower." "Are you going to shower by yourself, or should we shower together?" "I'll shower by myself," she replied without hesitation. For such a small matter, Jiang Jinnian didn't push her. Once she said that, he let her go, still lightly pinching her warm earlobe. "You stay in the master bedroom, and I'll go to another room." Shun Nanji responded quietly, and only when the door closed did she finally relax her tense heart. The heat in her earlobes and eyelids lingered, so she raised her hand and rubbed them vigorously before slowly making her way to the bathroom. Shun Nanji moved slowly, but eventually, she finished her shower. When she came out, Jiang Jinnian was in the hallway talking on the phone with Lin. Seeing the empty room made her heart, which had been racing since she entered the bathroom, calm down a bit. She looked down at the thin silk camisole she was wearing and slightly pursed her lips. She wanted to find a thicker nightgown, but all the clothes prepared for her in Jiang Jinnian's closet were these thin silk camisoles. Standing by the bed in the cool-toned bedroom, just like the last time she was drunk, Shun Nanji thought of something and turned to peek through the slightly ajar bedroom door. Then she quickly walked toward the door. Just as she pulled it open, she bumped straight into a firm embrace. Jiang Jinnian quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, looking down at the girl who had rushed into his arms, clearly feeling her soft waist stiffen at that moment. He didn't let go, just held her. "What are you trying to do?" Earlier, when he was on the phone in the hallway, the bedroom door wasn't fully closed, leaving a big gap. He saw her as soon as she came out of the bathroom and ran straight outside. Shun Nanji rubbed her aching forehead and tried to pull away from his embrace, but he wouldn't let go, and she couldn't move back. She decided not to waste her energy and simply said, "I want to find a thicker pajamas." Jiang Jinnian's gaze dropped to her. The thin silk straps felt cool and soft against her porcelain skin, fitting snugly. The hem of the dress was knee-length, and from a normal angle, it didn't reveal much, but it highlighted her figure. "The weather isn't too cold right now. Wearing something thicker will make you hot," he said, gently lifting her chin to meet her watery, confused eyes. "Is there anything else besides looking for clothes?" Under his gaze, Shun Nanji couldn't lie. Her mouth spoke before her heart, and she shook her head. "No." "Then let's go to sleep." The dark bedding contrasted sharply with her room style, creating a strong feeling of being in an unfamiliar place. Shun Nanji's mind was a mess, and she felt dizzy from his kiss. But when his hand slid to her lower abdomen, the The heat of his palm brought her thoughts into sharp focus.
Wait.
She suddenly opened her eyes, her delicate fingers gripping his wrist tightly, her eyes glistening like a frightened, young animal. Her already slightly swollen lips bore the marks of her bite, and she held onto his wrist, her voice trembling. "I'm only 20 and haven't graduated. I can't get pregnant." Jiang Jinnian's eyes were deep and unreadable. Meeting her gaze, they darkened further. He released her waist, gently patting her lower back, his voice soft like a gentle stream. "There's a set on the bedside. Reach up." Shun hesitated, surprised. But under his urging gaze, she tentatively reached up and soon felt a distinct box at her fingertips. Jiang Jinnian took one out and placed it in her hand. The glaring overhead light was turned off, leaving only the soft, warm glow of a few wall lamps that didn't hinder visibility. The high-quality silk straps of Shun dress soon became wrinkled as they gathered at her waist, and she was held tightly in Jiang Jinnian's strong arms, the air thick and almost solid. After some time, Shun already tense fingers tightened even more, and her delicate brows furrowed deeply. Tears filled her eyes as an unfamiliar pain spread quickly, making her instinctively want to bite. She did open her mouth, but just before she bit down the shoulder in front of her, her confused mind suddenly realized that the person was Jiang Jinnian, and she didn't dare to bite. Shun closed her mouth, feeling defeated. She tried to move away from him, pulling her head and waist back, but before she could get 2 centimeters away, a hot hand pressed against her lower back, pulling her closer. At the same time, another hand held the back of her head, pushing her against his shoulder. Controlled by this force, when her lips touched the hard skin, pain shot through her, and as tears rolled down her cheeks, she heard his deep, husky voice soothingly reach her ears. "Just bite if you want." The next day, when she woke up, it was already bright outside. Shun felt sore all over and buried herself under the blanket, not wanting to come out, until the door of the dressing room opened and she heard Jiang Jinnian's voice. She reluctantly sat up, trying to ignore the pain in her waist. Jiang Jinnian quickly tied his tie and looked at the girl curled up in the blanket, showing only half of her face. "Do you need me to call the family doctor?" The images from last night lingered in her mind, and Shun quickly turned her gaze away, shrinking further into the blanket, doing her best to block out those heated memories. "And no, I don't need it." Jiang Jinnian returned to the dressing room and picked out a high-end dress from his collection of shirts and suits, walking to the bed to hand it to the girl who was hiding like a snail in the blanket. "The Yushan mansion has sent all your clothes, from nightgowns to the latest high-end dresses, along with all your toiletries and daily necessities. From today on, you can stay here, madam." Shun was still processing the word madam when she suddenly heard "move in," and she was slightly taken aback. "Stay here?" Jiang Jinnian narrowed his eyes slightly. "I have no plans to live apart right after getting married. Do you, Nanji?" The eldest daughter of the Shun family, who was inherently timid around him, looked away and shook her head, no. Jiang Jinnian ruffled her hair, pulled her out from under the blanket, and handed her the clothes to wear. "Breakfast is ready. After you wash up, we can eat. I've also requested a day off for you. If you want to go to school, you can. If not, just rest at home. I also need to go on a business trip to Lin City for about 2 days. During this time, if you need anything, feel free to call me, or you can ask the butler and assistant directly. They will do their best to help you." Shun didn't pay much attention to the earlier instructions, but when she heard about the business trip, her eyes flickered slightly. After gathering her thoughts, she asked indirectly, "Do I have to stay here while you are away on your trip?" Jiang Jinnian paused in his action of zipping up her jacket. He looked down at the girl gazing up at him. "What do you want to say?" Shun eyes flickered, and she avoided his gaze, her lips trembling as she tried to speak casually. "My apartment is close to the school, which is more convenient." He released his fingers from her clothing, but his arm remained beside her. "Nanji, this place is also not far from your school." Shun remained silent and tried to get out of bed. Just as she moved her leg, he held her wrist. As warmth spread through her, she heard him say, "For these 2 days, you can stay wherever you want. It's up to you." Shun Nanji's eyes brightened slightly, but before she could speak, he added, "But remember to come back in 2 days. Nanji, I don't plan to live apart right after getting married. Your apartment is a studio, and it would be too cramped for both of us. If you really don't like Yushan Mansion, I can have Zhoulin arrange a villa across from your school." Zhoulin and the secretary team were already waiting outside. After Shun Nanji finished breakfast, Jiang Jinnian left Yushan Mansion. The butler and staff had been called back, and after Jiang Jinnian left, Uncle Peng approached Shun Nanji kindly, asking about her plans, as he had prepared in advance. Shun Nanji held her juice and thought for a moment before declining. "No need to worry, Uncle Peng. I'll head back to school later." Uncle Peng was a bit surprised. "Sir said he already arranged for you to take a leave. Do you still need to go to school?" Shun Nanji replied casually, "I'm bored at home alone, so I want to talk to Qinghe." Uncle Peng smiled and said, "Will you be back for lunch and dinner? I can have the chef prepare in advance." "No, I won't." Shun Nanji said, "I'll come back in 2 days." Uncle Peng nodded. "Then I'll have someone prepare a car to take you back to school." Shun Nanji didn't go directly to school. She felt uncomfortable all over, and walking was painful. If she returned to school like this, her friend Qinghe would surely tease her. The driver took a detour to her apartment, and Shun Nanji lay down on the soft, comfortable bed for almost a whole day, only meeting Gu Qinghe at a nearby cafe in the evening. Since Shun Nanji went abroad to see Shen Huayan, they hadn't met for several days. As soon as they entered their usual cafe, Gu Qinghe rushed to the window seat and jumped onto Shun Nanji. "I've missed you so much, Zexy. Give me a hug." Her friend's enthusiastic leap was quite forceful, and Shun Nanji was very glad she had arrived a bit early to sit and wait, or else she might have been knocked over by that energy. "If you want to harm your friends, you should use a bit more strength," she said, tapping her friend's arm around her neck with a teasing glare. Gu Qinghe got off Shun Nanji, rubbed her nose, and coughed lightly. "It's just been a while since we last met." She sat down across from her, where Shun Nanji had already ordered coffee. Gu Qinghe took a sip and rested her chin on her hand, asking about Shen Huayan. "Zexy, is your brother feeling better?" "Much better, he's fine now." Since Shun Nanji hadn't been at school for a few days, Gu Qinghe felt bored and down. Now that they were together, she pulled Shun Nanji into a conversation about the interesting things that had happened recently. After chatting, Gu Qinghe looked at her friend's unusually beautiful face and raised an eyebrow, curious about the slight change. "Zexy, tell me honestly, did something good happen to you? Why does your face look so rosy, like you've been refreshed? Good thing?" Shun Nanji stirred her coffee with a spoon, thought for a moment, and asked, "Does getting a marriage certificate count?" Gu Qinghe was so shocked that she stood up immediately. "Marriage certificate? With whom? Jiang Tingxu or Jiang Jinnian?" She fired off 5 or 6 questions. Shun Nanji only answered the last one. "With Jiang Jinnian." As soon as that name was mentioned, Shun Nanji seriously doubted her friend's excitement would lead to a scream. If they weren't in public, she was sure Gu Qinghe would have already shouted in joy. "Really? Is it true?" Gu Qinghe asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. "That was so fast. Do you have pictures? Let me see." She hopped over to Shun Nanji's side like a rabbit. She squeezed in next to her. Her eyes were fixed on her phone, urging her to show some photos. Shun Nanji followed her intense gaze and glanced at her phone resting on the table, suddenly remembering that both marriage certificates seemed to be with Jiang Jinnian. Aside from the half hour after they got the certificate, Jiang Jinnian had taken it since they entered the old house. She realized she didn't actually have any photos on her phone. Shun Nanji quietly turned her gaze to her eager friend. "I forgot to take pictures." Gu Qinghe shot her a disapproving look. That gaze seemed to want to knock on her forehead with a fist. "You didn't take a picture of your first marriage certificate for memories." Before she could finish, Gu Qinghe realized her mistake and quickly corrected herself. "I mean your only marriage certificate in this lifetime." Shun Nanji. Gu Qinghe was eager to see the marriage certificate photo, mainly to check if the usually aloof Jiang Jinnian still had that same cold expression when registering at the Civil Affairs Bureau. But not having a photo right now was not a big deal. She thought of a more serious question. Or rather, a pressing one. Ji, I heard Jiang Jinnian went on a business trip to Lin City early this morning, right? She remembered it was for a project at the Yar headquarters. Her brother was on a call about it when she happened to overhear. Shun nodded, not understanding. Yeah, so what? Gu Qinghe's expression became much more serious. When did you and President Jiang get your certificate? Shun replied, just yesterday on my birthday. Gu Qinghe's brows furrowed. Especially seeing her carefree friend, she felt anxious like a hamster. Shun Ji, you just got the certificate yesterday, and today he's on a business trip? Shun still didn't grasp what Gu Qinghe was getting at. She looked at her in confusion. Is there a problem? Gu Qinghe took a deep breath. Of course, there was a problem. A big one. She knew her friend and Jiang Jinnian weren't close. But it shouldn't be this unfamiliar, right? She remembered that before they went to the cafe, she had asked her friend where she was staying today. Her friend replied that she was at the apartment. So, was this a separation right after getting the certificate? Was the marriage certificate just a piece of meaningless paper? Now that they had just gotten married and were already living apart, how could they develop feelings for each other over time? She knew her best friend was somewhat afraid of Jiang Jinnian, but no matter how scared she was, there should be some normal physical interaction between a couple, right? Otherwise, how could their relationship grow? How could her friend hold on to Jiang Jinnian, her long-term support? Gu Qinghe looked at Shun, who seemed completely unaware of the problem, and she couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and quickly said to Shun, okay, Ji, I won't go shopping with you today. I'm going back to prepare a birthday gift for you, a post-marriage birthday gift. Wait for me. I'll keep you updated. Before she finished speaking, she rushed out of the cafe. She moved so quickly that Shun couldn't catch her in time. Watching her friend disappear outside the cafe, Shun felt a mix of anger and amusement as she messaged her on WeChat. Miss Gu, weren't you supposed to make up for my birthday tonight? I came out just for you. The reply came quickly. Almost as soon as she sent the message, a notification popped up at the top of the page saying, typing. Xiaohame, Ji, I'm preparing a more important birthday gift for you right now. I guarantee you'll be satisfied and will thank me after seeing it. Xiaohame, wait for my message. I promise you won't be disappointed. Shun. She soon returned to her apartment. As the sky darkened, she thought about ordering takeout from her usual restaurant. Just as she opened the app on her phone, a respectful and friendly voice spoke up. Madam. Shun instinctively looked up to see Uncle Peng. Behind him was a discreet black car and several servants standing beside it. Uncle Peng stepped forward and pointed to the meal specially prepared by the chef at Yushan Mansion for Shun, explaining, Madam, the sir was worried you might not like dinner, so he instructed the chef to prepare a meal for you in advance. Shun quietly glanced at the black car. Uncle Peng continued, Shall I have them bring it up now? Shun nodded, okay. Upon receiving her response, the servants quickly brought the meal into the apartment. Shun watched the scene, feeling a bit surprised, and then quickly added, It's on the 6th floor. Uncle Peng smiled kindly, Don't worry, madam. The sir specifically instructed us. Butler Peng brought people from Yushan Mansion. After arranging the meal, he asked if she had any other requests before leaving the apartment. Once he left, Shun had just closed the apartment door when she received a call on her phone. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the screen, Shun took 2 seconds before answering. Hello? The voice on the other end introduced himself first. Hello, madam, I am Zhou Lin. I have arranged for someone to contact you about the villas across from Huaihai University. You can move in any time. Would you like to choose which villa to book? Listening to Zhou Lin, Shun suddenly remembered what Jiang Jinnian had said before his business trip this morning. If you don't like Yushan Mansion, I will arrange for someone to get a villa. She rubbed her still aching waist and replied to Zhou Lin, Assistant Zhou, Thank you, but there's no need to book a villa. I'll stay at Yushan Mansion. Zhou Lin. Understood, madam. I will inform Mr. Jiang. The news of Jiang Jinnian and Shun getting their marriage certificate spread quickly in high society, but few believed it. Most thought Jiang Jinnian's cold and distant personality didn't match Shun Nanji at all. It was like the marriage between the Jiang and Shun families. This marriage had existed for 20 years. Even though the Jiang family only had Jiang Jinnian and Jiang Tingxu, everyone assumed the marriage would fall to Jiang Tingxu. Even in the past 2 years, Jiang Tingxu had been rumored to be involved with several young stars in the entertainment industry. The news of the marriage certificate was like a sudden splash in calm waters. Not even those close to Jiang Jinnian believed it. In the exclusive box of Sheng Ye, Sheng Ye struggled to connect the words marriage and certificate with Jiang Jinnian. His voice was filled with surprise and disbelief. What? What certificate? Sitting next to him, Feng Lin was also skeptical. Didn't he treat that girl from the Shun family like a sister? Last time they invited Jiang Jinnian out, he had unhesitatingly canceled on them to take his sister home. Among the group, only Gu Wenchuan, who had understood Jiang Jinnian's feelings early on, shook his glass and smiled, kindly revealing the truth to them. Sister? Isn't there no sister in the Jiang family's branch? Feng Lin. Gu Wenchuan. With so many branches in the Jiang family, have you ever seen Jiang Jinnian personally bring a sister home? Who has ever seen a powerful person like Jiang, who is busy with group affairs day and night, drop everything for his sister without limits? The others. Gu Wenchuan crossed his legs, leaning back on the sofa, speaking lazily with a relaxed smile. He's not just taking care of his sister. Even though Shun Nanji had lived in the Jiang family for nearly 10 years. The next morning, Shun Nanji went to school, as usual. Upon arriving at the lecture hall, she saw her unreliable friend, who had stood her up yesterday, was already there. She walked to the desk and looked at Gu Qinghe for a moment. Then she extended her soft palm towards her. Didn't you say you prepared a gift for me? Where is it? Let me see. Gu Qinghe coughed softly. The usually carefree young lady seemed oddly shy this time. She tightly held her tablet under the book, as if it contained something embarrassing. Her eyes darted around, and her voice was uncertain. Don't rush, Gigi. This thing can't be ready so quickly. I can't ask someone else to help me pick it out, so I have to choose each one myself before I can show you. Just wait a bit longer, okay? Shun Nanji. Seeing Shun Nanji still holding her hand out, Gu Qinghe glanced at her palm as if she had seen something inappropriate, her gaze becoming even more flustered. Her ears turned a bit red. Finally, in a fit of embarrassment, she grabbed a book from the side and smacked it down on Shun Nanji's hand. Yes, she smacked it down. Shun Nanji was taken by surprise. Just then, her friend lowered her voice and shyly added, just wait a bit longer. Don't rush. Anyway, Mr. Jiang hasn't returned yet, so it's pointless to give it too early. Shun Nanji.
What is she talking about?
What is her friend saying? Also, Shun Nanji quietly removed the book Gu Qinghe had placed on her hand and looked at her palm. Was there something inappropriate on her hand? Why did Gu Qinghe blush when she looked at her? Shun Nanji was confused, but Gu Qinghe mysteriously refused to say anything more. When asked again, she just replied, just wait a bit longer. It will be soon. I promise you will be satisfied. Gu Qinghe's mysterious behavior continued until noon. And it wasn't over. In the afternoon, Gu Qinghe had the bodyguard from her home deliver the birthday gift she had left behind that morning. At that time, Shun Nanji was in the lab checking the progress of her experiments from the past few days. Gu Qinghe found her and cheerfully handed over a beautifully wrapped gift. Gigi, this is your first birthday gift. I haven't finished preparing the second gift for after your wedding, but it will be ready soon. Shun Nanji received the gift across the lab table. To be honest, she was curious about what her best friend meant by the second gift. But she didn't press for more details. After the last class of the afternoon, Shun Nanji walked out with Gu Qinghe. Halfway through, she suddenly received a call from Zhou. Zhoulin's tone was as respectful and polite as always. As if worried she didn't have his number saved, his first words after the call connected were a self-introduction. Hello, madam, I am Zhoulin. Zhoulin was Jiang Jinnian's most capable assistant. After their call yesterday, Shun Nanji saved his number. In the future, if Jiang Jinnian was busy, she would likely contact Zhou Lin for any urgent matters. After hearing his introduction, Shen Nanji asked, "Assistant Zhou, I saved your number. Is there something you need at this time?" Zhou Lin replied, "Yes, madam. Mr. Jiang is back from his business trip today. He asked me to check if you would be returning to Yushan Mansion tonight." Shen Nanji remembered Jiang Jinnian's words before his trip, reminding her to come back in 2 days. She didn't refuse and replied to Zhou Lin, "I'll head back shortly." Zhou Lin's tone became much more relaxed. He continued, "I've arranged a car to Huaihai University, madam. If you have any other questions, feel free to contact me." After hanging up, as Shen Nanji turned around, she saw Gu Qinghe's excited eyes shining brightly. She didn't feel much about Jiang Jinnian returning, but her friend seemed overly excited, almost like someone from ancient times worrying about a court official. To be precise, this unsettling excitement had started the evening before when they met at the cafe. "Gigi, Mr. Jiang is back so soon?" Gu Qinghe asked, pulling her along. Shen Nanji looked at her friend, completely puzzled by her excitement. After looking away, she nodded. It should be true. Zhou Lin called, so the news must be accurate. Gu Qinghe didn't have time to waste. She quickly shoved the unopened coffee into Shen Nanji's hands and rushed outside. "Gigi, you open the first gift while I go home to prepare the second one. I'll definitely send it to you tonight, so wait for my message." Shen Nanji. After leaving school, Shen Nanji first returned to her apartment to grab a USB drive and some light luggage she needed. Then she took a car prepared by Zhou Lin to Yushan Mansion. When she entered, Butler Peng was instructing the staff to prepare dinner. Seeing her return, he immediately asked the servants to bring over a fruit platter and freshly squeezed juice. Shen Nanji stopped him, saying, "Uncle Peng, no need to fuss. I'm not thirsty or hungry. I have some things to take care of, so I'll go upstairs first." Butler Peng quickly replied, "Then please go ahead, madam. I'll have the fruit platter sent up shortly." Shen Nanji nodded and walked up the spiral staircase to the 3rd floor. When she arrived at her bedroom and was about to organize her belongings, she opened the door and was stunned by the transformed room. Butler Peng, who had personally brought up the fruit platter, quickly approached her to explain, "Madam, this was instructed by the sir. He said you might not like dark bedding and cold colors, so he had everything changed to a new set. The sir also mentioned that since you're still young and may not have a wedding before the new year, but getting the marriage certificate counts as a formal marriage, he had everything changed to a wedding-themed bedding set." And, Butler Peng pointed behind him, "The other bedrooms have warm color decor. Would you like to take a look? If you don't like the red bedding, we can change the master bedroom's bedding to a warm color style that you prefer in a few days." Shen Nanji followed Butler Peng to glance at the newly decorated styles in the other bedrooms. When she returned to the master bedroom and saw the bright red bedding set, she was momentarily taken aback. After receiving the marriage certificate, the feeling of being single turned into being married hadn't felt very strong yet. But now, looking at the festive red bedding, the reality of being married suddenly hit her. It felt so real that she stood there for a minute or two, staring at the changed bedding before finally starting to unpack her personal items. Once she finished packing and sat on the sofa to eat a lychee, Shen Nanji received a call from Jiang Jinnian. Seeing the name on the screen, she swallowed the lychee pulp and pressed the answer button. "Brother Jinnian?" The deep, rich voice on the other end made her ears tingle. "Are you back at Yushan Mansion?" Shen Nanji tightened her grip on the phone. Memories of that hot night when they got their marriage certificate flooded her mind. She paused her breathing, quickly shook her head, and pushed those memories away. "I'm back," Jiang Jinnian said, and it seemed like there were many people talking on his end. Among the voices, Shen Nanji thought she heard Zhou Lin's voice too. But in an instant, all the voices faded away, leaving only Jiang Jinnian's voice on the call. "Nanji, I have to attend a meeting unexpectedly. It won't take long, at most an hour. You can go eat first, I'll be back soon." Shen Nanji replied, "Okay." After hanging up, Butler Peng quickly knocked on the door. Shen Nanji opened the door, and Butler Peng respectfully asked, "Madam, dinner is ready. Sir won't be home for dinner today. When would you like to go down?" Shen Nanji glanced at the time and replied, "Now." While eating, She thought about how to write her experiment report. After finishing her meal, she went straight back to the third floor, took out her laptop, and completed the unfinished report. Then she checked the group messages to see the current progress of the experiment. After reading everything, she exited the group chat and returned to the chat page, where she noticed Gu Qinghe's message at the top about a gift. Thinking of the long, elegant box, Shun Nanji rummaged through her bag in the wardrobe and pulled out the gift. She opened the box to find a rose gold bracelet adorned with tiny diamonds. The chain was thin, but because it was covered in diamonds, the whole bracelet sparkled. After admiring the bracelet for a moment, she put it on and stepped out of the wardrobe. She walked to the sofa, ready to take a few photos of the bracelet for Gu Qinghe. Before she could exit WeChat, a ding-dong sound announced a new message from Gu Qinghe. It was a long URL link that didn't look like a proper website. Shun Nanji stared at the link for 2 seconds, opened the input box, and was about to ask her what the link was. Before she could finish typing, another new message popped up. Xiao He Miao. The second gift is ready. Xiao He Miao. Xiao Ji. Hurry and receive your gift. Shun Nanji. After the second unexpected message, her phone buzzed with a series of ding-dong sounds. Before she could react, 8 or 9 more links, just like the first, flooded in, pushing her unfinished message aside. Looking at the screen full of links, Shun Nanji was filled with questions. She examined the pile of links that filled the entire screen and typed a message to Gu Qinghe. What is this link? What about the gift? The reply came quickly. One could imagine how fast she was typing. The link is the gift. Gigi, your best friend has stayed up for almost 20 hours from yesterday to today, sacrificing her sleep to carefully choose these 10 best gifts. Gigi, you must take a good look and not waste my effort. By the way, let me quietly ask, has Mr. Jiang returned yet? Seeing her last message, Shun Nanji replied with 2 words, not yet. A sigh of relief came from the other side, followed by, that's good, that's good. Gigi, hurry and click the link, go check it out, and you will definitely come back to thank your best friend. Shun Nanji was focused on the chat with Gu Qinghe and didn't notice that Jiang Jinnian's car had already entered the garage of Yushan Mansion. Looking at her friend's urging messages, she opened the input box but then canceled it. Finally, she scrolled up and saw the 8 or 9 unfamiliar links, clicking on one randomly. The moment her fingertip pressed down, the link redirected, and immediately a movie page popped up. Seeing the blank screen with no introduction, Shun Nanji hesitated and clicked the play button in the center of the video. The next second, before the video even loaded, an embarrassing sound filled the room. Shun Nanji froze, unable to react in time. Just then, the bedroom door was pushed open from the outside, and Jiang Jinnian's deep, steady voice came from the doorway. Nanji. Hearing those words, Shun Nanji's pupils shrank. Her breath caught in an instant. The large-scale images popping up on her phone felt like a hot potato in her hands, and she instinctively wanted to drop the phone. But the sound was still playing, and before she could let go, she hurriedly turned off the screen. However, Gu Qinghe's link video seemed to be working against her. Although the phone screen went black, the heart-racing sounds continued. Shun Nanji panicked, her palms sweating. While pressing the mute button, she tried to unlock her phone to exit the link. As Jiang Jinnian approached, his footsteps getting closer, Shun Nanji couldn't check if the link had exited. When the sound finally stopped, she quickly turned off the screen and hid the phone under the pillow behind her. What are you doing? Jiang Jinnian took off his tie and paused his gaze where she had hidden her phone. Shun Nanji felt very guilty, especially since she had just opened a gift link sent by a troublesome friend and was caught by Jiang Jinnian. Trying to calm her racing heart, she looked up and spoke, her voice a bit dry from nervousness, though she was too flustered to notice.
Look.
At the experiment report. I took too long of a leave, and the lab has fallen behind. Jiang Jinnian casually draped his tie over the back of the sofa. There was only a row of leather sofas between them. Is that so? He looked at her, noticing her distracted gaze, clearly indicating her unease. Shun Nanji wasn't sure if Jiang Jinnian had heard the sound from the video, but she could only hope he hadn't. She couldn't possibly say she was watching something inappropriate, could she? Shin Nanji insisted she was just looking at the experiment report. Jiang Jinnian glanced at her a couple more times, but didn't ask further. The temperature was low outside in late autumn, but it was warm inside. Jiang Jinnian rolled up his shirt sleeves and took a sip of cold water from a glass on the table. Shin Nanji recalled how she had hurriedly closed her phone earlier. She wasn't sure if the link had been exited. Fearing that Jiang Jinnian might see it again, she wanted to unlock her phone to check. But she was also afraid that unlocking it would cause those awkward images to pop up uncontrollably again. Shin Nanji didn't dare to take the risk. After several moments of anxious indecision, she finally saw Jiang Jinnian drinking water. Hesitantly, she took out her phone and stood up, planning to go outside to deal with the link. As soon as she stood up, Jiang Jinnian's gaze turned toward her. "What do you want to do?" Shin Nanji's heart tightened. As soon as he looked over, the already guilty girl froze in place. In her panic, she quickly came up with an excuse. I want some fruit. I'm going downstairs to get a fruit platter." Jiang Jinnian, turning the cup in his hand, looked at her twice before pointing to the fruit platter quietly sitting on the table across from the sofa. "Isn't there fruit right here?" Shin Nanji stiffly followed his gaze and glanced at the table. Her lips twitched slightly as she was about to find another excuse, but Jiang Jinnian had already put down his cup and walked toward her. The distance between them was already small. Before Shin Nanji could even step back, he was right in front of her, his warm hand gripping her wrist, blocking her escape. The man's eyes were dark, perhaps because he had just finished a meeting at work and the cold, serious atmosphere still lingered. Shin Nanji instinctively tensed her breath. "Did you really just go out to get something?" His voice was low, and it was hard to tell his emotions. "Or, do you not want to see me?" Shin Nanji had her eyes slightly lowered until she heard his second sentence. Her eyelashes fluttered as she looked up to meet his gaze, shaking her head in denial. "No, I just wanted to find some other fruit." Before she could finish her sentence, he gently pressed his finger against the corner of her lips. Shin Nanji's voice suddenly stopped. She stared at him in surprise. In the next moment, a shadow fell over her. As their lips met and their breaths intertwined, she heard his voice lower as he said, "Let the butler bring it up. You don't need to go yourself." Even though it was no longer their first kiss, the tingling sensation was still incredibly strong. The girl's long, dark eyelashes trembled intensely, reflecting her panic and uncertainty, and her breathing became a bit uneven. Jiang Jinnian watched her reaction with wide eyes. His lips gently but firmly parted hers, causing Shin Nanji's eyelashes to quiver. Her body instinctively wanted to retreat. Jiang Jinnian's grip on her wrist, which had been holding her in place, suddenly loosened, allowing her to pull back, until her legs hit the edge of the sofa, causing her to fall onto the leather seat. Her standing position changed to sitting, leaving her even less able to resist. Shin Nanji was forced to tilt her head back, feeling the warmth of his hand on the back of her neck, and her waist sank into the sofa, creating a delicate curve until that soft waist was completely held by his warm palm. Shin Nanji felt dizzy from the overwhelming kiss, not even noticing when her phone slipped from her hand and teetered on the edge of the sofa. Just before the lightweight phone fell to the carpet, Jiang Jinnian quickly reached out to catch it. Earlier, when Shin Nanji nervously held her phone, trying to sneak out of the bedroom, she accidentally unlocked it with her fingerprint. Now the screen was frozen on a paused video. Jiang Jinnian wasn't particularly interested in what was on her phone. Girls her age had their own privacy and secrets. He didn't intend to pry or control her. He just wanted her to be happy. Even though when he entered, she had quickly tapped her phone screen and hurriedly turned it off, anxious and nervous about him looking at her phone, her tension had reached its peak. Jiang Jinnian was half embracing the girl in his arms. When he put down his phone and pulled back his hand, he accidentally brushed against the corner of her screen. Almost instantly, the paused video began to play. Jiang Jinnian paused his action of wanting to kiss her lips as his attention was drawn to the unusual content on the phone screen. He stared for a few seconds, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He then turned to look at the girl beneath him. Shun Nanji, with her eyes sparkling from his kiss, looked up at him with a gaze full of confusion. Her waist felt sore from being held in his embrace. Her heart raced, and when she saw him looking at her, she pressed her slightly swollen lips together and pushed his arm away, trying to get up. But as soon as she lifted her waist, he held her tightly again. At the same time, he said in a vague tone, "Were you not satisfied that night we got the certificate?" Shun didn't understand what he meant at first, until Jiang Jinnian took her phone, which was quietly playing a colorful video on the sofa, right in front of her. "I was worried you might not handle it that night, but if..." His voice was low and slow as he met her clear, puzzled gaze and held the phone out to her. "If Gigi can handle it, that's another story." Shun mind was filled with questions the moment he handed her the phone. Her pupils visibly shrank. A loud ringing filled her ears. Before she could react, her instincts kicked in, and she tried to the phone away and hide it in the sofa. But this time, Jiang Jinnian didn't let her succeed. When she lunged for it, he raised his hand high, just out of her reach. Shun felt anxious and flustered. She struggled to maintain her expression, feeling like the most invisible child caught by the parent they feared, watching something inappropriate. The embarrassment and panic made her wish she could find a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinnian seemed to enjoy teasing her. He seriously observed the content on her phone and even turned up the volume for the best experience. Unable to retrieve her phone, Shun covered her face, trying to bury herself in the sofa cushions. But she couldn't block out the continuous suggestive sounds that kept reaching her ears. After what felt like a long minute, a deep voice finally joined the difficult-to-hear sound. "So, what you were looking at earlier was this. Are you really not satisfied with that night?"
No.
"I didn't. I wasn't." Shun could no longer pretend. She was afraid of being misunderstood and losing face in front of him. She pulled down the pillow that was completely covering her head, revealing half of her face and one eye, while still hiding the other half behind the pillow. Her gaze frequently darted to his hand. It was clear she was trying to grab the phone from him. She quickly explained, "This isn't mine, and I didn't look for it. This video was just an accident. It has nothing to do with me." Before she could finish, Jiang Jinnian calmly pressed the pause button. The embarrassing sounds finally disappeared. Shun thought he believed her. Her explanation paused slightly. As her gaze shifted from the phone to him, she saw him reach out and take the pillow she was using to hide herself away. He then asked a side question. "I heard from Butler Pang that Nanji has already had dinner, is that right?" Shun was confused by how quickly the topic changed. But to be cautious, she didn't answer directly until she got her phone back. Jiang Jinnian leaned down, and under her wary gaze, he wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her off the sofa, taking her phone with him into the bathroom. The moment the bathroom door closed, a cheerful laugh from the man echoed, along with the sound of the video being replayed from the beginning. "Since you had dinner, let's start tonight's fun from here, just like in the video." Shun protests were drowned out by the video's sound. The video lasted 2 hours, from the bathroom to the marital bed with its 4-piece set. After enduring until the last minute of the video, Jiang Jinnian took her phone and opened a new link. With her heart racing, Shun saw his actions and, ignoring everything else, tried to pull the red blanket over herself. But her movements were just a moment too slow. Before she could fully cover herself, a large hand pulled the blanket away. The next day, when Shun woke up again, her whole body ached, and she could barely lift her legs. Her phone had run out of battery and shut off while playing the video. She opened her eyes, half her face peeking out from the blanket, and reached for her phone, which was charging on the bedside table. She pulled the phone over and saw it was charged to 98%. Enduring the pain in her body, Shun angrily opened WeChat, found her friend's chat, and was about to type a few words to greet her when the wardrobe door suddenly opened. Hearing the noise, Shun hand shook, and the words she had just typed were instantly deleted. She gritted her teeth and decided not to send the message. Pushing the phone away, she buried herself back under the blanket like a turtle. Jiang Jinnian didn't have to go to the office today, so he was dressed casually in home clothes. He held a dress he had picked out for her and walked over to the lump under the blanket. After sitting on the bed, he noticed she was completely wrapped in the blanket. Jiang Jinnian pinched a corner of the blanket, wanting to pull it down a bit to prevent her from getting a headache from being too hot. But the girl inside held onto the blanket tightly. No matter how he pulled, she wouldn't let go. Worried about hurting her hand, Jiang Jinnian released the corner of the blanket and gently patted her waist through the fabric. His voice was low and soothing. Still not awake.
Do you want to keep sleeping?
As he spoke, Jiang Jinnian glanced at the blanket, which remained still, and calmly took out his phone to dial a number. Then I'll call in for you. You don't have to go to school today. Hearing this, Shin Nanji suddenly remembered something and quickly lifted the blanket, exclaiming, "No. I have to go to school." She seemed to recall that he didn't have to go to the office today, and if she stayed home, she wasn't sure if she could get through the day peacefully. It was better to go to school. At least her safety would be guaranteed. Jiang Jinnian paused his dialing and looked at the bed with teary eyes. Go to school? I remember you finished your major courses early. Not to mention missing a day or two, even a month wouldn't be a problem. Shin Nanji clenched her teeth and made up an excuse. I finished my major courses early, but I still have experiments. I can't take another day off. At that moment, Shun Nanji just wanted to leave the Yushan mansion quickly, completely ignoring that Jiang Jinnian, knowing her course details and daily schedule, would surely be aware of her experiment situation as well. But she was determined to leave, and Jiang Jinnian didn't call her out on her excuse. He just put down his phone and picked up her dress from today. Are you getting up now? Shin Nanji was still clutching half of the blanket. Seeing his actions, she thought for a moment and stopped shaking her head. She had stayed up late last night and almost pulled an all-night. When she woke up today, it was already quite late. After getting dressed, washing up, and finishing her breakfast, the clock's hands were nearly pointing to 12. Shin Nanji didn't go to school right away. She quietly rubbed her sore back and legs, taking over an hour on the sofa before heading out. Jiang Jinnian didn't go to the office today. He didn't have the driver take Shin Nanji. Instead, he personally drove her to Huaihai University while carrying her laptop. When Shin Nanji arrived at the library, Gu Qinghe had already been there for a while. As soon as she walked in, Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up as she stared at the entrance. When Shin Nanji got closer, Gu Qinghe quickly glanced at her friend's neck before lowering her voice to ask, "You couldn't come to school this morning. Did it work out for you, Gigi?" Shin Nanji ignored her. If it weren't for the fear of being mistaken for night during the day, she really didn't want to go through the trouble of coming to school today. Jiang Jinnian had only let her walk a few short steps and up a flight of stairs. But even that short distance made Shin Nanji frown. At that moment, she didn't even feel like picking up her laptop. She just wanted to lie on the table and not move. But her annoying friend kept asking questions. Did it not work out? No way. It couldn't have failed? Gigi. Gu Qinghe's voice trailed off when she noticed the faint dark mark on Shin Nanji's neck, hidden under her clothes, as her friend turned her head. Suddenly, the worried young lady felt relieved. She leaned closer to Shin Nanji and whispered, "Sweetheart, which of the two gifts from your friend do you like more?" Shin Nanji shot her a cool glance. "Those jumbled things you call gifts?" Gu Qinghe immediately protested. "Why not? Gigi, your second gift was carefully selected by me from countless pieces. Each one is unique, high definition, and beautiful. Not to mention how long it took me. Just look at my dark circles." She pointed to her eyes for Shin Nanji to see. "Gigi, don't you think they still haven't faded? And also," she continued, leaning closer to Shin Nanji, her tone more earnest this time, "my dear lady, how can a marriage without true partnership last long? Although Jiang Jinnian values responsibility and propriety, now that you are married, he won't bring up divorce. But a marriage that feels like being widowed is not the same as a happy, loving one. You can't expect him to care for you out of obligation. Gigi, since you've held on to this strong support, you need to find a way to live a normal married life with him, so he sees you as a true wife and a partner for life. Not only should his resources and connections benefit you, but you also need to win his heart and have him protect you." And this marital relationship is the simplest and most effective shortcut to deepen your bond. At this point, the playful Gu Qinghe couldn't help but glance at her friend's figure. Sometimes, even she, as a woman, felt the urge to hug her friend. She couldn't believe that her dear friend's Jiang would remain completely unaffected. Once this topic was opened, wouldn't it bring her friend closer to the life of being cherished by the head of the Jiang family? After finishing her thought, Gu Qinghe looked around. Seeing no one was watching them, she quietly nudged Shen Nanji's arm. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked in a voice only they could hear, "Gigi, tell me, which one did you watch yesterday? What did you think? Any lessons to learn?" Talking about this at school made Shen Nanji feel uncomfortable, as if she had thorns all over her body. "Shut up, dear lady. Do you think this is the right place to talk about such things?" Gu Qinghe shrugged. "What's wrong with that? We're in the library, not the classroom, and there aren't many people around." Shen Nanji took out a piece of candy from her bag, wanting to use the same trick as before to silence her friend. But this time, Gu Qinghe only caught the candy, and her words didn't stop. "When I sent it, I did it in order, a total of 10, all great ones and each one better than the last. Which one did you watch yesterday?" Shen Nanji couldn't bear to recall the difficult night she had. But under her friend's relentless questioning, her mind drifted back to a certain moment from last night. It seemed that Jiang Jinnian had clicked on the very last link at one point. Gu Qinghe's mind was quick, and her thoughts flowed easily. Seeing her best friend's flushed face, as if wanting to hide, and realizing how much time had passed that morning, she suddenly had an idea. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiao Gigi, you didn't watch those videos with Jiang Jinnian last night, did you?" "Shun Nanji." Gu Qinghe was so shocked that she stumbled over her words. "Those links. I originally wanted you to watch them alone." She wanted her friend to gain some experience from the videos. Then, she could slowly guide her friend to change her mindset about marriage and turn the union with Jiang Jinnian into a real couple's relationship. This way, her friend could truly have a worry-free life. With those kinds of videos, even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to send them to someone like Jiang Jinnian. But then she thought. Gu Qinghe looked at her friend and recalled the videos sent last night. Within half a minute, her racing heart calmed down a bit. She reassured Shen Nanji and herself. It's fine. Watching together is normal for married couples. It's all good." After spending over an hour in the library on a paper and printing out the experiment report to deliver to Professor Lin's office, Shen Nanji stepped out just as it was 4 o'clock. Standing outside the lab building, she looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky, rubbed her still sore back, and thought for a moment. Instead of heading straight back to Yushan Mansion, she decided to return to her apartment first. She planned to linger in her apartment to pass the time or find a reasonable excuse to stay there for the night. With her mind made up, Shen Nanji didn't hesitate any longer. She silenced her phone and headed straight to her apartment. As she arrived at the building and entered the elevator, she was still contemplating Jiang Jinnian's thorough knowledge of her schedule. If she didn't return to Yushan Mansion tonight, what kind of excuse would be both convincing and reasonable? Before she could come up with a suitable excuse, the elevator dinged, arriving at the 6th floor. Shen Nanji stepped out, still lost in thought, preparing to unlock her door with her fingerprint. However, just as she stepped out of the elevator and hadn't even reached her door, a sudden force grabbed her arm. Her phone lit up, fell to the ground with a thud. Before she could react, she was pulled behind the safety door and pressed against the cold wall. A scream instinctively gathered in her throat. Just before she was about to speak, Shen Nanji hurriedly looked up. When she saw Jiang Tingxu's cold expression, all her words suddenly stopped. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes showed surprise and confusion. But she didn't intend to talk to him like this. She tried to push him away and leave. In the moment he pulled her in, her heart was racing from the adrenaline rush. Shen Nanji's face turned pale, and her lips tightened. But today, Jiang Tingxu, who seemed to be acting strangely, refused to let her go. She managed to push him back a little, but before she could get through the door, he pressed her shoulder and pushed her against the wall again. "What are you afraid of?" he asked with a heavy laugh, but his eyes were sharp, and the slight smile on his lips felt cold. Xiao Nanji, can't we even talk now? Shen Nanji didn't understand what was wrong with him today. He clearly had been drinking, and the faint smell of alcohol grew stronger in the cramped air, bringing an unpredictable sense of unease and danger. Is this how you talk to someone? She said, her voice tense, her gaze wary. Jiang Tingxu, let go of me. He scoffed, tightening his grip on her. Even when she struggled again, he caught sight of the fading kiss mark on her neck. His eyes darkened, and his grip on her wrist tightened. Seeing her resistance, he leaned down to kiss her. Shen Nanji quickly turned her head, barely avoiding his lips. When she was pulled into the stairwell, she felt a moment of relief upon recognizing him, but his unusual behavior quickly brought her tension back to the peak. He firmly held her wrist, his fingers pressing against her skin, staring intently at the kiss mark on her neck. Watching her try to pull away, Jiang Tingxu sneered and casually asked, "What's wrong? Is it not allowed, Nanji?" Anger surged within her, and she struggled to free her wrist, but couldn't break free at all. Her breath was cold as she stared at him, reminding him of their current situation. "Jiang Tingxu, I'm already married to your brother, and you have a girlfriend," he interrupted her with a playful, mocking look. "Isn't it just a marriage alliance?" Ji, his tone became affectionate, giving the impression that he had always been trying to win her over during all these years they spent together through the seasons. "For all these years, everyone assumed I was the one with you." Shen Nanji did not understand what was wrong with him today. For many years, everyone had silently accepted that the arranged marriage was between her and him. However, in the past 2 years, it was he, Jiang Tingxu, who had brought her humiliation and turned her into a joke in their circle. He resisted the family arrangement. She could not force him to marry her. Yet, time and again, while their engagement was still in place and everyone assumed they would marry, he allowed Suwu to bully her and let the endless trending topics online torment her. She had no right to resent or blame him, but that didn't mean she didn't care or feel wronged. "The engagement is assumed to be between us, but Jiang Tingxu, it is you who rejects the family marriage and openly refuses the engagement." So, he tightened his grip on her wrist, his eyes swirling with countless unknown emotions, a mix of scorn and mockery. "I refuse the family marriage, and you immediately go to find my brother, right? I reject the engagement between our families, and you turn around and get a marriage certificate with my brother, right?" He sneered coldly, his gaze icy, his fingers brushing over the glaring kiss mark on her neck. Deep inside, countless dark emotions clashed, forcing him to say hurtful things. He struggled to hold back, but finally asked a question that puzzled him. "Shen Nanji, how can you separate feelings from marriage so clearly?" She didn't like him, yet due to the family engagement, she grew up alongside him, calling him brother since childhood. He rejected the family marriage and was unwilling to accept the engagement, while she could easily move out of the old house and cut off all contact with him. Even after his brother returned to the country, she got a marriage certificate with him within a month, solidifying the relationship between their families. Shen Nanji lowered her eyes and, once his grip loosened, forcefully shook off his hold. "Jiang Tingxu, my marriage with your brother is between us. Since you rejected the engagement, you have no right to question me." With that, she did not pause for a moment. She quickly unlocked the apartment door with her fingerprint and entered. Hearing the door slam shut, Jiang Tingxu stood alone in the empty stairwell, letting out a cold laugh. In his fingertips, he could still feel the warmth from her wrist. He clenched his fist tightly, holding on to that fleeting warmth. Beneath the thin layer of sarcasm and mockery, deep within his eyes lay a hidden pain he had never shown in front of others. Deep in his chest, anger and jealousy lingered, tempting him to act out in extreme ways. Jiang Tingxu tightly closed his eyes, using all his self-control to suppress those dark emotions. His fingers clenched into a fist and struck the cold, hard wall. Several knuckles were visibly bruised, but he seemed unaware. The pressure around him was intense, and the darkness in his eyes lingered. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Tingxu leaned against the wall, pushing down all those unwanted feelings. His right hand was badly injured, yet he didn't even glance at it. Once he had fully suppressed the turmoil inside, he took out his phone from his pocket and sent an apology text to Shin, keeping his eyes lowered. In the apartment, Shin sat on the sofa with her knees hugged to her chest, her phone tossed a little distance away. In the extreme silence, a brief vibration was heard. Then, the screen lit up. Shin didn't move, only lifted her eyelids slightly. She caught sight of Jiang Tingxu's apology in the message box. She didn't reply or acknowledge it, letting the phone screen dim on its own. In the stairwell, Jiang Tingxu looked down, smoking, staring at the pinned message on his phone. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the message box remained empty. He self-deprecatingly smirked, extinguished his cigarette, and opened the safety door to go down the elevator. As he stepped out of the apartment and looked up, he saw a familiar black Pullman quietly parked right in front of the building. Zhou Lin stood by the car and turned to look when he heard the noise. Jiang Tingxu paused for a moment, then walked over to the Pullman. The rear window was rolled down. He immediately saw Jiang Jinnian sitting in the leather seat, working on documents on a tablet. Jiang Tingxu curled his fingers slightly, maintaining a normal expression and tone, and called out first, "Brother." Jiang Jinnian looked up. The tablet screen was filled with dense professional terms. His gaze lingered on Jiang Tingxu for a moment. He parted his lips and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Tingxu swallowed the dryness in his throat, forcing a casual smile, and replied in a relaxed tone, "Nanji left a USB drive for an experiment at my place before summer break, so I'm returning it to her." After saying that, he looked at his brother and asked, "Are you here to pick up Nanji?" "Yes," Jiang Jinnian replied, glancing back at his watch and noticing Jiang Tingxu's injured hand. He asked, "Are you going back to the old house tonight?" Jiang Tingxu smiled lightly, as if it were just casual conversation. "I won't go back for now. My parents don't agree with me being with my girlfriend, and if I go back, I'll just get scolded." After saying this, he clenched and then relaxed his fist. The wound on his right knuckle was torn open again, but he seemed unaware of it, only smiling softly as he prepared to leave. "I have plans, bro. I'll head out first." The sun was setting. As the evening light faded, the time on his phone changed to 7 o'clock. Jiang Jinnian tapped on the table and sent a message to Shin. The apartment was dark. As the daylight disappeared, the room grew dimmer. In contrast, the light from the phone screen became clearer. Shin was wrapped in a blanket on the sofa. When she saw the screen light up again, she thought it was Jiang Tingxu. Just as she was about to flip her phone over and set it down, she picked it up and unexpectedly saw the name Jiang Jinnian on the screen. Shin paused for a moment. After hesitating, she couldn't ignore Jiang Jinnian's message. Unlocking her phone, she found a simple message. "It's late, come downstairs." Shin chaotic thoughts were interrupted by Jiang Tingxu's earlier behavior, and she completely forgot to make an excuse for not returning to Yushan Mansion. Instinctively, she opened the message box, preparing to come up with a last-minute excuse for not going back. However, she kept typing and deleting her messages. Just as she was racking her brain for a new excuse, she glanced at the latest message on the screen and suddenly had a realization that cleared her mind. Throwing her phone aside, the girl who had seemed so down just moments ago quickly ran to the balcony. Looking down through the glass, she saw the black Pullman parked below. Next to the car stood Jiang Jinnian's personal assistant, Zhou Lin. Not sure if it was just her imagination, she felt like Zhou Lin glanced up in her direction as she looked down. Shin stopped resisting. She casually tossed the fluffy blanket onto the couch, grabbed her phone, and went downstairs. When she arrived, Zhou Lin greeted her respectfully. At the same time, the back door of the Pullman opened automatically. Shin glanced at Jiang Jinnian, who was looking at her from inside the car. Without saying anything, she quickly got in. After she got in, Zhou Lin quickly took the driver's seat. The partition between the front and back seats rose. Jiang Jinnian looked at the girl sitting quietly beside him and recalled Jiang Tingxu coming out of the apartment. He glanced at her and casually asked, "What made you decide to come back to the apartment?" Through the phone and the internet, Shun Nanji still dared to make excuses to deceive Jiang Jinnian, but in front of him, under his gaze, she didn't have the courage to lie. She also couldn't directly tell the truth. After thinking for a moment, she came up with a gentle excuse. In the dim light, the girl sat up straight, slightly pursing her red lips. Her voice was low, and her eyes were half closed, giving her a somewhat gloomy tone. My leg hurts, so I came to the apartment to rest for a while. My leg hurts? Jiang Jinnian seemed unsure if he believed her. However, after she said this, his gaze shifted to her legs for a moment. The soft hem of her long skirt draped down to her ankles, completely covering her legs. Did you get hurt? He asked. Shun Nanji furrowed her brows. With just a few words, she couldn't tell if he was asking about her injury from last night or if she had bumped into something at school today. To be safe, she cautiously shook her head. Jiang Jinnian's gaze moved up to her slender waist and paused for a moment. Does your waist hurt too? Now Shun Nanji understood what he was asking. Seeing that it was getting dark and wanting to avoid any marital obligations tonight, she nodded honestly this time and quickly. It hurts. Jiang Jinnian fully raised the last bit of the car window beside him, then wrapped his arm around the girl's waist and pulled her close. Shun Nanji was completely unprepared. The moment her body lifted off the seat, her soft waist stiffened, and she held back a gasp, watching him pull her onto his lap. Don't tense up, he said softly, gently patting her waist. Relax. Realizing what was happening, Shun Nanji looked at Jiang Jinnian, who was holding her closely. She felt so stiff in his arms, like a child, that she didn't dare to breathe too deeply. And no need to rub. I can do it myself. Don't move, he said, one hand around her waist to keep her steady, while the other hand gently pressed against her side, applying light pressure. Where does it hurt? Shun Nanji didn't dare to move much, trying hard to relax. Her hands didn't know where to go, so she finally placed them in front of her on her lap, obediently answering. Just around there, nothing else. Jiang Jinnian's car windows were one-way glass. Although the outside couldn't see in, the neon lights flashing outside illuminated the interior. He didn't turn on the car's interior light, but once they hit the main road, the brilliant neon lights on both sides brightened the inside of the car. Outside, the dim light flickered continuously. Glancing down, I noticed the faint red marks on the girl's wrist and my arms, remnants of someone having gripped it tightly. Jiang Jinnian's gaze lingered on her wrist for a moment. The image of Jiang Tingxu's blood-stained right hand flashed in his mind again. His hand, which had been gently rubbing her waist, paused slightly. He raised his eyes to rest on Shun Nanji's delicate porcelain-like face. I just saw Tingxu coming out of the apartment. Did he come to find you? Being held by Jiang Jinnian, Shun Nanji, who hadn't fully relaxed yet, felt her heart skip a beat at his words. Earlier that afternoon, on the way to Huaihai University, he had mentioned that she should call him when she was ready to go back, and he would come to pick her up. Instead, she hadn't called him and returned to the apartment on her own. Jiang Tingxu, who hadn't been in contact for days, also showed up at her apartment today and was unexpectedly seen by him. It was hard not to overthink the connection between these events. Especially after growing up with Jiang Tingxu for so many years, they were perceived by outsiders as having been engaged for nearly a decade. Not to mention that the marriage between the Jiang and Shun families was only possible because Jiang Tingxu had clearly refused to marry, leaving her with Jiang Jinnian. Now, having been caught by him as Jiang Tingxu left her apartment in the evening, would he misunderstand that she had some relationship with his brother after their marriage? When he asked her, Shun Nanji instinctively wanted to reveal everything that had happened in the stairwell, but the words caught in her throat. After telling Jiang Jinnian everything, would he believe that she and Jiang Tingxu were innocent, or would he suspect something between her and his brother? Moreover, she knew that Jiang Jinnian was very lenient with his brother. Even when Jiang Tingxu refused to join the family business and had a fallout, it was Jiang Jinnian who took the time to call their parents from abroad, urging them to respect Jiang Tingxu's wishes and not to pressure him too much. Shun Nanji didn't dare to gamble on who Jiang Jinnian would believe when faced with a conflict between her and his brother. After much thought and hesitation, she finally swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and simply looked down, saying, "He came to deliver something to me, and we happened to see each other, but he left in just a few minutes and didn't say much." With the dim light coming in from outside, Jiang Jinnian lifted his eyelids to look at her. "Is it just to deliver something?" Shun Nanji secretly tightened her fingers. Not looking at him, she nodded again. Yes. The apartment was not far from Yushan Mansion, and soon the car stopped in the garage. Shun Nanji felt uneasy, afraid Jiang Jinnian would ask more questions. Fortunately, aside from one impulsive question in the car, he didn't bring up anything related to Jiang Tingxu until they arrived at Yushan Mansion and finished dinner in the restaurant. As they went upstairs, Shun Nanji slowly relaxed after a tense night. After washing up, she felt that her waist and legs were still quite sore, so she didn't have to fulfill any marital duties that night. Cocooned in her blanket, Shun Nanji slept soundly until dawn. Since going abroad and taking several long leaves, she had fallen behind on her new experiment. To catch up, she spent nearly the entire weekend in the lab, starting from Friday. After finally catching up on her work and organizing the lab supplies, she left the building only to find that it had started pouring rain outside. It was the weekend, and with such heavy rain, there were hardly any people on campus. As Shun Nanji stepped out of the lab, the fierce wind mixed with the heavy rain hit her, and the cold seeped through her clothes, making her breath feel chilly. Frowning at the downpour outside, she was thinking about how to get back when her phone rang. She stepped back inside, distancing herself from the howling wind. Taking her phone out of her bag, she saw it was Zhou Lin calling. After answering before she could speak, he asked, "Madam, it suddenly started pouring today. Mr. Jiang is with a multinational meeting, but he arranged for someone to pick you up from Huaihai University. When will you be back? The rain is too heavy. I can have the driver come in to get you." Shun Nanji looked outside at the thick layer of water on the ground from the heavy rain and replied to Zhou Lin, "I'm heading back now. I'm in Lab 05, where is the driver Jiang arranged?" Zhou Lin quickly responded, "The driver is at the school gate." "Madam, please wait 2 minutes. Lab 05 is very close to the south gate, and the driver will be there soon." After hanging up with Zhou Lin, Jiang Jinnian's call came in immediately. Shun Nanji felt cold from the wind. When she answered Jiang Jinnian's call, she turned around and walked a few steps further into the building, facing away from the entrance.
Jinnian?
Jiang Jinnian's voice came through the phone, accompanied by the sound of howling wind, as if he were standing by a window. "Are you done?" Shun Nanji replied softly, "Yes, I'm done. I'm heading back now." Knowing she was afraid of heavy rain, Jiang Jinnian spoke gently, trying to comfort her. "Don't worry, the driver is on his way. Also, it's really windy and the temperature has dropped a lot. Nanji, please stay inside the building for a minute or two. Don't catch a chill."
Shun Nanji nodded obediently, okay.
Jiang Jinnian stayed on the line, keeping her company while waiting for the driver. "The meeting at Group will take about 2 more hours. When you get home, you don't need to wait for me. Butler Pang has already arranged dinner. Just eat and go to bed. If you need anything else, feel free to call or message me." Shun Nanji agreed. The driver arrived quickly. In the heavy rain, a black car with windshield wipers flashing was very noticeable. As soon as Shun Nanji heard the noise and turned around, the driver had already parked right by the steps of the building and quickly approached with a black umbrella. "Is the driver here?" Jiang Jinnian asked. Shun Nanji walked outside and said, "Yes, Jinnian, you can get back to work. I'm heading to Yushan Mansion." "Okay, be safe on the road." After hanging up, Shun Nanji stepped out of the building. The driver held the umbrella over her head and opened the back door for her, helping her get in. As they drove through the heavy rain to Yushan Mansion, it was already dark outside. Even though she hadn't gotten wet, Shun Nanji felt chilly, perhaps from the wind at the lab. Dinner was already set on the table. After chatting briefly with Butler Pang, Shun Nanji had her meal and went straight to her bedroom on the 3rd floor. Tomorrow was Monday, and some group chats had already started buzzing with new messages. Shun Nanji glanced at her phone, quickly scrolled through, then exited the group chat. She took her clothes into the bathroom for a hot shower and then climbed straight into bed. When Jiang Jinnian returned to Yushan Mansion after his meeting, Shen Nanji was already asleep. He peeked at the woman sleeping soundly under the red blanket, didn't wake her, adjusted the room's lights to dim, and then closed the door to go to his study to handle the emails he had missed that day. At 9:40, Jiang Jinnian called Zhou Lin to arrange the tasks for tomorrow. After hanging up, he took a shower in another room and returned to the bedroom. Shun Nanji was still in the same position, but she seemed to be sleeping restlessly, her brows furrowed. Jiang Jinnian watched her for a while at the edge of the bed. He gently touched her forehead, trying to smooth out the lines of worry. Then he turned off the bedside lamp and lay down beside her, holding her close. Outside, the heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. Not only did it continue, but there were also signs of thunder. Fortunately, the thunder was soft, and Shen Nanji was already asleep, so the noise wouldn't wake her. Jiang Jinnian wrapped his arms around her and closed his eyes to sleep. However, less than 2 hours later, the girl in his arms began to stir, and her body felt increasingly hot. Jiang Jinnian opened his eyes, quickly turned on the light, and when he saw that Shen Nanji was burning up and her face was flushed, his brows furrowed instantly. He touched her forehead and quickly dialed a number on his phone. Shen Nanji was unaware that she had a fever in the middle of the night. She only knew she was trapped in a dream. For many years, she had a psychological shadow from thunderstorms, and even while asleep, the sound of distant thunder affected her dreams. She couldn't remember what her dream had started as, only that later, she was repeatedly trapped in a stormy night from 10 years ago. When she finally broke free from that damp, cold night, the dream shifted to her years growing up in the Jiang family. The images in her dream were fleeting and vague, until they settled on a moment when she and Jiang Tingxu were arguing. The expression on his face in the dream matched the cold and mocking look he had when he came to her apartment twice. He coldly questioned whether she was so eager to marry into the Jiang family, whether she truly valued this union. When he rejected the engagement, she turned to his older brother to get the marriage certificate, wanting to solidify the union. It felt like there were many hurtful and cold words exchanged. In the dream, Shen Nanji held back her tears, no longer caring about the dwindling friendship they had left. As he repeatedly questioned her with the most hurtful words, she couldn't help but scold him. Jiang Jinnian had no idea what the girl curled up under the blanket was dreaming about. When he finished his call and returned to her side, he noticed she had called out for water. As he leaned down to lift her, his hand resting on her shoulder, he heard her mumble Jiang Tingxu with her face buried in the blanket. Hearing those words made Jiang Jinnian pause. His dark eyes held a deep, shadowy gaze, and beneath a thin layer of calmness was an intense darkness that seemed to absorb all light. He curled his fingers on the blanket. When she called out the name for the third time, he lowered his eyelids and lifted her gently, still covered by the blanket. The family doctor arrived quickly at Yushan Mansion. Jiang Jinnian helped Shen Nanji take her medicine and watched as she finished her 4-drip, ensuring her temperature had dropped before letting the doctor leave. By the time the big bed regained some color and was quiet, it was already 3 a.m. Outside, the heavy rain had turned into a light drizzle, and the thunderclouds had long dispersed. The next day, Shen Nanji woke up feeling groggy, with the sun shining brightly outside. The dreams that had troubled her all night faded away like a mist as she opened her eyes, becoming unclear and eventually forgotten. She rubbed her forehead, still feeling a bit dizzy, and glanced at the empty side of the bed before pulling back the blanket to get up. As she got out of bed, she caught sight of an 4 sticker still on her hand, and she paused, surprised. Looking at the 4 sticker that remained, a hazy memory flooded her mind, blurring the lines between dream and reality. She vaguely remembered feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, curled up from the cold, and then suddenly feeling as if she were being roasted by a fire, so hot that she thought she might burn, yet still unable to shake off the deep chill within her. The discomfort of alternating heat and cold made her restless, struggling against something that held her down, unable to break free. She thought she was just dreaming, but now, seeing the slight bruising on her veins beneath the 4 sticker, it seemed otherwise. In the study, Jiang Jinnian was on the phone with Song Ziqian. As soon as the call connected, the other side asked, "I heard from Chenze that your girl was sick last night? Why didn't you call me for help? My medical skills are just as good as your family doctor's. I just heard Gu Wenchuan say you got married. Why didn't you bring your partner over for us to meet? Since your family member Nanji is sick, I could come over to see her too. It's been a few years since I last saw your Nanji after my family sent me abroad." Jiang Jinnian sat behind his desk. His usually calm and indifferent expression today seemed unusually cold. In response to his friend's complaints on the phone, he simply replied, "Haven't you been in the suburbs of Huaihai City these past few days? It rained heavily last night. How could you come?" Song Ziqian replied casually, "Why not? If you need me, I could fly over even if it's hailing. But speaking of which, I remembered Nanji was in good health. How did she get sick right after getting married?" Song Ziqian clicked his tongue, implying something inappropriate. Chenze was in a hurry to go to the hospital and had only briefly mentioned Nanji being sick during their chat. Jiang Jinnian urgently called him late at night without explaining how she fell ill. Song Ziqian, known for his playful nature, thought it was a sensitive time and assumed the newlywed girl was overwhelmed. "I mean, Jiang Jinnian, she's just turned 20. You brought her home, and now, the study door was only half closed." As Shun Nanji approached, she saw Jiang Jinnian on the phone. She didn't want to interrupt and was about to leave when he looked up at her. Seeing the girl in her pajamas with a pale face, Jiang Jinnian ended the call, saying, "I have to go," and hung up. Shun Nanji stood outside the study, hesitant. To be honest, she felt a bit anxious. She didn't remember much about last night's fever, but she clearly recalled struggling while someone held her down, which couldn't have been a dream. Last time, she had drunkenly ordered Jiang Jinnian around. This time, with a high fever and unclear thoughts, she was unsure if she had done anything more inappropriate. Feeling guilty, she looked up at him when he came out. I didn't cause any trouble last night, did I?" He was dressed in a tailored shirt and trousers, and she noticed a faint scratch on his arm. Looking at it made her feel even guiltier. But Jiang Jinnian didn't answer her directly. Instead, he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Jinnian held her waist, stopping her movements.
Huh?
Shun Nanji asked, "Just when I had a fever." Jiang Jinnian's expression was calm, his dark eyes revealing no specific emotion. He glanced at her, and that look was deep, leaving Shun Nanji unsure of its meaning. Just as she was thinking, he slowly said, "It's fine, except for not wanting to get a needle." Yesterday, when the family doctor inserted the needle into her vein, he held her hand the whole time, not giving her a chance to struggle. But as soon as the needle was in and secured with tape, she, feeling a bit dazed, accidentally pulled on the foretube and dislodged the needle. When she tugged, part of the needle in her vein shifted, causing noticeable swelling in that area. Jiang Jinnian lowered his gaze. He glanced at the back of her right hand, where she had already torn off the foretape. Although it wasn't swollen, there was still some bruising. He looked away and advised her not to touch that spot, then asked, "Is there anywhere else that hurts?" Shun Nanji touched her forehead. Her temperature was normal, not hot at all. She shook her head, no. Then she thanked Jiang Jinnian for taking care of her last night, saying, "Thank you, Jinnian Ge." Jiang Jinnian's gaze lingered on her. "You're welcome, but did Nanji dream of anything last night?" Shun Nanji had just relaxed, her lips still not smiling, when he suddenly asked this. "Dream?" She paused, looking at Jiang Jinnian, her mind flashing back to the dreams from last night that she was almost forgetting. Those dreams faded away like smoke as soon as she woke up. They seemed jumbled and chaotic, and she couldn't remember how many there were. She hesitated, unsure of which dream he was referring to. After a moment, she cautiously asked, "Did I say something I shouldn't have last night?" Her gaze was careful, testing. Even her breathing was shallow. Jiang Jinnian met her eyes for a moment, his dark emotions hidden away. In response to her anxious look, he casually said, "You didn't say anything, just that you didn't want a needle." He stepped closer, ruffled her hair, and changed the subject. "I remember you have class this morning. Are you still going? Shun Nanji looked at him a bit longer, calming her thoughts, and nodded. I feel fine now, so I should go. Jiang Jinnian didn't stop her and led her downstairs. Let's go eat, and later I'll take you to school. Shun Nanji found Jiang Jinnian's later question a bit strange, but he didn't say anything more. She struggled for a while, wanting to ask him during dinner, but seeing he didn't want to bring up last night, she hesitated and didn't dare to speak. Yesterday, it rained heavily during the international meeting that lasted late into the night, so Shun Nanji thought he would be very busy today. However, to her surprise, he had time to take her to Huaihai University, and when she returned from class in the evening, he was still available to pick her up. As she saw Jiang Jinnian in the back seat of the black Pullman under the setting sun, Shun Nanji looked surprised. Zhou Lin, who was driving, noticed her surprise and explained, Madam, Mr. Jiang is worried you might not be feeling well, so he came to pick you up. Shun Nanji moved her lips and thanked Jiang Jinnian after getting in the car. The man remained calm, casually signing documents. We are husband and wife, so there's no need to be so polite or distant. Shun Nanji sat obediently, glancing at him and then nodding in agreement. Usually, when Shun Nanji returned to Yushan Mansion alone, she would comfortably lean back at her seat, watching entertainment videos or scrolling through apps to pass the time. Sometimes, if she was too tired from experiments, she wouldn't even bother looking at her phone and would just close her eyes and relax against the seat. But sitting in the same car with Jiang Jinnian, she unconsciously sat up straight, just like when they interacted before, and she wouldn't dare to watch silly videos in front of him. Holding her phone, she didn't have the courage to look at it. After spending so much time chatting with Jiang Jinnian, she still didn't know what to talk about. Even though they had been married for almost a week, they hadn't spent much time together, and often Shun Nanji still felt shy and reserved around him, just like when she was younger. Bored, her gaze wandered and accidentally landed on the raised divider between the front and back seats. Thinking back, it seemed that since they got married, the divider had always been up whenever they were in the car together. Zhou Lin, being a diligent assistant, seemed afraid of seeing something he shouldn't, as the first thing he did whenever he drove was to raise the divider. Shun Nanji silently complained about this in her mind. Then, she shifted her gaze to the window, watching the night scenery as night fell over Huaihai City. As Jiang Jinnian finished signing the last document and put the pen away, he turned to look at the woman beside him, quietly gazing out at the traffic. He broke the silence. Did you feel unwell at school today? Shun Nanji was a bit distracted and jumped when she heard Jiang Jinnian's voice. Coming back to reality, she turned to him, her clear eyes sparkling and her lips forming a gentle smile. No, I'm completely fine now. During rush hour, the traffic was heavy, and by the time they drove into the garage of Yushan Mansion, it was already dark. After parking the car, Zhou Lin took the signed documents from Jiang Jinnian without saying a word and quickly left. Shun Nanji glanced at Zhou Lin, who had left unusually fast today, then turned her attention back and opened the car door, preparing to get out. Just as she moved, a large hand gripped her waist, stopping her. Shun Nanji turned around. As she looked back, in the dim light, before her gaze landed on the man, the hand at her waist tightened, and before she could react, he pulled her onto his lap. Shun Nanji's breath caught, and she gasped, Jinnian-ge? She was half kneeling on him, and the closeness made her instinctively want to get off. But as she moved, he held her waist firmly, preventing her from escaping. Jiang Jinnian's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. You have no other plans tonight, so there's no rush to get out. Shun Nanji's eyelashes fluttered nervously. The garage of Yushan Mansion was large, with many lights that stayed on day and night, making it usually bright. However, there was one exception. In the far left corner of the garage, there was a sound-activated light that only turned on with noise. Shun Nanji rarely came to this little corner. First, it was far away. Second, the sound-activated lights were not as convenient as the bright lights in the front. But today, Zhou Lin, the capable assistant, had parked the car in the farthest spot, right in the sound-activated area. Once the car door closed, the soundproofing of the Pullman was excellent, and no matter how loud it was inside, it couldn't be heard outside. The sound-activated lights didn't detect any noise, and the light quickly faded. The entire car became dim. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Even her thin outer jacket was taken off at some point, now crumpled and tucked under his black suit jacket, with only a small corner visible in the dim light. After a long time in this position, even though Jiang Jinnian was holding her, Shun Nanji's legs felt sore, and she could barely hold on. When he squeezed her chin and leaned in to kiss her again, she gritted her teeth and tried to turn away, but before she could move, someone suddenly knocked on the car window from outside. Shun Nanji jumped in surprise, her body stiffening instantly. She almost couldn't catch her breath. As the knocking continued, the motion sensor light outside turned on, flooding the car with bright, blinding light. Shun Nanji looked down at her messy clothes, her eyes filled with panic. Almost instinctively, before Jiang Jinnian could lower the window, she found the strength to break free from his embrace, grabbed the nearby suit jacket, and wrapped herself up tightly, curling down to make herself as small as possible, pressing against the car door on the side where Tingxu was knocking. In this situation, being caught off guard made Shun Nanji extremely anxious, so much so that she didn't even notice Jiang Jinnian watching her every move, his dark eyes narrowing silently. They were a couple, so being intimate was natural. Even in the car, which was in their own garage, there was no need to hide. She was afraid of being seen, and he certainly wouldn't let her be exposed to outsiders like that. Before Shun Nanji could hide under the seat, Jiang Jinnian was about to cover her with the suit jacket. She didn't need to do anything or be afraid. He would protect her. But the moment she saw that the person outside was Tingxu, she instinctively pushed him away to hide. Was she really that afraid of being seen? Or was it that she was afraid of Tingxu seeing her? Shun Nanji's eyes were filled with panic, and as the motion sensor light dimmed again, she looked up from under the jacket, not noticing Jiang Jinnian's unreadable gaze. Until Tingxu furrowed his brow and tentatively knocked on the window again. The motion sensor light turned on once more, filling the car with light. "Brother?" Jiang Jinnian looked at the woman with tearful eyes gazing up at him, feeling a restless frustration building inside him that he couldn't shake off. A few days ago, while she was quietly hiding from Tingxu at the apartment, things began to change. Last night, as she repeatedly whispered Tingxu's name in his arms, those feelings grew stronger. She was still young, and with so many years of friendship with Tingxu, Jiang Jinnian didn't want to dwell on such matters. He thought he had already controlled the dark emotions that shouldn't have appeared. But now it seemed otherwise. The man's eyes were deeply troubled. Those heavy feelings swirled inside him, like huge waves churning beneath a calm sea, pressing down hard and hiding beneath a still surface. The sounds outside the car continued. Jiang Jinnian's dark gaze shifted away from Shun Nanji as he rolled down the window slightly. Tingxu paused. "Bro, why is your car stopped here? Aren't you coming up?" There was suspicion in his eyes as he instinctively leaned closer to the small opening of a window. But the window was rolled down too little to see anything besides his older brother in the back seat. Tingxu pulled back his gaze, still uncertain. However, Jiang Jinnian didn't give him a chance to ask more. "I had a long day of meetings at the office and need to rest in the car for a bit." As he spoke, he looked at Tingxu and asked, "What brings you to Yushan Mansion at this hour?" The window was tinted, so Tingxu couldn't see inside. Under Jiang Jinnian's gaze, he instinctively withdrew his probing look and handed over the documents he was holding. "I've acquired a few small companies and want to start a project. I need your signature on this document." Jiang Jinnian took the document, glanced at the first few lines of the first page, then flipped to the last page, took a pen from the glove compartment, and signed his name. As he handed the document back to Tingxu, he casually asked, "Aren't you the one who dislikes looking at documents for projects? What made you suddenly interested in acquiring companies?" Tingxu took the document and replied with a light laugh, "I can't always be stubborn, and staying in the entertainment industry for too long isn't fun. I want to try something new. By the way, bro," he seemed to remember something and looked toward Jiang Jinnian. "It's so late. Hasn't Anji come back yet?" Jiang Jinnian lowered his eyelids and glanced at the girl pressed against the car door, her eyes filled with hope. He replied emotionlessly, "Not yet." Jiang Jinnian didn't open the car door or get out. Jiang Tingxu noticed that his brother didn't want to talk much today. He didn't stay long, exchanged a few casual words, and then said he would leave. "It's getting late, brother. I'm heading back now. You should get some rest too." Jiang Jinnian replied with a simple Jiang Tingxu took the documents and went to the garage entrance. Shen Nanji, who was hiding close to the car door, was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Jiang Tingxu left. She rubbed her slightly numb calf and was just about to get up when suddenly a force pulled her waist, unexpectedly bringing her into an embrace.
Ah!
Shen Nanji was caught off guard and bumped into Jiang Jinnian's shoulder. She rubbed her forehead, trying to straighten up, but he held her chin and sealed her lips. Pain shot through her lips, and Shen Nanji frowned. Tears welled up in her eyes. After getting their marriage certificate, although she and Jiang Jinnian had only been intimate twice, they had kissed several times. But each time, he had never caused her pain. The most she felt was a slight sting from a long kiss. This time, however, the kiss hurt right from the start, which had never happened before. She even sensed a metallic taste in her mouth and wondered if she had been bitten. Ignoring the increasing discomfort in her legs, Shen Nanji frowned and tried to break free from his embrace, but he held her waist tighter, kissing her more deeply. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingxu was walking out of the garage, lost in thought about the company he was acquiring, when he suddenly heard a brief, surprised gasp from a woman behind him. He froze and instinctively turned to look at the dimly lit Pullman. The last part of the window had just been fully raised. From the outside, nothing could be seen inside, but that familiar sound, whether real or imagined, made Jiang Tingxu grip the car keys tightly. He wanted to check if he had misheard or if Nanji was inside the car. But after taking 2 steps back, he tensed up and stopped again. Inside the Pullman, Shen Nanji was overwhelmed by Jiang Jinnian's kiss. Her eyes were misty, like they had caught the morning dew. Her body was tense yet forced to relax, and after several kisses, her waist felt weak, not to mention the pain in her lips and tongue. Shen Nanji refused to continue kissing. She broke free from his embrace and was about to press the car door to get out when he forcefully pulled her back into his arms, and her wrinkled dress was torn. She paused in her breathing, realizing what he intended to do, her pupils trembling slightly. "No, not here."
"Why not?"
Jiang Jinnian's voice was calm, his dark eyes showing no emotion except for the way he firmly held her wrists with one hand while the other hand insistently continued to remove her clothes. "Nanji, we are married. It doesn't matter where we are." The air in the closed space became thick and hot quickly. Shen Nanji clenched her fingers tightly, nearly biting her lips until they bled. Tears began to form in her eyes, rolling down her cheeks in the darkness. Even her breathing started to sound like she was about to cry. When he gripped her waist so tightly it almost numbed her, Shen Nanji finally realized that Jiang Jinnian's mood today seemed off. When they got out of the car, her eyes were red. The garage had a direct elevator to the 3rd floor. Jiang Jinnian didn't take her into the lobby. He simply carried her directly to the bedroom using the elevator. When they returned to the bed, Shen Nanji thought their marital duties for the day were finally over. She covered her aching waist, too exhausted to even take a shower, and buried herself under the blankets, wanting to sleep. But just as she pulled the blanket over herself, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. In the darkness, Jiang Jinnian pulled the blanket off her and pressed his lips against hers again. Shen Nanji frowned again, her fear momentarily forgotten. Feeling overwhelmed, she bit down his shoulder. Late at night, with the faint night breeze coming in through the window, Shen Nanji thought she heard a phrase before drifting off, but her mind was so hazy that she couldn't grasp what it was. When she finally woke up the next day, it was already past 10. Her body felt like it had been taken apart and put back together, aching so much that even turning over made her shiver. She buried herself under the blankets, not wanting to come out, not even showing her head. While feeling hurt and frustrated, she repeatedly wondered how she had upset Jiang Jinnian, especially about what happened in the car. In all the years she had known him, she had never seen him angry. He was like a perfect machine controlling his emotions. Whether at family gatherings or in high-stakes business negotiations, he had never shown any outward emotions. But last night, in the garage for that hour, he seemed to be filled with suppressed anger during their actions. They couldn't get a divorce, and she felt she had no right to bring it up, but she didn't want to keep suffering from marital duties. What happened yesterday had already left her with a mental scar. She didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again tonight, tomorrow night, or any night in the future. Shun Nanji buried herself under the blanket, pretending to be asleep. Enduring the dizziness in her head, she slowly recalled every moment she spent with Jiang Jinnian since early yesterday morning. The memory froze on the moment when he inexplicably asked her what dream she had the night before. Shun Nanji felt something was off at that moment. Jiang Jinnian wasn't the type to discuss nonsense with her, and that strange question raised suspicions. Frowning, she continued to think back until she remembered the dreams she had the night she had a fever.
Could it be that she?
Shun Nanji suddenly thought of a possibility and jumped up from the bed in shock. But as soon as she sat up, the familiar pain in her waist surged more intensely. She gritted her teeth, holding her aching waist, and lay back down with tears in her eyes, pulling the blanket over her head. Under the blanket, she continued to ponder her earlier discovery. That night, did she say something silly while being half-conscious? But once she woke up from the dream, she forgot. She couldn't even remember what dreams she had the night before. It was impossible to find clues in her dreams. Shun Nanji set that clue aside for now and shifted her focus back to last night. In the car, she vaguely recalled Jiang Jinnian pressing her against him, asking her with a serious expression, "Were you really that afraid of him seeing you?" At that moment, she hadn't even considered the question and hadn't answered it either. Now, thinking back, combined with Jiang Jinnian's strange question about her dreams after she woke up from her fever, and her own guilt that made her recall the time she lied to him about Jiang Tingxu coming to her apartment just to deliver something, everything connected in her mind, leading to an unbelievable thought. Could he have misunderstood that she still had something with Jiang Tingxu after their marriage? Like being unfaithful? When Jiang Jinnian finished handling company matters in his study and came to the first-floor hall, it was already late. Uncle Pang had been waiting in the hall for a long time. Last night, he waited all night but did not see Jiang Jinnian. Now that he has met him, Uncle Pang remembered that Jiang Tingxu came to Yushan Mansion yesterday evening and reported to Jiang Jinnian, "Mr. Jiang, the second young master came to Yushan Mansion yesterday evening, saying he has a document that needs your signature." Jiang Jinnian's expression was indifferent as he took a sip of water and nodded in response to Uncle Pang's words. In the room, Shun Nanji was already feeling dizzy, unsure if it was due to last night's activities. She struggled to connect the events of the past few days, and the conclusion she reached made her head spin even more. When Jiang Jinnian entered, Shun Nanji was still buried under the covers, pretending to be asleep. The man looked at the lump under the blanket for a moment, then walked over, held a corner of the blanket, and pulled it down slightly. As he pulled, Jiang Jinnian felt a resistance from under the blanket. However, Shun Nanji, feeling unwell, couldn't resist him, and the blanket was easily pulled down. "Are you awake?" His calm and gentle voice came from above her. After pulling down part of the blanket, Jiang Jinnian kept his hand at the edge of the blanket, looking down at the woman on the bed, whose eyes were still a bit red. "If you stay under the blanket for too long, it can make you dizzy. Don't always hide under there." Her head was exposed, but her body was marked with signs of intimacy. A thin silk camisole had rolled up to her waist while she was moving under the blanket, leaving her clothes disheveled and one shoulder exposed. Once her chin was uncovered, she refused to let him pull it down any further, her eyes showing a mix of annoyance and a hint of sadness from last night's events, with a slight redness at the corners. Jiang Jinnian looked at the girl who had been treated harshly, recalling how she had cried in his arms last night. Seeing the redness at the corners of her eyes, he realized that he had let his emotions get the best of him and made her uncomfortable all night. Just as he was about to lean down to comfort her, the girl, who had been lying in bed for a while, slowly sat up, half hugging the blanket. She tilted her head, pressed her lips together, and asked him, "Did I upset you in some way?" Jiang Jinnian's hand, which was about to ruffle her hair, paused. "Why do you ask that? Really?" Shun retorted. Her voice was still a bit hoarse, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Jiang Jinnian placed his palm on her head and rubbed it gently. "No, it's not your concern. Don't think too much about it." After saying this, he turned to the wardrobe to get her some clothes. Just as he turned, a soft hand grabbed his wrist. "I have nothing to do with Tingxu." Following her own thoughts, she took the initiative to explain and mention the question he asked her yesterday morning. "Also, did I say something wrong the night I had a fever?" Shun really couldn't remember if she had said anything confusing in her half-asleep state. But she was eager to clarify whether or not she had said anything and quickly added, "I was feverish that night and not fully aware. If I did say something, it wasn't the truth." She stole a glance at him, hiding under the blanket, with one hand discreetly pressing on her aching waist and legs. Her voice lowered as she murmured, "Anything said in a confused state of mind is incredible. So, he shouldn't be upset with her over a few sleepy words." Jiang Jinnian looked down at her. He could see that she felt wronged but didn't dare to show it, sneaking glances at him while trying to explain. He suppressed his emotions and noticed her fingers gripping his wrist. When she realized and tried to let go, he held her hand back. He didn't blame her. He wouldn't be angry with her. Last night, he lost control of his emotions, and he had no right to blame her. Liking someone or not isn't something that can be decided purely by willpower. He understood this. It was just that yesterday in the garage, seeing Tingxu and her instinctively pushing him away stirred up feelings of jealousy that shouldn't have existed. She wasn't to blame for any of it. He also had no right to blame her. He had originally thought that since he made her cry last night, he would comfort her when she woke up this morning and not bring up Tingxu or anything from yesterday or the days before, treating it as if it never happened. But now that she was explaining her relationship with Tingxu, Jiang Jinnian's gaze returned to her delicate, porcelain-like face. He asked a question he should never have asked: if Tingxu regrets giving up the engagement, or if he never opposed the family marriage from the start, would you regret not being able to marry him? Shun blinked, completely taken aback by his question. But soon, she shook her head, her answer firm and without hesitation.
No.
There was no possibility of that at all. Tingxu would never regret it. She wouldn't force him to marry her if he resisted the idea of marriage. This assumption is meaningless. It will never happen. Shun didn't take this meaningless assumption to heart. Her attention was on Jiang Jinnian. After answering, she looked up at him a few times. After a pause and a moment of hesitation, she quietly asked, "Are you still angry?" If her waist were to be strained like yesterday, she felt she might not make it. Jiang Jinnian looked at her bright eyes and gently rubbed her head, saying, "I'm not angry." Shun gazed at him. Seeing that his expression seemed genuine, she finally felt a bit relieved. For Shun it didn't matter if he was cold to her or if they treated each other politely. After all, they were just bound by a family arrangement based on their family's wishes. As long as he didn't misunderstand her intentions, everything would be fine. Otherwise, the relationship between the Jiang and Shun families would be hard to maintain, and she and the Shun Group might be in danger. Having resolved the most pressing concern, Shun anxious heart slowly began to settle. Once the tension in her mind eased, the discomfort and dizziness from being overexerted flooded back. In her current state, she definitely couldn't go to school today. Shun didn't want to struggle any longer. After resolving her worries, she wrapped herself in the blanket and lay back down. Jiang Jinnian brought her a dress from the closet and saw her, like a snail, just getting up from bed, only to crawl back under the covers. This time, although she didn't cover her entire head with the blanket, most of her face was hidden, leaving only her eyes peeking out. Jiang Jinnian placed the clothes at the foot of the bed, stood at the bedside, and looked down at her. "It's almost 11. Aren't you hungry?" Shun half opened her eyes. Feeling too lazy to move, Once the anxiety hanging over her head disappeared, the discomfort from being overexerted returned. She couldn't help but think of the unbearable moments from last night in the car and the bedroom, along with the frustration and anger she felt upon waking up. But facing Jiang Jinnian, Shen Nanji didn't dare to scold him. She just frowned, suppressing her grievances, buried her face in the blanket, and muttered, "I'm not hungry. I'm uncomfortable." Uncomfortable? Jiang Jinnian sat at the edge of the bed and instinctively touched her forehead. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Shun Nanji's voice grew quieter, and even with her eyes closed, she felt dizzy. "I feel uncomfortable everywhere." He quickly replied, "I'll call the family doctor." Shun Nanji kept her eyes closed and did not refuse. The family doctor arrived quickly, but it wasn't Sheng Ye. It was Song Ziqian, who was dressed quite flamboyantly. Outside the master bedroom, Jiang Jinnian frowned as he watched Song Ziqian excitedly carrying Sheng Ye's medical kit and following Butler Pang. "Why are you here? Where is Sheng Ye?" Song Ziqian acted as if he belonged there, glancing at the bedroom behind Jiang Jinnian and preparing to enter. "Sheng Ye went to the hospital and can't come right now. My medical skills are better than his, so if Xiao Nanji isn't feeling well, she can just see me." He promoted himself. "I can handle any difficult cases." Shen Nanji vaguely heard the conversation outside. From the familiar tone, it was clear that the person outside was an acquaintance of Jiang Jinnian. Since waking up, she had been feeling dizzy, likely due to overindulgence the night before. Not wanting to lie in bed all day, she agreed to let the family doctor come. But if it was Jiang Jinnian's friend, this embarrassing situation made her want to back out. Just as she was about to sit up and say she didn't need the doctor, the bedroom door was pushed open. Song Ziqian entered confidently, carrying the medical kit as if it were a guarantee of safety, boldly stepping into the bedroom in front of Jiang Jinnian. Shen Nanji didn't lie back down. She sat in the center of the big bed, wrapped tightly in the blanket, with only her porcelain white face visible as she looked toward the door. Her clear eyes glanced at the newcomers. Song Ziqian came from the Song family and had a good relationship with the Jiang family, especially with Jiang Jinnian, whom he had known since childhood. Years ago, he often visited the Jiang family with his elders and became familiar with Shen Nanji, who had been raised in the Jiang family home since she was 10. However, he was soon sent abroad by his grandfather and hadn't returned for several years, missing the chance to visit the Jiang family. It had been 5 or 6 years since he left. Song Ziqian returned to the country even later than Jiang Jinnian. As soon as he arrived in Huaihai City, still adjusting to the time difference, he heard the news that Jiang Jinnian had accepted a marriage contract and obtained a certificate with Shen Nanji, the girl who had always been by Jiang Tingxu's side and was seen as his companion. What surprised him was that the girl was only 20 years old, quite a difference in age from him. Song Ziqian was naturally curious, especially since one of his brothers, who seemed the least likely to get married, was the first to obtain a marriage certificate. This made him even more curious. He had wanted to come over since the night before last when Shen Nanji had a high fever, wanting to see the situation for himself. Today, while looking for Sheng Ye, he happened to overhear Sheng Ye receiving a call from Jiang Jinnian. He quickly pushed open the door, grabbed Sheng Ye's medical kit, and rushed over. Song Ziqian led the way, with Jiang Jinnian following behind. Once inside, Song Ziqian's gaze quickly landed on the prominent big bed. In the center of the bed, a girl was covered by a blanket, with only her head visible. She had delicate features and fair skin, resembling a freshly peeled egg. Even curled up in the red blanket, she seemed to glow, especially with her watery, bright eyes. Her eyes were slightly misty, as if washed with water, making her look particularly lively and clear. Although her face was a bit pale from feeling unwell, it did not diminish her beauty. Looking at the cute and pretty girl under the blanket, Song Ziqian remembered how he used to see her as a child and wanted to ruffle her hair. However, under Jiang Jinnian's cold gaze, he didn't dare to move. Instead, he cheerfully approached, standing at the bedside, and warmly introduced himself to the girl who didn't recognize him. "Hello, Nanji. Do you remember me? My surname is Song. When we were kids, You used to call me Ziqian Go with Jiang Tingxu. I heard from Jinnian that you're not feeling well? Luckily, I'm very skilled in medicine and just returned from studying abroad. Let me take a look at you. Song Ziqian, who was eager to promote himself, didn't even give Shin Nanji a chance to respond and kept talking without pause. Nanji, I'm also very good at traditional Chinese medicine. Do you prefer pulse diagnosis or Western methods? I can do both. How would you like to proceed? Shun Nanji. She paused, not yet speaking. Beside her, Jiang Jinnian frowned slightly and spoke in a distant tone. Song Ziqian, if you can examine her, do so. If not, let Sheng Ye come over. Feeling challenged about his medical skills, Song Ziqian immediately retorted, Of course I can. I just want to choose a method that Nanji likes. I came all this way, so please don't rush me. Shun Nanji. She silently swallowed her polite suggestion that he didn't need to examine her anymore and quietly glanced at Jiang Jinnian, who was walking toward her. She extended a hand from under the blanket towards Song Ziqian. I just feel a bit dizzy. Do I need to check my pulse? Song Ziqian immediately set down the medical kit. He placed his fingers on Shun Nanji's delicate wrist. Of course, I'll take a look. While checking the pulse, Song Ziqian glanced at Shun Nanji's face. Then, he subtly turned his head to look at Jiang Jinnian, who was standing next to her. The look in his eyes resembled that of someone observing a wild animal. If Shun Nanji hadn't been there, he would have wanted to finish what he had tried to say on the phone before Jiang Jinnian hung up. Soon, Song Ziqian released his hand. After thinking for a moment, he took 2 boxes of medicine from Sheng Ye's medical kit and handed them to Shun Nanji with a smile, saying, You have a slight fever, but it's nothing serious. Just rest in bed for a while and take a couple of these pills. Shun Nanji took the medicine and nodded in thanks. Although Song Ziqian had a carefree attitude, he knew when to be serious. After giving the medicine to Shun Nanji, he quickly left the bedroom with the medical kit. Jiang Jinnian glanced at the bed, said something to her, and then followed him outside. Not long after, he came back in. Song Ziqian had already been seen off by butler Peng. Jiang Jinnian picked up the 2 boxes of medicine and checked the instructions. He told Shun Nanji, who was lying on the bed and preparing to look at her phone, both boxes of medicine should be taken after meals. I'll have someone bring up the food so we can eat first. Shun Nanji had planned to get out of bed and go downstairs, but upon hearing his second sentence, she paused. After eating and taking the medicine, Shun Nanji glanced at the unread messages in the group chat and then took a nap. When she woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. As soon as she opened her eyes, she reached up to touch her head. It didn't hurt or feel dizzy anymore, and the discomfort from lying down all day had mostly faded. However, after lying in bed all day, she felt some soreness in her back. Shun Nanji pulled back the covers, intending to get up and stretch. To her surprise, she saw Jiang Jinnian on the sofa, working on his laptop. Shun Nanji was slightly surprised and instinctively asked, Aren't you going to the office today? Seeing her awake, Jiang Jinnian put down his laptop and walked over. I was worried about you being home alone. He habitually touched her forehead. Feeling better? Still uncomfortable? Shun Nanji shook her head. Much better now. Then, how about getting up and moving around? He asked. Shun Nanji nodded. After changing her clothes, she strolled downstairs. Butler Peng brought in fresh fruit and freshly squeezed juice. Shun Nanji walked around the courtyard for a bit, and before long, she sat on the sofa in the hall with her phone, replying to messages while occasionally eating a piece of fruit. Jiang Jinnian followed her downstairs. After she finished replying to messages and was watching videos, he stayed by her side, handling company emails. Shun Nanji didn't dare to chase him away. When she saw him coming over, she quietly lowered the video volume and sat up a bit straighter. After scrolling through videos for about an hour, Shun Nanji got completely bored. Her eyes were tired, and her stiff back hurt, not to mention that it was truly dull. Noticing Jiang Jinnian was still working, Shun Nanji thought about any tasks she needed to do, but hadn't yet completed. After a long while, she realized there were a few, but none were urgent, and she really didn't feel like doing anything at the moment. Seeing her frown, Jiang Jinnian closed his email, glanced at the time, and asked her, "Are you bored?" Shun didn't hide it a little. Usually, at this time, she would be in the school lab or at her apartment looking at financial analyses, but today she hadn't gone to school and didn't feel interested in those complicated data analyses. Suddenly having free time made her feel a bit bored. Noticing her furrowed brow, Jiang Jinnian took out his phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and sent a message. He then asked her, "Do you want to go out for a bit?" Shenanji was a bit surprised. "Go out? Where to?" Jiang Jinnian walked over to her. "To Sheng Ye. There's a gathering today, and I thought it would be nice to get some fresh air." At the Gu family villa, Gu Wenchuan returned from a meeting at the company. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw his sister sitting on the sofa with a computer, seemingly busy with something. He grabbed a glass of water and pretended to walk past her. However, as he got closer and hadn't yet seen what was on her screen, she quickly minimized the page to the desktop as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Gu Wenchuan chuckled, leaning lazily against the sofa. "So, what's going on? Are you dating someone? You've been mysteriously holding onto that tablet and computer for the past few days. It wouldn't be some low-quality boyfriend, would it?" Gu Qinghe, afraid he would touch her computer, quickly closed it and hugged it tightly, defending herself. "I'm right here under your and Dad's noses. Where would I go to date someone?" Gu Wenchuan casually looked at her and nodded toward the computer in her arms. "Then what are you doing? Is there something suspicious on that computer?" Gu Qinghe innocently replied, "What could be suspicious? I just heard that Ji and President Jiang got their marriage certificate, so I wanted to find some tips for my friend on how to build a good relationship." Gu Wenchuan made a sound of disbelief. He straightened up, listening to his sister's words, unsure if it was an excuse or the truth. But he didn't dig deeper. He just walked past the sofa where Gu Qinghe was sitting and headed to the single sofa across from her. "Do you really need to worry about the situation between Jiang Jinnian and Nanji?" Gu Qinghe glanced at her brother and couldn't help but mumble, "I just want to help." Gu Wenchuan smiled lazily, leaning back on the sofa with a relaxed look. "What can you do to help with their marriage?" Before he could finish, he noticed his sister's strange behavior over the past few days, and his expression suddenly became serious. He stared at his unusually acting sister. "You're not thinking of trying to break them up, are you?" Gu Qinghe had just taken a sip of water. Hearing this, she almost choked. She coughed and swallowed hard, looking at her brother, who only knew how to tease her, with a complicated expression. "Would I really be that mean? I would never ruin someone's marriage." Wasn't she just hoping for Jiang and her sister to have a harmonious and lasting relationship? Gu Wenchuan felt a bit relieved. He was worried that his silly sister might provoke Jiang Jinnian. But seeing how invested she was in Jiang Jinnian and Shun Nanji's situation, he feared that this unpredictable girl might actually suggest a divorce one day. So, he warned her in advance. "Nanji and Jiang Jinnian just got their marriage certificate. You can suggest they reconcile, but remember not to say anything reckless in front of Nanji." After hearing Gu Wenchuan's repeated warnings not to suggest a divorce, Gu Qinghe began to doubt herself. Did he really think she was that mean? Mean enough to disrupt someone else's marriage? Before she could finish her self-doubt, her brother casually changed the subject. "By the way, the marriage alliance with the Chung family has been postponed, and Dad has agreed. He won't pressure you about marriage anymore. You can choose any suitable wealthy family in Huaihai City." Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up. "Really? He won't pressure me into a marriage anymore?" Gu Wenchuan nodded, seeing his sister's expression brighten. Thinking about the limits he had just mentioned regarding marriage candidates, she asked to ensure she had enough options for her future. "Does it have to be a wealthy family in Huaihai City? What about Lin City or other places?" Gu Wenchuan looked at her a bit longer. At this point, he really wondered if his sister was being deceived by some in a relationship. But he didn't ask about it now. Instead, he gave her more leeway within their father's relaxed boundaries. "If you really like someone, it can work out even if they're not from here. Just let me know, and you don't have to worry about Dad. I'll handle it." Gu Qinghe felt truly relieved now. With her brother's promise, she thought she wouldn't be pressured into an arranged marriage for the next few years. Having settled this big issue in her life, Gu Qinghe happily grabbed her laptop and headed upstairs to share the good news with her best friend. But just as she stood up, she heard her brother, Gu Wenchuan, add, "By the way, there's one exception." Gu Qinghe looked over. "The Hu family in Beicheng. Your brother won't allow that, no matter how much you like it." The Hu family in Beicheng. It took Gu Qinghe a moment to remember who he was talking about. They were the rivals of the Gu family. To be precise, they were her brother's rivals. In Huaihai City, the Jiang family is at the top, followed by the Gu and Shin families. The Hu family leads the century-old wealthy families in Beicheng. Originally, the relationship between the Gu and Hu families was acceptable, but 3 years ago, her brother started dating a girl who happened to be from a branch of the Hu family. However, not long into their relationship, the girl suddenly went silent. Her brother used the family's influence to find her, but he was stopped by the head of the Hu family. Later, they heard that the girl had gone abroad, and since then, she hadn't returned. Her brother sent people to look for her several times, but each time, they were blocked by the head of the Hu family. After a few attempts, a deep conflict formed between her brother and the Hu family's leader. Even now, whenever the Gu group has business dealings with the Hu family, the atmosphere is still very tense. Coming back to reality, Gu Qinghe didn't pay much attention to her brother's mention of the Hu family as an exception. She rarely goes to Beicheng, and even if she reaches the point of falling in love and getting married, she wouldn't have any dealings with people from Beicheng, let alone have any connection with the head of the Hu family, who is as indifferent as Jiang Jinnian and rarely appears in public. With her laptop in hand, Gu Qinghe walked upstairs cheerfully. At that moment, Gu Wenchuan's phone chimed with a new message. He took out his phone and opened WeChat. Seeing the unread message from Jiang Jinnian that said, "Let's go out tonight," Gu Wenchuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering how the busy Jiang, who usually spends all his time working or with his new wife, had time to join them today. But when he glanced down and saw the words "Bring your sister," Gu Wenchuan's gaze froze. He stared at the phone screen and immediately called out to his sister, who was humming a tune and halfway up the spiral staircase. "Gu Qinghe, what have you been up to these past few days? Did you get into trouble with the Jiang family?" Although they have been brothers for many years, he and Jiang Jinnian's group are 6 or 7 years older than Gu Qinghe and her friends. They usually gather occasionally to drink and catch up, just the brothers together. The young ladies have their own circle and do not join them. Except for special occasions, like this drinking and chatting event, they generally do not bring their younger sisters, especially someone like Jiang Jinnian, who is cold and rarely returns from abroad. In their exclusive private room at Sheng Ye, there have never been any females present, including their sisters. Although Gu Qinghe usually has a good relationship with Shen Nanji, she does not interact much with Jiang Jinnian. He has never taken her sister to Sheng Ye. Today, when he unexpectedly asked him to bring Gu Qinghe along, and even took the initiative to organize a gathering at Sheng Ye, Gu Wenchuan's first reaction was that his unreliable sister might have caused some trouble, especially trouble that reached Jiang Jinnian. Halfway up the stairs, hearing her brother's strange question, Gu Qinghe was confused. What kind of trouble could she have caused? And how could it involve Jiang Jinnian? Even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare. Just being in front of the powerful head of the Jiang family made her nervous, so how could she possibly cause trouble? Before she could finish her thoughts, Gu Qinghe suddenly remembered something. She stiffened her neck and slowly looked at the laptop in her arms.
Could it be
those little movies? But she had sent those little movies 2 or 3 days ago. Even if someone wanted to confront her, they wouldn't wait this long, right? After lying at home for a day, Shen Nanji felt pretty good sitting in Jiang Jinnian's car as they drove to Sheng Ye. However, fate had other plans. As soon as they arrived at the parking area and got out of the car, she turned around and saw Jiang Tingxu getting out of the car with Su Wu. Shen Nanji frowned tightly. Her good mood dropped instantly. She didn't want to have any more disputes with Jiang Tingxu, especially since it was getting late, and Sheng Ye was crowded at this time. Before Jiang Tingxu and Su Wu could look over, Shen Nanji quickly turned her gaze away, pretending she didn't see them. But just as she turned to look elsewhere, Jiang Tingxu caught sight of her and Jiang Jinnian, who had just gotten out of the car. From a short distance away, Jiang Tingxu couldn't hear what Jiang Jinnian and Shun Nanji were saying. He only saw his brother ruffle Shun Nanji's hair and lead her inside. Jiang Tingxu narrowed his eyes, staring in their direction. Su Wu was anxious to go inside and had just taken a couple of steps when she noticed the person beside her had stopped. Recently, there had been a mix of true and false trending topics online, and Jiang Tingxu had not asked the public relations team to remove them. Under the influence of these trending topics linked to the Jiang family, Su Wu's fame was growing, even attracting the attention of the internationally recognized director Zheng Lin, who personally invited her to play the lead role in a long-prepared new drama. Such an opportunity to work with a well-known director was something a small star like Su Wu, who had only debuted 2 years ago, could hardly have imagined. However, due to the Jiang family's influence, Zheng Lin reached out to her directly. Su Wu was overjoyed, but there was a condition. Zheng Lin wanted her to introduce him to Jiang Tingxu before finalizing the casting. No matter how famous Zheng Lin was, he was just a voice in the entertainment industry and paled in comparison to the powerful Jiang family. Jiang Tingxu owned a media company and had indeed invested in the entertainment industry over the past 2 years. Now that he had a chance to connect with the Jiang family, Zheng Lin naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. Su Wu realized Zheng Lin wanted her to help introduce him to Jiang Tingxu, but she also desperately needed this new drama to pave the way for her future. On the day she received Zheng Lin's invitation, she mentioned wanting Jiang Tingxu to accompany her to meet someone. However, Jiang Tingxu showed little interest in such matters. After much effort and time, she finally got permission from Jiang Tingxu to speak for a few minutes when he came to Sheng Ye. Now that they had arrived at the building, Su Wu was worried Jiang Tingxu might change his mind and also feared offending Zheng Lin, who was waiting inside to meet Jiang Tingxu. When he took a few steps and suddenly stopped, Su Wu looked over anxiously. But when she followed Jiang Tingxu's gaze and unexpectedly saw Shun Nanji by a luxury car not far away, her eyes widened with jealousy. She wanted to tell Jiang Tingxu to go inside first, but he ignored her and walked straight toward Shun Nanji. Su Wu clenched her fists in frustration. Shun Nanji was walking toward the revolving door of Sheng Ye with Jiang Jinnian when a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Brother!" Jiang Jinnian stopped and looked back. Jiang Tingxu approached them, his gaze subtly passing over Shun Nanji, who was standing next to his brother, looking at her phone and not glancing at him at all. "What a coincidence, brother. You're here at Sheng Ye too. I just organized a gathering with some friends. Why don't you and Nanji join us? It would be a good chance to chat." Jiang Jinnian turned his head to glance at the silent Shun Nanji and said softly, "No, I'm here to help Nanji relax and enjoy some fresh air. I've already found her a companion, so you all can go ahead and gather." Jiang Tingxu's gaze finally landed on Shun Nanji. He tightened his grip on the car keys, but his expression remained unchanged. He simply said, "Then I'll go in first." Jiang Jinnian responded with a brief "em." As he looked up, his eyes fell on Su Wu, who was nearby, wearing a fitted red dress and exquisite makeup, staring in their direction. He asked, "Is that the girlfriend you mentioned?" Jiang Tingxu glanced back. His expression was neutral. He initially wanted to deny it, but then smiled lightly and nodded, "Yes." While saying this, he kept a part of his attention on Shun Nanji, but she seemed indifferent, as if she hadn't heard him. Jiang Tingxu's expression darkened slightly. As he walked directly toward Shun Nanji, Su Wu felt a mix of jealousy and panic. However, her gaze soon shifted to the elegant, aloof man beside Shun Nanji. Seeing Jiang Tingxu appear close to him, and noticing that he was completely different in demeanor around this man, Su Wu's eyes narrowed. She couldn't help but speculate. The only person who could earn the respect and admiration of someone like Jiang Tingxu, who came from a wealthy family, was likely the current head of the Jiang family, who was young yet held all the power. For Su Wu, Jiang Tingxu's background already gave him an advantage at Huaihai University, allowing him to meet people like her. However, Jiang Jinnian's status was something she could only dream of. Even if she reached the top of the entertainment industry, Jiang Jinnian's numerous businesses did not include entertainment, and she wouldn't even have the chance to meet him. But today, she had the opportunity to see the head of the Jiang family in person, and Su Wu instinctively wanted to approach. Yet, just as she took a few steps in that direction, Jiang Tingxu intercepted her with a cold gaze and pulled her into the Sheng Ye hall. Su Wu stumbled as Jiang Tingxu pulled her, but she dared not show her dissatisfaction. Instead, she looked through the revolving door at Jiang Jinnian, who was leading Shen Nanji to another VIP area. Softly, she asked Jiang Tingxu, "Is that Mr. Jiang from Shun Group?" "Second young master, I, Su Wu." Before she could finish, Jiang Tingxu looked over coldly. When there were no others around, his gaze held no warmth, only a chilling warning. "Know your place. You know better than I do what's going on with those trending topics. Just because I don't suppress public opinion doesn't mean our relationship is, as the outside world claims." Su Wu bit her lip. She swallowed her unfinished words, hiding all her resentment and unwillingness, and quietly said, "Second young master, you misunderstood. I didn't mean anything else, nor did I intend to get close to President Jiang. I just noticed that senior sister Shun and President Jiang seemed quite close, and I was curious, so I wanted to say hello." When she mentioned close relationship, she deliberately glanced at Jiang Tingxu. Su Wu came from an ordinary background. Although she gained some recognition in the entertainment industry these past 2 years thanks to Jiang Tingxu, she had never truly entered the upper circles of Huaihai City. Moreover, Shen Nanji had always been low-key, and for many years, there had been no rumors about her being from the Shen family. Su Wu didn't know that she was the daughter of the Shen family. She only knew that the relationship between Shen Nanji and Jiang Tingxu was unusual. It couldn't be called romantic, nor could it be called friendship. But one thing was clear. Su Wu didn't understand Shen Nanji's feelings for Jiang Tingxu, but Jiang Tingxu's indifference toward Shen Nanji was not genuine. Su Wu could see that Jiang Tingxu liked Shen Nanji, and he liked her a lot. From the first time she saw Shen Nanji 2 years ago in the lounge next to the sports equipment at Huaihai University, she noticed it. So she felt jealous of Shen Nanji and wary of her. But she didn't expect that her seemingly indifferent junior, who was solely focused on her studies and experiments, not only had this unclear relationship with Jiang Tingxu, but also was so close to the head of the Jiang family.
Su Wes Gelasi deepened.
Yet in front of Jiang Tingxu, she showed nothing. After casually mentioning that Shen Nanji and Jiang Jinnian seem very close, she wisely fell silent. Shen Nanji didn't pay attention to the encounter between Jiang Tingxu and Su Wu at the entrance of Sheng Ye. When she followed Jiang Jinnian to the exclusive box of Sheng Ye, Feng Lin, Song Ziqian, and others were already there. Especially Song Ziqian, who smiled and looked over first, his gaze landing on her. "Sister Nanji, are you feeling better? Did the medicine work?" Shen Nanji sat on the inner side of the sofa with Jiang Jinnian, politely smiling and nodding. "I'm much better, thank you, Brother Ziqian." When Song Ziqian asked, Sheng Ye and Feng Lin also looked over, swallowing the greetings they wanted to say. Sheng Ye, following Song Ziqian's concern, asked, "Are you sick?" "No wonder Jin Jian didn't want to bring you here to hang out with everyone a few days ago. Nanji, the first private hospital in Huaihai, is owned by the Sheng family. If you still feel unwell, just go to the hospital and let the experts take a look." As soon as Sheng Ye finished speaking, Song Ziqian threw a lychee at him, saying angrily, "Sheng Ye, are you implying that someone's medical skills are lacking? Your family's private hospital would need to offer me a high salary and show sincerity if they wanted to hire me, and it depends on whether I want to go. Who are you suggesting has poor medical skills?" The atmosphere in the room was lively and cheerful. Although Shen Nanji had never sat and chatted with Sheng Ye and Feng Lin like this before, they had grown up in the same circle and knew each other well. Even though they hadn't communicated much in the past 2 years, their relationship wasn't awkward, especially with Jiang Jinnian by her side. After chatting for a while, Jiang Jinnian glanced at the girl holding a juice and lowered his voice to say to her, "I booked the next room and invited a few friends you get along with. If you get bored here, you can go to the next room and hang out with them." He added, "You can play whatever you want as long as you have fun." Don't worry about the cost. Just put on my tab. Shun Nanji was a bit surprised. She thought he brought her here just to catch up with Song Ziqian and Sheng Ye. She didn't expect there was another room next door. Speaking of friends, she asked, is Qinghe here yet? Jiang Jinnian glanced at the time and replied, she'll be here soon. Shun Nanji suppressed her urge to go next door immediately, smiled gently, and said, then I'll wait for Qinghe to come before we go. Gu Qinghe was in Gu Wenchuan's car, on her way to Sheng Ye, racking her brain to figure out what trouble she had caused that made Jiang Jinnian personally message her brother to bring her over. When she arrived at Sheng Ye and saw Shun Nanji sitting next to Jiang Jinnian in the room, she didn't have time to ponder if it was because of those little films. As soon as she entered, she saw Shun Nanji say something to Jiang Jinnian before walking toward her. Outside the room, Gu Qinghe anxiously looked at her best friend and asked, what are we doing here today? Shun Nanji paused, extended her hand, and offered a black truffle chocolate to her, speaking in a relaxed tone. We're here to have fun. The next room is for that. Otherwise, what else would we do at Sheng Ye? Gu Qinghe let out a heavy sigh of relief. She had been so scared on the way that she was almost sweating. Seeing it was just a misunderstanding, she grabbed the chocolate from Shun Nanji's hand, unwrapped it, and took a bite. Then she pulled Shun Nanji along and said, come on, we finally have a good reason to go to Sheng Ye and sing. Shun Nanji teased, sure, but just don't get too carried away like last time when you were all over the male model. Gu Qinghe sighed deeply, feeling quite frustrated. Even if I wanted to, with my brother watching next door, no male model's shorts would get in here. Shun Nanji. The guests invited by Jiang Jinnian were mostly the young ladies who attended Shun Nanji's birthday party last time, along with a few friends who were close to Gu Qinghe. The private room was stocked with drinks, snacks, and fruits, and with Jiang Jinnian and Gu Wenchuan sitting nearby, everyone was having a great time. At 7:40 p.m., the night view of Huaihai City was dazzling. Shun Nanji stepped out to go to the restroom. At the end of the corridor was a curved floor-to-ceiling window, perfectly positioned to capture most of the night view around Sheng Ye. Before heading to the restroom, Shun Nanji paused in front of the window, admiring the colorful night scene of Huaihai City. When the lights below formed a beautiful lotus flower, she quickly took a photo and sent it to Gu Qinghe. Just after sending it, she received an immediate reply, Xiao Miao, I heard there's a light show at Fubai Square in 3 days, featuring airlifted purple blooming lotuses. Wanna go? Shun Nanji raised her eyebrows and typed a single word, yes. Putting away her phone, Shun Nanji took one last look at the square lights, which had changed to different patterns, and turned back to the private room. As she reached the corner of the corridor, in the dim light, she spotted Jiang Tingxu leaning against the wall with a cigarette between his fingers. The area was close to the window, and the night breeze carried the smoke away, filling the air with the scent of nicotine. Seeing Jiang Tingxu made Shun Nanji pause for a moment. The argument they had at her apartment a few days ago was still fresh in her mind, and their recent meetings had all ended in disagreements. She didn't want to argue with him anymore. After all, their families had a long history together, and continuing to fight would reflect poorly on both the Jiang and Shun families. However, this corridor was the only way back to the private room, and Shun Nanji couldn't avoid him. After a moment, she averted her gaze and continued walking forward as if she hadn't seen him. Just as he was about to pass by her, he unexpectedly looked up and met her gaze, his expression unclear. He spoke as if casually complimenting her. I didn't expect that your relationship with my brother developed so quickly. Looks like marriage really can make feelings grow fast. All those years of fear can fade away overnight with the filter of marriage. Xiananzi, if you can easily control your closeness and feelings, why be afraid? In that last sentence, he used the nickname he loved to call her as a child, his tone seemingly affectionate, yet filled with sarcasm. It mocked her past 10 years of fear towards Jiang Jinnian, a fear so strong that even when he occasionally returned to the country, she would go out of her way to avoid him. And now, just a week after getting married, she had overcome all those years of fear to solidify the union of their families. This sarcasm and mockery had been repeating since the day she announced her marriage to Jiang Jinnian. Shun Nanji tried to avoid meeting Jiang Tingxu, but fate had other plans. The more she tried to stay away, the more they crossed paths. In just a few days, they had already met 3 times, and each encounter was filled with cold words. Shun Nanji pressed her lips tightly together, gripping her phone so hard that her fingers ached, yet she seemed unaware, only turning her head to look at the person staring at her. Jiang Tingxu, we are not suited to be a couple or marriage partners. Even though our sibling relationship has reached its end, there's no need to become enemies. You didn't accept the marriage, yet you made Su Wu popular and spread rumors about her, turning me into a joke in this circle for 2 years. I never questioned you or forced you to marry me. So who I marry now is none of your business. The one who gave up on this engagement first was not me, so, she said clearly, looking him in the eyes, Jiang Tingxu, you have no right to question me repeatedly. If you feel uncomfortable, then just avoid seeing me, just like we did for the past 2 years. Let's act as if we don't know each other, and forget those years we grew up together. Shun Nanji made her point very clear. But Jiang Tingxu seemed to only care about her first sentence. The intense sarcasm in his eyes faded away. Beneath that sarcasm was a hidden self-mockery he had never shown in front of others. Couple? He scoffed, his tone mocking, as if he had heard a joke. The smoke from her fingertips was forcefully extinguished, and his crimson eyes fixed on her, almost demanding, Shun Nanji, have you ever thought about being my girlfriend? Do I ever have a moment in your heart as your partner? The unhealed wounds on the back of her right hand and knuckles seemed to split open again, sending sharp pain through her nerves, making it hard to breathe. To like someone is to feel a natural desire to possess them, not wanting them to see others, not wanting other people around them, even secretly wanting to keep them all to yourself. Shun Nanji, you have never liked me, otherwise. You wouldn't have ignored Su Wu from the beginning to the end. After all these years of growing up together, if she had ever liked him, even just a little, she would have questioned him, gotten angry, or even pushed Su Wu away when she saw her making advances. But she didn't. She remained calm, as if she were watching someone else's story. No questions.
No anger. No rai.
In fact, when she witnessed that scene, her first reaction was to turn and leave, and her second was to quickly move out of the old house after learning he didn't want to marry her, clearly setting boundaries with him. The mockery in Jiang Tingxu's eyes deepened. Ji Yanche and others often said she was close to him, filled with thoughts of him. The one she was close to was never him. Her closeness was only because he was her fiancé. Without that connection, her closeness to him meant nothing. Just like now, her closeness is all directed toward his brother. Ignoring? The atmosphere in the corridor grew tense. Hearing his words and recalling how he had gone mad at her apartment a few days ago, Shun Nanji found it absurd. There were things she didn't want to say. After the Shun family's troubles, the Jiang family had helped them greatly. For 10 years, the Jiang family had raised her. No matter how you look at it, she and the Shun family owed the Jiang family a debt of gratitude. So, after the argument with Jiang Tingxu, she could back down and endure. But her willingness to compromise seemed to take on a different meaning in his eyes. She couldn't understand what he truly wanted. She hadn't understood since 2 years ago. He resisted the family marriage, liked Su Wu, and even acknowledged her as his girlfriend at a family banquet. Yet, when she moved out of the old house to give them space and slowly distanced herself from their ambiguous relationship, he was still not satisfied. Even so, she repeatedly accused her of approaching him only for the sake of a marriage alliance. There were things Shun Nanji wanted to ask him since their first Cold War 2 years ago, but asking would only wear down the little friendship they had left, so she held back and never spoke up. However, today, hearing him bring up events from 2 years ago again, she turned to look at him and asked directly, "Isn't it a good thing that I don't like you and don't cling to you?" Jiang Tingxu, do you remember how many times you said you disliked family marriages? Do you also remember how many rumors there were about you and Su Wu? You admitted she was your girlfriend and said you liked her type of person. All these years, you treated me like a sister. So when you met someone you truly liked, I, as your sister, stepped back to make room for you and wished you well. Isn't that okay? You always say I got close to you for the marriage alliance, that our friendship was only based on the engagement. So, after you clearly stated you wouldn't accept the engagement and had a girlfriend, why did you get angry when I moved out of the old house? Or, do you mean that even if you reject this marriage, you still want to see me stubbornly cling to you, disregarding both families' dignity, forcing you to marry me for your satisfaction? As she walked down the corridor, just arriving at the door of the next private room, Shun had not yet adjusted from her feelings after meeting Tingxu when she looked up and saw Jiang Jinnian standing a few steps away outside the door. She paused for a moment. Suppressing all her emotions, she quickly walked over. When Shun saw Jiang Jinnian, he happened to look over at her too. She approached under his gaze and asked first, "Brother Jinnian, why are you out here?" Jiang Jinnian's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. "I wanted to come see you, but when I entered the room, I found you weren't inside." Shun explained, "I just went to the restroom." Jiang Jinnian ruffled her hair, looking at the youthful brightness in her eyes, intending to ask if she wanted to continue playing for a while. Before he could speak, the door of the private room behind them suddenly opened from the inside. Shun instinctively looked toward the door. Gu Qinghe, seeing her best friend had been gone for a while, planned to come out and look for her. But when she opened the door, she saw Jiang Jinnian and her friend talking outside the room. She blinked, her eyes bright. Instinctively wanting to quickly close the door and hide back inside, pretending she hadn't come out or opened the door, she looked over just as Jiang Jinnian and Shun turned to look at her. Gu Qinghe didn't dare to turn Jiang Jinnian away in front of him. Gathering her courage, she playfully tugged at her best friend's arm and quickly said to Jiang Jinnian with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, can I borrow Gigi for a while? We're short one person." After that, she kindly added, "Is that okay?" Jiang Jinnian turned to look at Shun his expression unchanged, signaling her to follow Gu Qinghe into the private room. "Go ahead, have fun." With Jiang Jinnian's permission, Gu Qinghe grabbed Shun and brought her into the room. Once Jiang Jinnian turned back to the next room, she closed the door. Inside the room, Gu Qinghe didn't immediately pull Shun further in but paused, thoughtfully recalling what had just happened, her eyes lighting up with excitement. The more she thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. She playfully nudged Shun with her elbow, saying, "Gigi, you and Mr. Jiang get along really well." After she asked that question earlier, Jiang Jinnian had only said 6 words, but his tone clearly showed affection. She had worried that after her best friend married Jiang Jinnian, their life would be cold and distant, which would be quite enviable. Now, Gu Qinghe was so excited that she didn't even want to play games. Once she came back to reality, she looked at her best friend with bright eyes, making Shun feel a bit wary. Sure enough, after getting close, nothing else matters. Even the most unfamiliar relationships can become close. Shun Gu Qinghe, little Gigi, tell me how you and Mr. Jiang get along in private. And those little movies, do they really work? If they do, I can help you find more. Before she could finish, Shun quickly covered her mouth. Those 10 little movies had already taken a toll on her. She didn't want any more trouble. In the private room, seeing that they were taking too long, Sheng Ye, the eldest daughter of the Sheng family, teased from the card table with Ji Xiangguan, "Hey, ladies, are you coming over, or what? We're now short 2 people instead of 1. Shun released her mischievous friend and walked over, saying, "Coming." After sending Director Zheng off, Su Wu returned to the 8th floor. However, before she could approach the closed door of the private room, a waiter outside stopped her. A flash of displeasure crossed Su Wu's face, but she suppressed it and explained patiently, "I'm going in to see a friend. You should recognize me." "I just came out from there, sorry, miss." One of the waiters interrupted her with a distant tone, completely professional, saying, "We haven't received any notice that you can enter." As he spoke, he gestured for her to leave, saying, "Please leave as soon as possible." Su Wu's face turned awkward. She wanted to argue, but the waitstaff here were unyielding, and since she was now a public figure, being photographed and posted online could have countless negative effects on her. Suppressing her displeasure, Su Wu forced a friendly smile, nodded at the waiter, and turned to leave. Ji Yanche, coming from the other hallway, glanced at Su Wu's back as she walked away in her high heels but did not stop and headed straight to the private room. Two waiters respectfully bowed and quickly opened the door, closing it again after Ji Yanche entered. Although Su Wu had gained some status in the entertainment industry over the past 2 years, she was still not in the sight of these privileged young men. Once inside the private room, Ji Yanche did not mention her at all. He walked directly to Tingxu, who was sitting on the sofa, looking gloomy and drinking. "When I came up, I heard your brother is also here at Sheng Ye tonight. Should we go say hello?" Tingxu did not respond immediately. Nearby, Qi Yu and Fang Zilin exchanged glances, focusing on Tingxu, who had returned from a brief absence and was now in a particularly bad mood. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Ji Yanche sat down with his drink, looking at the others, silently asking what was wrong. Before anyone could speak, Tingxu, with his head slightly down and holding his drink, said with drooping eyelids, "I already greeted him when I arrived. No need to go again." Ji Yanche's gaze shifted around Tingxu. Although he wasn't entirely sure what was going on, it likely had to do with that girl from the Shun family. Earlier, he had heard that Jiang Jinnian, who had never been to Sheng Ye since returning home, was surprisingly there tonight, along with the girl from the Shun family. Since Tingxu had met Jiang Jinnian, he must have also met Shun Nanji. Ji Yanche sighed internally, but chose not to ask more at that moment. Having grown up together, the brothers knew exactly when to say what. On the other side, Qi Yu, noticing that Ji Yanche had finally decided to show up after several days, teased and changed the subject. "What have you been busy with lately? Every time we invite you to gather, you say you have something on. What's going on? Did a pie fall from the sky, and you're busy picking it up?" Ji Yanche took a sip of his drink, sounding very frustrated. "Don't mention it. I've been forced into the company by my family for over a week now. I haven't had a good night's sleep. If I hadn't completed a project right under my dad's nose yesterday, I probably wouldn't have been able to leave the company today." Qi Yu and Fang Zilin both laughed. Most of their group were the youngest in their families, with at least 1 or 2 older brothers. Usually, their older siblings handled the family business, so they rarely had to step in. However, as they grew older over the past 2 years, they all started to face pressure from their parents to join the company. Ji Yanche's situation was not unique. Eventually, all of them would face this day. As they chatted about their experiences being pushed into the company, Ji Yanche casually mentioned some news he heard from the upper management. "A few days ago, during the board meeting, I happened to hear that a week ago, the shares of the Shun Group dropped significantly, almost causing a funding crisis." Qi Yu frowned first. With a big company like Shun's and Shun Huayan managing it personally, how could there be a funding issue? Ji Yanche explained, "I heard that Shun Huayan was in a car accident at that time, leaving the company without leadership. In the end, it was the Jiang family that provided funding to help the Shun Group through this crisis." Upon hearing the last part, the others looked over at Tingxu. The crisis at the Shun Group hadn't been widely known. To minimize the risk to the Shun family's shares, Jiang Jinnian had suppressed the news as soon as he learned about it. Except for the company executives who were in close contact with Shun's, most people were unaware of the situation. Fang Zilin and the others were curious, but before they could speak, they noticed Tingxu's expression changing rapidly. Finally, with an unusual urgency in his voice, he asked Ji Yanche, "When did you say the Shun crisis happened?"
Ha! Ji Yanche replied,
"A week ago." Tingxu suddenly stood up, not saying another word, and walked straight out, leaving the others confused. As the lights came on and the neon glowed brightly, they returned home around 9 o'clock after a fun time. Shun Nanji said goodbye to everyone and got into the car with Jiang Jinnian, heading back to Yushan Mansion. Zhou Lin was still driving, and as before, the window shields were raised as soon as they got in. Shun Nanji stared at the rising shields, thinking to herself that she wanted to lower them. But before she could act, she suddenly felt a tightness in her waist. Before she could react, Jiang Jinnian picked her up and held her on his lap. In the same Pullman car, with the same front and back panels and even the same night sky, Shin instinctively recalled everything that happened in this car last night. Those intense and heated images flooded her mind, making her body tense up, and she even held her breath without realizing it. She was afraid of experiencing last night's awkwardness again. As Jiang Jinnian held her before he could speak, she nervously looked at him and said, "I'm still feeling a bit unwell and haven't recovered. I can't do this." Jiang Jinnian was taken aback by her words. Once he regained his composure, a warm light flickered in his eyes. His warm fingers brushed against her red lips in a soothing tone. "Okay, we won't." Noticing that she was still tense, he gently rubbed her waist to help her relax and quickly changed the subject. "Did you have fun today?" Shin attention was diverted. Seeing that he really didn't intend to pressure her tonight, she felt a bit relieved. She nodded obediently and answered his question. "But why did you suddenly organize this gathering tonight?" Before coming to Sheng Ye, Shin thought it was just a casual gathering organized by others, and Jiang Jinnian had decided to take her along since they had nothing to do. But after arriving, she realized that he was the one who organized it. Especially in their private room, everything was carefully arranged according to the girls' preferences, making it clear it wasn't a last-minute booking. The dazzling lights outside the car window flashed by. Jiang Jinnian's voice pulled Shin back to reality. "I made Mrs. Jiang cry last night, so I organized this gathering to apologize. Are you still upset?" His voice was low and calm, with a soothing tone that felt almost teasing. Whether it was Shin imagination or the closeness of their position, she felt a strange, tickling sensation in her ears. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she instinctively turned her gaze away, wanting to move to the side, but he wouldn't let go, leaving her unable to move. She bit her lip and, under his gaze, softly denied, "I'm not upset." He held her tighter, a faint smile in his eyes. "Really?" This morning, when she looked at him with teary eyes, she seemed more pitiful than a hurt cat. Although she didn't dare to say it openly, her clear eyes couldn't hide her emotions. The car soon arrived at Yushan Mansion. This time, Zhou parked at the entrance of the garage and didn't drive further into the area with the voice-activated lights. After the car stopped, Shin glanced at Jiang Jinnian and got out first. Holding her phone, she walked towards the hall. Jiang Jinnian followed her slowly, with his suit jacket draped over his arm. Butler Pang was waiting outside the hall. When he saw them return, he immediately ordered the staff to serve dinner. To make sure she didn't go hungry, Jiang Jinnian had arranged for a late-night snack to be sent to the private room before 7 o'clock. They had also eaten a lot of fruit while singing and playing games, so Shin wasn't hungry at that moment. When they reached the dining room, she only had a small bowl of porridge before putting down her chopsticks and heading upstairs. Seeing her eat so little, Butler Pang stared at Shin as she walked straight to the stairs, then looked back at Jiang Jinnian across the table, his expression hesitant. Jiang Jinnian set down his chopsticks and glanced at the girl at the staircase through the gaps in the wine cabinet. His tone was calm, and he did not stop her. No need to stop her. The lady has already had a late-night snack. Once upstairs, Jiang Jinnian opened the master bedroom door and looked at Shin but the room was empty except for her phone carelessly placed at the foot of the bed. He could faintly hear water running from the bathroom and guessed she was taking a shower. He didn't go in, gently closed the door, and turned to the study to handle unfinished documents from the day. When the wall clock showed 10:30, Jiang Jinnian shut down his computer and went to the bedroom. On the large bed, the girl was leaning over the edge, looking at financial data on her tablet. Jiang Jinnian walked over, glanced at her tablet and reminded her, "It's getting late, Gigi. Time to sleep." Shin looked away, her bright eyes meeting Jiang Jinnian's. She didn't seem tired. In fact, she looked quite energetic. However, after hearing his words, she glanced at the time on her tablet and obediently replied, getting up to place the tablet on the nearby table. Then she pulled back the covers and climbed into bed. Her delicate fingers instinctively tried to pull the blanket over her head, but she remembered Jiang Jinnian's words about not covering her head. She stopped and instead just covered her chin with the blanket. Jiang Jinnian watched her actions from the foot of the bed. Once she lay down, He went into the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, Shun was still buried in the blankets and hadn't fallen asleep. Jiang Jinnian turned off the ceiling light and climbed into bed. Shun stiffened slightly at his presence and tried to move back a bit, but as she lifted her waist, she realized she was already very close to the edge of the bed. The room grew dimmer, and the atmosphere seemed to calm down. Although they had already registered their marriage a week ago, in the past few nights, either Jiang Jinnian was on a business trip and not staying in the marital home, or as soon as they got into bed, they fulfilled their marital duties, leaving her too exhausted to even open her eyes afterward. She wished she could sleep under the covers for 3 days and nights. Days like today, where she lay in bed doing nothing and felt completely awake, were rare. Shun curled up under the covers, lost in thought, when a low voice suddenly asked beside her, "Can't sleep?" Her eyelids fluttered in the dark, startled by the question, clearing her chaotic thoughts. She pressed her lips together, shifted from her side to her back, breathed lightly, and replied softly, "I can sleep. I'm going to sleep now." Jiang Jinnian didn't say anything. After a moment, remembering how she had been looking at financial data on her tablet, he offered, "If you have any questions about the company or finances, Nanji, you can ask me anytime." The sudden change of topic surprised Shun. Once she processed it, she nodded in response. Realizing it was too dark to see, she added, "Okay. Tomorrow morning, there's an early meeting at the company, so you need to go early," he said. "I remember you don't have classes tomorrow?" "No, I don't." Concerned she might feel unwell again, Jiang Jinnian advised, "The servants in Yushan Mansion won't come to the 3rd floor without reason. Sleep in a bit longer tomorrow morning. If you wake up feeling unwell, just have Butler Pang call the family doctor." Shun agreed. She didn't remember when she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, she found herself alone in the room, and the bed beside her was already cold. She rubbed her face on the pillow, trying to shake off the last remnants of sleep, and instinctively reached for her phone. When she picked it up, she saw a message from her brother at the top of her unread messages. "Nanji, come to the Shun Corporation headquarters in the morning." Shun eyes widened in shock. The last bits of sleep vanished instantly. She quickly sat up in bed, trembling as she opened WeChat, staring at the neutral message. In her mind, she recalled her brother's scolding phone call when he found out she had registered her marriage with Jiang Jinnian. Shun opened the input box, intending to reply, but after deleting and rewriting several times, she sent nothing. Finally, she exited WeChat and found Zhang Lan's number in her contacts to call. Usually, Zhang Lan answered immediately, but today it took a while before the call connected. Shun felt anxious and didn't notice the details. Once the call connected, she immediately asked, "Zhang Lan, has my brother returned to the country?" At that moment, in the Shun Group headquarters, in the president's office on the top floor, Zhang Lan had her phone on speaker and nervously glanced at Shun Huaiyan, who had a stern look on his face. As Shun question echoed in the office, she suppressed her nerves and tried to keep her voice steady as she replied, "Yes. President Shun landed in Huaihai City this morning." Shun Huaiyan's intense gaze swept over, causing Zhang Lan to pause. She then quietly asked Shun, "Miss, are you coming to the office later?" Recalling the last time she had been caught lying about sneaking back from abroad and receiving a 20-minute lecture over the phone, Shun felt a wave of anxiety. To be honest, she didn't want to go to the office right now. If she went, it would only mean facing a scolding. Zhang Lan's words prompted Shun to respond without hesitation, "Not for now, Zhang Lan. If my brother asks, just tell him I have something at school today and can't make it in the morning." Before she could finish, Shun Huaiyan's cold voice suddenly came through the phone, lacking the usual affection. "Nanji." Shun heart skipped a beat. "Brother?" She quickly swallowed the words she hadn't finished, as if trying to find an excuse to avoid going to the Shun Group headquarters. Her attitude changed in an instant. "Brother, have you arrived at the company? Back so early? Why didn't you tell me before returning? I would have picked you up at the airport." In the president's office, listening to his sister's tone shift from low to light in an instant, Shun Huaiyan expressionlessly lowered his eyelids and looked at his phone screen. In their chat, the latest message was still his request for her to come to the office, and it seemed she hadn't seen it, as she hadn't replied at all. No need to pick me up at the airport. Just come to the office directly. It's already 8:30. Are you awake? Where are you staying? I'll have Fong Jing pick you up. With those 3 sentences, Shun Huayan completely cut off Shin Nanji's thoughts of not going to the office. She stopped resisting, tightly gripping her phone, her eyelids drooping, and swallowed the words she hadn't finished. Resigned, she agreed. I just woke up, but I can go by myself. No need for Assistant Fong to pick me up. Before handing the phone back to Zhang Lan, Shun Huayan said to her, I'll be waiting for you at the office. After hanging up the phone, Shin Nanji frowned at her phone for a while before slowly getting out of bed to wash up. Following the principle of the earlier you arrive, the more scolding you get, she drove to the Shun Group at a turtle's pace, but no matter how slowly she drove, she eventually reached her destination. As she stepped out of the private elevator on the top floor, she immediately saw Zhang Lan waiting outside. Dressed in a smart professional outfit, she appeared capable and composed, frequently glancing toward the elevator. When the doors opened, Zhang Lan quickly approached. Miss, you're here. Shen Nanji stepped out of the elevator, glanced at her, and then at the quiet top-floor corridor. Instead of heading straight to the president's office, she pulled Zhang Lan aside and quietly asked, How's my brother feeling today? Zhang Lan paused to think before responding. He should be okay. Shun Huayan was usually reserved. Even when he was upset, he made sure no one could tell. Shen Nanji didn't ask more questions and let Zhang Lan return to her work while she headed to the president's office alone. Outside the office, Fong Jing stood by the door. When he saw her approaching, he respectfully nodded and opened the door, saying, Miss, please. On the meeting sofa, Shun Huayan was listening to a report from the head of HR. Noticing Shin Nanji outside, he raised his hand to interrupt the HR manager and asked him to leave for now. Shin Nanji walked in under Shun Huayan's gaze. After the HR manager left, Fong Jing discreetly closed the door. Shin Nanji glanced back before finally sitting on the leather sofa beside Shin Huayan, smiling like she did when she was younger, trying to act as if the past month hadn't happened. She looked at him sweetly and, following their usual routine, spoke first. Brother, next time you come back, let me know in advance so I can pick you up. Shun Huayan leaned back against the sofa, gazing at her without acknowledging her attempt to ease into conversation. He said directly, Didn't you receive my message this morning? Yet Miss Shin didn't even reply, and got Zhang Lan to help cover for you. Shin Nanji. The old sibling routine was no longer effective, so she didn't push it further and let Shin Huayan steer the conversation toward marriage. You rushed to get your marriage certificate on the first day of the legal marriage age. Gigi, don't you want to explain? Shin Nanji opened her mouth, lowered her eyebrows, and finally whispered, We like each other, so we got the certificate. Shun Huayan squinted. You acted like you saw a mouse when you were around Jiang Jinnian. How could you like him? Shun Nanji quietly clenched her fists, quickly glanced at Shin Huayan, and mustered the courage to explain, That was when we were kids. Brother Jinnian was responsible and treated me well. Our families had a marriage agreement, so it's normal to develop feelings. Hearing the word marriage agreement, Shun Huayan's expression darkened. He suppressed his emotions and replied in his usual tone, What if you stopped liking him one day? Nanji, you're only 20. If you suddenly don't like Jiang Jinnian anymore, do you think you can easily get a divorce? Of course, she couldn't. She didn't have the right to mention divorce to Jiang Jinnian. But Shun Nanji didn't dare to say that. Brother, I care about looks, so I shouldn't stop liking him. Besides, Brother Jinnian is responsible and treats me well, so that day won't come. After saying this, Shun Nanji quickly glanced at Shin Huayan. Since she entered, his questions had become sharper, making her palms sweat. She was afraid that if he kept interrogating her, she might accidentally slip up and reveal something she couldn't take back. Not giving Shin Huayan a chance to ask again, Shin Nanji frowned and pointed to her slightly pale face, stiffly changing the subject. Brother, I'm still sick, and you haven't shown any concern. How long will you question me about getting the certificate? Shun Huayan looked at her tired face. Seeing her reach for a cold drink despite being sick, he frowned and stopped her. You're sick and still want a cold drink? Saying this, he took out his phone and made a call. Fong Jing, bring up some hot fruit juice. Shin Nanji withdrew her hand but slowly felt relieved. After hanging up, Shun Huayan's gaze returned to her. Although he was still angry about her sneaking back from abroad to get the certificate, he couldn't bring himself to say anything more. How did you get sick? How long has it been? Shin Nanji couldn't admit it was due to overindulgence that caused her dizziness and low fever. She lowered her eyelids and softly said, a couple of days ago, I got a chill from being caught in a heavy rain and developed a slight fever. Shun Huayan's frown deepened. He moved closer and placed his hand on her forehead. I'll ask Fong Jing to bring the family doctor over. Shin Nanji felt relieved after successfully getting through the interrogation. Just as she was starting to relax, she heard a statement that made her eyelids jump, and she immediately spoke up to stop it.
No.
No need. Shun Huayan looked at her with suspicion. She quickly explained, I've already seen a doctor, taken medicine, and I just need to rest for 2 days. There's no need to see the doctor again. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Fong Jing entered with a few cups of hot fruit juice, followed by the company's vice president. Fong Jing placed the juice in front of Shin Nanji, and the vice president took a few steps closer. Shun Huayan shifted his gaze from Shin Nanji to the vice president, who seemed to have something to say. What is it? Mr. Shin, the signing meeting with Jin Ming and the overseas Chinese will start in 20 minutes. Should we proceed as planned? Before Shun Huayan could respond, Shin Nanji stood up first. Seizing the moment, she quickly suggested leaving. Brother, you go ahead with your work. I need to head back to school. Shin Huayan hesitated for a moment before telling the vice president to prepare for the signing meeting. He turned his gaze back to her, calm but curious. Back to school? Didn't you say you had no classes today? Shin Huayan had been thinking that since he hadn't been back in a long time and the signing meeting wouldn't take long, it would be perfect to take her out for lunch afterward. He could then bring her back to the company in the afternoon to discuss recent cases and projects. Now that she was 20, it was time for her to start learning how to take over the company. But she had only been there for less than half an hour and was eager to leave. Shin Nanji explained, I don't have classes, but I need to go to the lab. This wasn't entirely untrue. She had planned to go to the lab at noon to follow up on the progress of her experiments over the past 2 days. Shun Huayan frowned slightly, but understood her dedication to her experiments. They were not just part of her studies, they were also her longtime passion and interest. She invested as much effort into her experiments as she did in finance. When will you be back? Shin Nanji thought for a moment and replied, around evening. Shun Huayan didn't say anything else. I'll have someone take you to Huaihai University. Shin Nanji smiled, grabbed her phone, and prepared to leave. Just as she turned around, she heard him say, however, remember to come home tonight. What? Shin Nanji turned back, surprised. Home? Shun Huayan stood up, lightly replied with an and took the signing proposal from the vice president. There are still some matters regarding the Jinming Group that need to be handled. I won't be in the country for long this time. Nanji, you are already 20 years old. You can start getting involved in the company's core projects. When you come back to the Shin family tonight, I'll tell you about the company matters. After leaving the office, Shun Nanji glanced back at the tall headquarters building. She then opened her phone, went to Jiang Jinnian's chat, and typed a few words. Brother Jinnian, I won't be returning to Yushan Mansion tonight. Just as she sent the message, Jiang Jinnian, who had just finished a meeting, saw her text and called her directly. Shin Nanji was trying to edit her reason for not returning home when the call screen suddenly popped up. Her finger accidentally pressed to answer the call. In the next moment, a calm and deep voice came through the phone. Nanji, you're not coming home tonight? As Jiang Jinnian's voice reached her ears, Shin Nanji stood at the busy company entrance, and his dark, steady gaze unconsciously appeared in her mind. She tightened her grip on the phone. Turning slightly away, she lowered her eyes and explained, My brother returned to Huaihai City, so I'm staying home tonight. There was a brief silence on the other end. After a moment, Jiang Jinnian asked, Will you come back tomorrow night? Tomorrow night? Shun Nanji wasn't sure, maybe. At the headquarters of Sheng Group, In the cool-toned president's office, Jiang Jinnian sat behind his desk, listening to the hesitant voice over the phone. His gaze fell on an urgent document spread out on the table. He had just finished the morning meeting and hadn't had the chance to tell her that he would be working late tonight. When she sent him the message, he was about to call her to say she could sleep early and not wait for him. Tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, Jiang Jinnian raised his gaze and said to Shun Nanji on the other end, "Okay, call me any time if you need anything." The girl obediently replied and hung up the phone. After the call ended, Jiang Jinnian sat alone at his desk for a while. Finally, he pushed aside the urgent document and told Zhou Lin, who came in to report on the project, schedule a meeting with President Shun of Shun Group for 11 o'clock. Zhou Lin was taken aback and instinctively looked at the packed schedule for the day. But, President Jiang, 11 o'clock in the morning is for the project meeting with Rongxia Technology. Push it to 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Jinnian replied in a cold, firm tone, leaving no room for discussion. All subsequent arrangements should be pushed back accordingly. Zhou Lin quietly shifted his gaze to the final schedule for today. The last online discussion was originally set to end at 10:30 p.m. Now, after the delay, it would likely go until midnight. However, Zhou Lin said nothing and quickly arranged the tasks. After working with Jiang Jinnian abroad for those years, this level of intensity was just routine. It was only after marrying Miss Nanji that their schedules were consistently managed to ensure they returned home by 6 p.m. Even if there were unfinished business matters, everything after 6 p.m. was handled online to avoid leaving Miss Nanji alone at home. At 10:58 p.m., Jiang Jinnian arrived at the headquarters of the Shun Group. Shun Huayan had just returned to the president's office from a meeting. Shun Huayan was not surprised by Jiang Jinnian's arrival. Even if he didn't come to the Shun Group in the morning, he would go to the Tingxu Group in the afternoon. Fang Jing and Zhou Lin took the hint and left the room. In the president's office, only Shun Huayan and Jiang Jinnian remained. Anticipating this meeting, Shun Huayan got straight to the point, looking at Jiang Jinnian, whom he had interacted with over the years, and said, "Mr. Jiang, you arrived earlier than I expected, but regarding the marriage alliance, I must speak frankly. I do not fully support this union." Jiang Jinnian showed little emotion. Upon hearing Shun Huayan's words, he merely raised his eyes, his tone calm as always. "The marriage alliance was agreed upon by our families years ago. On what grounds does Mr. Shun intend to stop it?" Shun Huayan lightly turned his teacup, a smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes. "As Nanji's brother." Jiang Jinnian smirked, meeting Shun Huayan's gaze, his tone steady. "Brother? A brother without true blood ties to the Shun family? Mr. Shun, Nanji and I are already married. Once this union is established, divorce is not an option. I believe Mr. Shun understands this." Shun Huayan's expression darkened. The two sat diagonally on the sofa, their postures unchanged, but the atmosphere in the office grew tense and cold after Jiang Jinnian's last statement. "So, Mr. Jiang means, even if one day Nanji wishes to divorce, it won't happen?" Jiang Jinnian did not elaborate on this question. He accepted the marriage alliance, not with the intention of divorce. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Shun, but whether or not to divorce is a matter between Nanji and me. Once she enters the Jiang family, I will ensure her well-being." Mr. Shun was initially against Nanji dating Tingxu, and now he also opposes her getting a marriage certificate with me. Does Mr. Shun not want his sister to marry so young, or does he simply not want her to marry into the Jiang family? Shun Huayan's expression darkened, and there was a chill in his voice. What does Mr. Jiang mean by that? Jiang Jinnian's tone remained unchanged, except for the depth of his dark eyes. "What I'm saying is something Mr. Shun should understand better than I do." As he spoke, he pushed a document across the table to Shun Huayan. "A month ago, someone sent me information claiming that Mr. Shun's biological parents died in an accident because of the Shun Group. After learning this, Nanji's parents felt guilty and adopted Mr. Shun as their own child." Shun Huayan opened the document, quickly scanning its contents. After hearing Jiang Jinnian's words, he slammed the document shut, his brow furrowing in anger. His eyes turned icy as he looked at Jiang Jinnian. What do you mean, Mr. Jiang? Do you think I hold a grudge and secretly caused my parents' accident 10 years ago? Jiang Jinnian had little desire to stay any longer. Shun Huaiyan's original surname was Pei. He was the only son of a newly listed company in Huaihai. With assets worth over 100 million and a promising company, he was a rising star in the business world. Pei Huaiyan's father, Pei Sheng, was very astute in business. In just a few years, he successfully bid for a collaboration opportunity with the Shun Group, which was on par with the Jiang family at the time. To ensure faster company growth and to strengthen future cooperation with the Shun family, Pei Sheng was hands-on, often visiting the Shun Group's construction sites for inspections. However, just as the project was nearing completion, Pei Sheng had an accident during his last inspection and died despite rescue efforts. When Shun's parents learned of the news, they immediately contacted Pei Sheng's wife. However, she was not a stable person. She resented Pei Sheng for spending all his time at work and had secretly rekindled a relationship with her first love. The day before Pei Sheng's accident, she had taken all the company's cash and Pei Sheng's savings and fled abroad with her first love. When Shun's parents arrived at the Pei family home, they found only the 9-year-old Pei Huaiyan, who had been abandoned by both his biological parents. The Pei family situation was straightforward. The success of the Pei company was due to Pei Sheng's relentless hard work and exceptional business acumen. The Pei family had no trustworthy uncles or aunts, and Pei Sheng had an accident at the branch of the Shun Group. Out of guilt, Mr. Shun, after settling Pei's family matters, discussed with Mrs. Shun and decided to take the young Pei Huaiyan to the Shun family. To hide his origins, they renamed him Shun Huaiyan, provided him with the best resources, and raised him in the Shun family home, where he referred to Nanji as his sister. To completely separate from the past and to give Shun Huaiyan the best environment for growth, free from the burdens of past hatred, Mr. and Mrs. Shun kept all the details of his life before coming to the Shun family a secret. This included his background and the relationship between Pei Sheng and the Shun family. Even the Jiang family was unaware of Shun Huaiyan's identity before he was adopted by the Shuns. Until a month ago, when Jiang Jinnian returned from abroad, someone anonymously sent him a document. The document contained details about Shun Huaiyan's background. Jiang Jinnian glanced at the file in Shun Huaiyan's hands, his expression cold. In response to Shun Huaiyan's words, he simply said, "Mr. Shun is seen as a child of my in-laws, and as a brother by Nanji. After my in-laws passed away, Nanji regarded Mr. Shun as her only family. For both personal and public reasons, I do not wish for the accident involving my in-laws 10 years ago to be connected to Mr. Shun, as I do not want Nanji to experience the pain of losing family again." But Jiang Jinnian stood up and buttoned his suit jacket. In the tense atmosphere, he met Shun Huaiyan's cold gaze and spoke plainly. If Mr. Shun is indeed related to the car accident from 10 years ago, the Jiang family will not let it go. After Jiang Jinnian left, Shun Huaiyan stared intensely at the document in his hands, a chilling coldness spreading in his eyes. He sat alone on the sofa for a long time, reading the document left by Jiang Jinnian word by word, his brows furrowing deeply as he called for Fang Jing. Fang Jing was coordinating the afternoon's schedule with other secretaries, but upon receiving Shun Huaiyan's call, he hurried over without delay. "Mr. Shun? Investigate something," Shun Huaiyan said, handing the document to Fang Jing, his expression stern and voice low. "Do it secretly and as quickly as possible." Also, he narrowed his eyes coldly, look into the car accident involving the Shun family during the storm 10 years ago again. Fang Jing glanced at the document in his hands, unsure of its significance, and paused before instinctively asking, "Isn't the accident involving Mr. Shun and Mrs. Shun already thoroughly investigated? It was just an accident. There is no other reason." "Shun Huaiyan, I have checked, and I will check again. All overlooked details will be thoroughly examined." Fang Jing glanced at the materials in his hand, and after hearing Shun's instructions, his expression became serious. He didn't ask more questions and quickly responded. Before he left, Shun Huaiyan thought of something and called him back. "Don't tell Nanji about the events from 10 years ago until we have specific results." "Understood, Mr. Shun." A day passed quickly. After finishing the project and leaving the lab, it was already dark outside. Shun didn't delay and soon left the school to return to the Shun family villa. When she arrived, Shun Huayan was already home, standing at the entrance of the hall on a phone call. Seeing her return, he spoke a few words to the person on the other end and quickly hung up. Shun walked briskly towards him, stepping into the brightly lit hall from the dim courtyard, her face beaming as she looked at Shun Huayan. "Brother, have you been home long?" Shun Huayan's eyes softened, and he habitually ruffled her hair, turning to lead her inside. "Not long, just about 10 minutes. Gigi, come open your gift first." "Gift?" Shun Nanji's eyes lit up in surprise, and she quickly set down her laptop to follow him eagerly. "What gift?" Shun Huayan chuckled, bending down to pick up a beautifully wrapped gift from the multi-layered cake on the central table as the girl approached. He handed it to Shun Nanji. "Birthday gift." His voice was filled with affection as he watched her happily take it, just like in the past years, holding it close to unwrap. "I originally planned to return home before your birthday to celebrate with you properly. However, I ended up spending several days in the hospital, and then there was an urgent matter at the Jiming branch that delayed me again, so I could only make up for your birthday gift now." Seeing her unwrap it, he asked, "Do you like it?" Shun Nanji looked at the dazzling pink diamond in the box, clearly surprised. "This is the pink diamond I mentioned last time?" Shun Huayan nodded. The diamond, purchased for several million, sounded as ordinary as everyday talk from him. "Yes, I happened to find it at an auction abroad a month ago and thought it would be perfect for your 20th birthday. Do you like it?" Shun Nanzi's lips curled up, her eyes glued to the pink diamond, eager to add it to her diamond collection. "I love it. This purity of pink diamond is perfect for collecting." Shun Huayan smiled and said, "Then let's have someone take it to your storage room. Next year on your birthday, I'll find you a higher purity one." The servant in the villa cut the cake, and Shun Huayan handed a piece to Shun Nanji, saying, "Stop staring at your gift. Have some cake, and then we can go eat." Shun Nanji happily put the pink diamond back in the box and took the cake, following her brother to the dining room. After dinner, not long later, Shun Huayan called Shun Nanji to the study. He logged into the company's top-level core system and began teaching her about the core business operations. Since she was 18, Shun Huayan had periodically sent her introductory materials about taking over the company, allowing her to get a head start. However, those materials were just basic compared to what he was teaching her tonight. Looking at the complex data and codes on the laptop screen, Shun Nanji rested her chin on her hand, listening while frowning. 2 hours later, noticing that the girl beside him was still frowning at the screen without relaxing, Shun Huayan paused his explanation, leaned back in his chair, and looked at her. "Are you confused, or are you tired?" Shun Nanji glanced at the time in the corner of the screen, pressed her throbbing temples, bent over, and rested her head on the table, trying to resist the urge to yawn.
"I'm tired."
"It's 10:30, brother. Can we continue tomorrow?" Seeing her look completely worn out and ready to jump into bed, while it was only 10:30, Shun Huayan raised an eyebrow. "So tired? What time does Jiang Jinnian usually let you sleep?" Hearing that name suddenly jolted Shun Nanji out of her sleepy thoughts. She lifted her eyelids, thought for a moment, and gave a moderate answer. 10 o'clock. Shun Huayan closed the laptop, not letting her see any more data, and nodded toward her room. "Go to sleep. Message me if you need anything." Shun Nanji quickly got up, waved at Shun Huayan, and ran back to her bedroom. The next day at 7:30, after finishing her morning routine and coming downstairs, Shun Huayan was already sitting on the sofa, reviewing documents, while Fong Jing occasionally reported updates. After breakfast, Shun Huayan offered to drive her to school. Shun Nanji accepted without hesitation, went upstairs to grab her laptop and phone, and then walked out to the hall. Fong Jing tidied up the documents that Shun Huayan had just signed. He saw his boss, Shin, following the young lady while holding a suit jacket, and dutifully asked, "Boss, should I drive instead?" Shun Huayan did not stop walking and replied, "No need. You go back to the office and arrange the 9 o'clock meeting." When Shun Nanji reached Shun Huayan's car, he was already there. Noticing she instinctively headed for the back seat, Shun Huayan called out to her, "Nanji, sit in the front. Fong Jing is going to the office." Shin Nanji glanced back at Fong Jing, who was walking towards another car, and then opened the front door to sit in the passenger seat. Last night, Shun Huayan had shared a lot about the company's senior management. On the way to Huaihai University, he casually asked a few questions from their conversation to see if she understood. Shin Nanji felt much more relaxed in front of Shun Huayan than she did in front of Jiang Jinnian. Once in the car, she leaned back lazily, her clear eyes sparkling as she munched on the nuts Shun Huayan had brought her before leaving, effortlessly answering all his questions. By the time they arrived outside Huaihai University, the nut box in her hand had a small dent in it. Shun Huayan parked outside the South Campus gate and saw her casually close the nut box and place it in the storage compartment. He chuckled and tapped the steering wheel, his tone affectionate. "Not eating anymore?" Shin Nanji smiled, shaking her head as she unbuckled her seatbelt. "No, I feel like I've gained weight lately and want to lose some." Outside the main gate, on the other side, her roommate Zhong Jun, who had just gotten off the shuttle bus with Su Wu, turned around and spotted Shin Nanji stepping out of a low-key luxury car. She paused, her gaze fixed on Shin Nanji through the scattered pedestrians, and tugged at Su Wu's sleeve. "Wu Wu, is that the junior you often mention who has a double degree in finance and physics, Shin Nanji?" Zhong Jun's eyes drifted past Shin Nanji, lingering on the expensive car beside her. "Didn't you say her family was average? Who's in that fancy car?" Su Wu followed her gaze, her eyes hiding a well-concealed jealousy. The car window of Shun Huayan's vehicle was tinted, making it impossible to see inside. From their angle, they could only see Shin Nanji getting out of the passenger seat. As she turned to enter the school, someone inside the car called out to her. With the driver's window rolled down halfway, a man's figure became visible. But she couldn't see the whole picture. She could only see a sharp, cold side profile of a brow bone. Shin Nanji bent down, speaking intimately with that person, then took something from their hand and waved goodbye as she walked into the luxury car, under the man's gaze. After the black luxury car drove away, Su Wu's attention turned to Shin Nanji, who was entering the school gate, still wearing a gentle and calm expression. In response to Zhong Jun's question, "It seems that Shun is from a regular family, but her grades are top-notch. That person might be a friend of hers." Zhong Jun was looking at the photos she had just taken, zooming in with her fingers, her gaze landing on the unusual license plate numbers. Hearing Su Wu's reply, she scoffed, her tone slightly malicious. "Friend? The kind that shares a bed? Wu Wu, your junior has some real skills. A couple of years ago, she was competing with you for Xiaojiang, and now she knows she can't win, so in no time, she's climbed up another branch. Do those seniors and juniors who secretly admire her know that their crush is someone who seeks power and influence?" Su Wu smiled, glancing back at the photos on Zhong Jun's phone. She said in a disinterested tone, "That's her private matter." Seeing Zhong Jun repeatedly looking at the photos without any intention of deleting them, a shadow crossed Su Wu's eyes. She reached out and turned off the screen without any obvious attitude, pulling her along in a friendly manner as they walked to school. "All right, stop worrying about others. You just went with me to the film set. Have you found your material? I have a commercial to shoot this afternoon, so come with me to school to grab some things. I need to leave soon." This morning, Shin Nanji had a physics class and Gu Qinghe wasn't taking a second major, so she wasn't interested in any physics courses. Especially since today's class was on quantum mechanics. Every time Gu Qinghe heard anything related to it, her head felt heavy. To avoid torturing her brain, which had nothing to do with physics, Gu Qinghe didn't follow Shin Nanji to class, but instead went to the library with some milk tea to wait. After a long class, Shin Nanji was packing her things to find Gu Qinghe in the library when her WeChat suddenly buzzed urgently. Shin Nanji opened WeChat. It was a message from Gu Qinghe. Just reading the text, she could tell the tone was very urgent.
"Wow. Gigi,
You're trending. I'll send you the link. Hurry and take a look." Shun Nanji frowned. Clicking on the link, a lively Weibo post quickly popped up on the page. At the top was a photo of Shun Huayan dropping her off at school that morning. tagged with wealthy elites and beautiful female college students. With the support of the blogger's original followers, the post's popularity soared. The message throughout the post was clear. She is vain, possibly being supported by someone, and even willing to use her youth and looks to climb the social ladder. In the end, the post concluded with a heartfelt advice to current female college students to be grounded, live cleanly, and not bring shame to their prestigious school. While Shun Nanji was reading the Weibo post, messages from Gu Qinghe came pouring in, each word filled with anger. I found out that this Nanfeng Guyun is the account of Zhong Jun from the art department. Zhong Jun is Su Wu's roommate. After Su Wu entered the entertainment industry and acted in a few dramas, Zhong Jun became a small influencer with millions of followers thanks to Su Wu's popularity. This photo was clearly taken secretly. Although it has trending tags and tries to guide public opinion, it shouldn't be too hard to suppress the heat. However, her post has already been shared quite a bit, and it's even causing a stir on our campus forum. Even if we contact the Weibo management and forum administrators to delete the post, those misled by her might still gossip behind our backs. Gigi, who dropped you off this morning? After reading the messages, Shun Nanji typed 2 words in the input box, my brother. There was a brief pause on the other end and then it showed typing again. But after a few seconds of typing, Shun Nanji didn't receive Gu Qinghe's next message. Just as she was about to return to her contacts to call about the situation, Gu Qinghe's call came through. The classroom was empty since there was no class next, and Shun Nanji glanced around before sliding her finger to answer the call. Gu Qinghe's surprised voice came through the phone. Gigi, did your brother come back to the country? Shun Nanji exited the PPT on her computer and logged into the post. He came back yesterday. Gu Qinghe replied, I thought so. It didn't look like your family's car. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice suddenly dropped, and after a full 2 seconds, she exclaimed in surprise, wow. Next, Gu Qinghe's excited and shocked voice came through, Gigi, we don't need to worry about Zhong Jun's post anymore. Your brother has publicly revealed your identity on the official account of the Shun Group. Shun Nanji paused her hand that was scrolling the mouse. She didn't switch back to the Shun Group's official account. She just refreshed the page. At the top of the homepage, in the most prominent spot, the Shun Group's official account, which rarely posted anything other than bidding announcements, now had a pinned message stating at Shun Nanji, daughter of the Shun Group. It was a clarification and a slap in the face to Zhong Jun. Along with this message from the Shun Group, there was also a clarification post personally published by Shun Huayan. This was also on the Shun Group's official account, but this clarification included clearer and completely uncensored photos. Unlike Zhong Jun's post that spread rumors, which avoided directly offending the upper class, it included a photo of her getting out of Shun Huayan's car but had intentionally blurred the license plate, only showing her face as she exited the car. In contrast, Shun Huayan's post used the exact same photo but clearly displayed the license plate number to cut off any chance for Zhong Jun to deny or argue. He also added several photos proving he was the one driving. Finally, he publicly tagged Zhong Jun, Miss Zhong, was I in your way while I was dropping my sister off at school? Miss Zhong, your accusations and manipulation of public opinion to tarnish my sister's reputation will be pursued by the Shun Group legally. At Shun Group Legal Department, this stirred up a huge reaction. Once these 2 messages were pinned on the Shun Group's official account, the netizens and alumni who had been passionately criticizing the decline of morals and calling Zhong Jun a gold digger in the comment section and on the Hua University forum quickly turned against her, condemning her for slander. At the same time that Zhong Jun received the highly efficient legal notice from the Shun Group, her comment section was completely overwhelmed. On the other side, at the very moment the Shun Group publicly revealed Shun Nanji's identity, Zhou Lin reported the trending topic to Jiang Jinnian right after the board meeting. He handed over the tablet, saying, when this post-defaming madam was published online, the company was in a meeting. By the time the PR team received the news, the Shun Group and President Shen had already issued a clarification. President Jiang, how should we handle this next? Jiang Jinnian gazed at Zhong Jun's post, then scrolled up to see Shun Huayan publicly revealing Shun Nanji's identity and the comment referring to her as a sister. He instructed Zhou Lin, The Jiang family never allows anyone to bully them, especially Mrs. Jiang. Zhou Lin posts the wedding certificate photo on the Shun Group's official account. Also, he threw down the tablet, a coldness emerging in his gaze. Notify everyone to have the legal team pursue the defamer's legal responsibility. Zhou Lin acknowledged and immediately went to make arrangements. Just 2 minutes after the news was posted on the Shun Group's official account, Tiancheng headquarters, which rarely appears in public, tagged Shenanji. Taking this opportunity, they publicly announced the marriage between the Jiang and Shin families, reigniting the trending topic with a new wave of excitement. In the library, Gu Qinghe, who had just met with her friend, transformed into a gossip enthusiast online after the Shun Group revealed Shin Nanji's identity, eagerly watching how Zhong Jun would dig her own grave. As she scrolled through the trending topics, a new entry appeared among the top 3 trending searches featuring Shun family's young lady, now including the Jiang family's name. Breaking: Shun family's young lady, Jiang Shin marriage, Mrs.
Jiang.
Breaking. Gu Qinghe was surprised and clicked on it. At first glance, she saw a high-definition photo of the wedding certificate posted on the Tiancheng Group's official account, along with the announcement of the marriage between the Jiang and Shun families. Thanks to Su Wu, the gossip surrounding her and Jiang Tingxu had led to a flood of trending topics over the past month. After the last trending topic caused by Su Wu and Jiang Tingxu appearing together at the Sheng Ye event, the heat around the Jiang family had started to cool down. However, with the head of the Jiang family personally announcing the marriage, the previous buzz surrounding Su Wu and Jiang Tingxu surged back to its peak, even causing the Weibo servers to crash at one point. In the past 2 years, Su Wu's status in the entertainment industry had risen significantly, while Zhong Jun had gained fame from her association with Su Wu, becoming a well-known blogger. She shamelessly supported Su Wu both on and off campus. A post online that slandered Shin Nanji subtly mentioned the unclear relationship between Shin Nanji and Jiang Tingxu, suggesting that after Su Wu and Jiang Tingxu's official announcement, Shin Nanji, realizing she had no hope of rising, sought connections with other powerful figures. But after Shin Nanji's identity as the Shin family's young lady was revealed, the Shun Group and Tiancheng Group quickly clarified the situation on Weibo, making countless netizens realize that things were not simple. When reviewing the post by Zhong Jun that was saved as a screenshot, some people quickly noticed the few paragraphs mixed in that implied someone was a third party in a relationship. Some sharp-eyed netizens began to catch on. Originally, fans who had shifted their attention to the official accounts of Tiancheng Group and Shun Group to support the couple started flooding back into Zhong Jun's comment section.